Your whole family is full of loyal martyrs. The elders all died in battle for Daki. But you are just a drunkard who drinks all day. It wasn't until the Empress of Daki slandered your daughter for stealing the Xianyuan sword from your family that you drew your sword. Did the Empress of Daki really think that my Yi family had no one? At this moment, you are fast asleep on the rocking chair under the tree. Until a girl in a red dress wakes you up. Dad, don't sleep. You forgot today is your birthday. Hearing this, you couldn't help but chuckle and shake your head. Time flies, it's already been 20 years. In recent years, foreign forces have frequently invaded the border, and the members of the Yi family have died in battle for the country, originally wanting to fight on the battlefield to make contributions to the country, but being blocked by the elders of the Yi family, they demanded that you never set foot on the battlefield, leaving behind the bloodline inheritance of the Yi family, and you were also titled as the Carefree king due to the outstanding achievements of your father, brothers, and ancestors. Then, you looked at the jade pendant on Yi Linger's chest again, lost in deep thought. Yi Linger is the daughter you had with a woman 16 years ago, the most beautiful woman you have ever seen in your life. Although you were in love for a year, you knew nothing about her, not her identity, not where she came from, not even her name. On the night she gave birth to Yi Linger, that woman disappeared without a trace, leaving only this jade pendant on Yi Linger. Linger, it's getting late, go to school first. When you come back, Dad will take you to Zue Xianlu for a big meal. Yi Linger pouted and said, Dad, defending the country and protecting the family is such a great honor. The parents of our classmates went to the city lord's mansion to sign up for the army when they reached the Foundation Establishment realm. You are already at the Ascension realm, so why do you keep hiding? You smiled faintly and said, I am doing this so that the Yi family's bloodline will no longer be involved in disputes. Your grandfather had a dying wish before he passed away, requesting me to never set foot on the battlefield. Have you forgotten? Of course I remember. Grandfather even asked you to marry more women to expand the Yi family. Dad, will Mom come back for your birthday this year? Upon hearing this, your eyes dimmed slightly. Don't worry, Dad has been looking for her all along. Your mother will be back soon to reunite with us. Well, I believe in my father, and I also believe in my mother. I'm going to school now. Watching Yi Linger run away, you sighed and took a sip from the gourd of wine beside you. 5 years ago, you awakened the Wine Sword Immortal system. After drinking various fine wines in the Imperial City, you have now successfully entered the realm of ascension. Especially in the swordsmanship aspect, your attainments are comparable to immortals. However, apart from your daughter, no one else in the world knows your true level, thinking of you as a wine-loving playboy. At this moment, while Yi Linger was studying diligently at the White Deer Academy, suddenly a girl with a group of boys surrounded her. Linger, my bracelet is missing. Did you steal it? Yi Linger showed a puzzled expression and asked, What bracelet? Are you pretending to be stupid? Shinro said impatiently, It's the golden-laid white jade bracelet I received on my birthday a few days ago, worth 800 taels of silver. I showed you that bracelet just yesterday. Shinro's eyes were welling up with tears as she spoke, and the boys instantly felt a surge of pity and regret, condemning the situation one after another. Why don't you admit that you stole it? The majestic and carefree royal mansion, actually engaging in such sneaky and underhanded activities. Aren't you ashamed? I heard that alcoholic is drunk and dreaming every day, completely neglecting to discipline his daughter. When someone mentioned the Yi family, Yi Linger instantly got angry. You are not allowed to slander my father. Shinrauzi was not afraid at all. Then give me back my bracelet. Then a sly cold smile crept up at the corner of her mouth. Today's false accusation was instructed by her father. As for why her father wanted to do this, she had no idea. Later, Yi Linger picked up her school bag and said coldly, You didn't find it, right? It's a false accusation. Kneel down and apologize to me. I see. Shinro suddenly thought of something and said in a harsh tone, My bracelet was lost last night. It must have been you who stole it and hid it in your Wang mansion last night. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger could no longer contain her anger. A hint of coldness in her eyes. You have such audacity. Our Yi family is full of loyalty. How dare you defile us? My father is the current prime minister, at the height of his power. How dare you from a declining royal household try to slander us? Upon hearing this, Yi Linger's eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Insulting herself was tolerable, but insulting the Yi family was absolutely intolerable. Immediately, Yi Linger took a deep breath and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Shinro, what realm are you in now? Shinro was confused by the question, so she instinctively answered, 6th level of Qi refinement. Then guess what realm I am in? What's it to me? We are discussing bracelets now. Suddenly, the next second, everyone saw Shinro directly flying out. Just a mere Qi refiner dares to slander me. Yi Linger's sudden palm strike stunned everyone. Yi Linger, who was usually aloof, unexpectedly showed such fierceness when she took action. However, they did not know that since Yi Linger could remember, You had been guiding her in cultivation, teaching her the secret techniques of the Yi family, and constantly seeking various genius treasures for her. At just 16 years old, her cultivation level is already comparable to that of the Yuan-ing old monsters, but you are worried that she is too conspicuous, so you have been suppressing her realm. Other boys around couldn't help but take a cold breath when they saw this. Although they had a heart of pity and cherishing beauty, they were stunned by Yi Linger's spiritual power. At this moment, a handsome young man in white walked into the academy. Great! Senior brother Wang Xian is here. Everyone instantly felt relieved as if they had caught a life-saving straw. Looking at the blood all over the ground, Wang Xian showed a suspicious look. What's going on? Senior brother Wang, please save me quickly. Yi Linger not only stole the bracelet my mother gave me, but also attacked me, causing me to end up like this. Watching Qin Ro, who was spitting out blood, Wang Xian couldn't help but be shocked. Sister Yi, are you going a bit too far? Yi Linger shrugged and sneered. He slandered me. No matter what, you can't hit people. Roar is of such high status. Can you bear the consequences of beating her like this? At this moment, Qin Ro choked up as she held Wang Xian's hand and said, Please, brother Wang, help me teach her a lesson. As long as you are willing to help me, I will be your girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian drew his sword directly from its sheath, swung the sword and charged towards Yi Linger. Sorry, Linger Jr. sister, do you dare to draw your sword? Yi Linger hesitated slightly, a hint of excitement appearing in her calm eyes, and she casually swung her sword. Instantly, the surrounding air created a reverse flow directly. This aura, at the nascent soul stage, how is this possible? The people around were instantly shocked, unable to speak. Yi Linger turned out to be a powerful expert in the nascent soul realm. Next, Yi Linger drew her sword and directly cut off Wang Xian's throat, ending his life. Then, Yi Linger pointed at Qin Ro again. Do you want to die, or do you want to tell the truth? Qin Ro's face turned from blue to purple. She absolutely could not admit that she had slandered Yi Linger. Otherwise her reputation in the academy would be completely ruined. But if it's not recognized, feeling the vague pain that came from the wound in his calf, in Qin Ro's heart, for the first time, this feeling of powerless despair was born. The other side. Yi Qing drank wine and rode his horse, drunkenly leaving the city under the strange gazes of the passers-by. Coming above the wilderness, Yi Qing suddenly had a whim and smacked his lips. Well, got a bit of a craving for barbecue. Chapter 5, Yi Qing draws sword to kill demon. Sword Immortal style. Chapter 5, Yi Qing draws sword to kill demon. Sword Immortal style. Chapter 5, Yi Qing draws sword to kill demon. Sword Immortal style. Yi Qing stretched long and hard, gripping his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. The moment he unsheathed his sword, the lethargy and diffidence in his eyes instantly disappeared. In its place, there was a deep, bone-chilling coldness. Open the sky. A sword was swung out with a fierce wind in sword chi like clouds. The dazzling sword aura merged into the dark clouds in mid-air, like a clay ox entering the sea, and was instantly nowhere to be found. Yi Qing sheathed his sword, yawned, mounted his horse and turned to leave. In the moment he turned around, he saw the black and dark clouds in mid-air, which were directly split into two, bursting out with the warmth of heavenly light. Tens of thousands of powerful sword ons poured down from the gaps in the dark clouds like torrential rain. The point of its blade was exactly where the demonic beasts were most rampant, the 10,000 Demons Ridge. Yi Qing merely made a light touch and swung out a sword, but it made the entire imperial city tremble with shock. The little child who had been spilling and making noise in the last second was directly frightened and stopped crying. The women who had been laughing and playing the previous second were directly shocked by the sword intent and lost their colors. Countless family ancestors, at the same time, snapped their eyes open. Uncharacteristically, he broke through the door and looked in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Ridge. How terrifying! What pure sword intent! Which great power is this? Visiting the imperial city? Which ungrateful thing has angered this great power? Again? Inside the palace, the group of ministers were all so frightened that they burrowed right under the table and shivered. A group of imperial guards, who were standing dead guard around the area, but all of them were equally pale. As powerhouses of the Yuan-ing realm, they naturally knew what this power meant. It meant that if the other party wanted to eliminate them, they didn't even need to show their faces and could wipe them out with the snap of a finger. In the face of this strong sword intent, only the Grand Master Sima Yinxiu, who still stood with his back hand behind his back, did not move. However, his ancient eyes also showed a thick concentration and scorn. What a surprise! Within the imperial city, there is even the existence of such a sword immortal. Yi Qing didn't know that the sword he swung on a whim had shaken the entire imperial city. He took his time, drinking as he walked in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Ridge. Halfway through the walk, the pathway leads to a barren forest. Instead, he came face to face with a woman. Stumbling towards him, the woman was dressed in a white robe. with a handsome appearance and an air of innocence. He also carried a sandalwood box in his hand, emitting a ghostly medicinal fragrance, looking like a bone setter. At this moment, the woman's face was full of fear. Her steps were disorganized, and her clothes were still stained with spots of blood. It seemed that something terrible was behind him, chasing him. Yi Qing squinted his eyes and sensed it with a slight feeling. Spirit transformation realm demonic beasts? In the surroundings of the imperial city, it is indeed considered a remarkable great demon. Seeing Yi Qing riding his horse, the woman was as anxious as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, saying, "This gentleman, please save me." Success! Yi Qing reached out and wrapped his arm around his waist, receiving the woman firmly onto the back of the horse. The woman had just let out a slight sigh of relief, but then she saw Yi Qing directly leap off the horse. "What are you doing, my lord?" the woman said in fear. "There is a savage tiger behind me that has chased me for more than 10 miles. That savage tiger drinks blood and kills like a cat, and its Tao has entered the realm of transformation. I just witnessed with my own eyes that it shook to death a dozen Jindan realm demon wolves with just one tiger whistle. You are by no means a match for that savage tiger. Let's run for our lives." Hearing the woman's words, Yi Qing instantly lit up with both eyes. "There's tiger soup, woman? No, big brother, after all I've said, what do you mean by popping up like that?" As he spoke, the savage tiger had already made a violent leap and appeared in front of Yi Qing. This savage tiger, with a body size of 3 zhang long and 1 zhang high, was haunted by a prancing black mist. Yi Qing, however, had a gleam in his eye and said happily, "What a strong muscle. If you make a pot of tiger soup, it will be a good dish for wine." Hearing this, the savage tiger was also confused. "If you don't run away from it, you still want to eat it? Which one of us is the beast? You madman. How dare you?" The savage tiger narrowed its eyes and chimed in coldly, "If you want to eat master, master will chew your bones first. When the demon race reaches the Yuaning realm or above, they have already passed on divine wisdom and can mouth human words." The savage tiger stored up its full strength, and its huge body leaped up high, like a black cloud covering the sky, and ruthlessly pounced on Yi Qing. The woman's heart had despaired and she closed her eyes to look away. However, in the next second, Yi Qing was not tight and swung out a sword. The woman opened her eyes again, and the savage tiger had already been annihilated into pieces. All that was left was the tiger bone, tiger bile, and 2 of the fattest hind leg meats that snapped to the ground. Looking at the savage tiger that had just been unbeatable, it was directly chopped into ingredients by Yi Qing's sword. The woman was stunned, and her mouth grew into an O. How? Surprisingly killed the transformation god realm great demon with just one sword? When did the Daki dynasty appear such a terrifying sword immortal? Just as the woman was surprised, she suddenly felt a wave of animalistic and intimidating pressure coming from her side. She lifted her head to fix her eyes on it and was filled with horror. How is this possible? At this moment, there were actually 3 great demons that appeared in their east, south, and west directions, and were looking at them with murderous anger. 2 of them were also savage tigers of the god transformation realm. On the other hand, the other head was a 100-foot python, covered in scales as black as ink, with blood-red eyes that were ferocious. The aura on his body was clearly the refined void realm. The woman murmured in a trembling voice, "Even in the demon clan, the refined void realm definitely belongs to the leading existence. And yet why is it here? Senior, can you deal with them?" Just now Yi Qing's dominating strength had allowed the woman to still have a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. When she turned her head, however, she nearly didn't cry. Faced with the 3 great demons surrounding him, Yi Qing actually directly stuck his sword on the ground. Picking up the wine gourd at his waist, he drank with gusto. The woman frantically said, "Elder, did you hear what I said? Danger." Yi Qing nodded. "This wine is called Flying Immortal. It is a 100-year-old fine wine passed down from the Yi family's ancestors. And in the entire Daki dynasty, there is only half an altar left. Woman?" Yi Qing took another sip and couldn't help but take a long breath of wine. "This texture, this back sweetness, it's perfect. Cozy. Big brother, what time is it? And you're still in the mood to drink?" Faced with this sense of looseness from Yi Qing, the woman's entire body collapsed a little. In the next second, the 3 demonic beasts simultaneously launched an attack. The blood-eyed python in the east opened its mouth and gushed out a blood-red poisonous mist. The 2 savage tigers, on the other hand, ran directly towards them in a wild pounce and bite. The woman's heart sank abruptly, her face as desperate as death. This is the end of Chapter 6, The 9 Demon Punishing Swords. Ascension Realm Sword Immortal. Chapter 6, The 9 Demon Punishing Swords. Ascension Realm Sword Immortal. Chapter 6, The 9 Demon Punishing Swords. Ascension Realm Sword Immortal. The host drinks the Flying Immortal wine. The progress of the 9 swords of demon execution increases by 20%. Congratulations to the host. The progress of the 9 Swords of Demon Exorcism has reached 100%, and he has successfully mastered the saint-level sword technique. The 9 Swords of Demon Exorcism. The moment Yi Qing opened his eyes, the poisonous mist was already close to him. The 2 savage tigers had also leapt into the air, flashing their sharp fangs and claws. What fresh meat! The corners of Yi Qing's mouth rose slightly as he unhurriedly pulled his sword out of the crack in the ground. First stance. Ice Seal Soul-Fixing Slash. The woman had despaired in her heart, determining that Yi Qing would definitely die from the snake venom even if he wasn't bitten to death by the savage tiger. But then her eyes widened in shock. Yi Qing held his sword in one hand and swung it out in a nonchalant manner. The moment he swung this sword, the temperature around him plummeted. In June, a flake of snow fell in the sky and a cold wind blew. Witnessing this vision of flying snow in June, the giant python and savage tiger felt fear, but it was already too late. A ghostly blue cold aura coalesced around the sword and burst out in all directions. The poisonous mist of the blood-eyed python was directly frozen into a large pile of ice, and it shattered with a thud when touched by the sword blade. The 2 savage tigers, on the other hand, were directly frozen into ice sculptures in mid-air. Yi Qing took an idle step and waved his sword a little. The 2 savage tigers were directly crushed into pieces and vanished into ashes. There was only 1 tiger gall left, and 2 hind legs of meat. Good strong. The woman once again looked dumbfounded and stunned. So just now, Senior is still hiding his strength. Surprisingly, even the attack of a Void Refining Realm Great Demon can be easily defused. Could it be that this Senior is a sword immortal of the Ascension Realm? The blood-eyed python on the side, realizing that it had messed with a character it couldn't afford to mess with, was directly scared out of its wits, immediately opened his mouth and sprayed out a cloud of poisonous mist, wanting to escape into the poisonous mist. Ha! Trying to escape? Yi Qing smiled faintly and swung his sword at the python through the air. Thanks for taking the initiative to come running and add a dish to my drink. The grass around the giant python instantly turned into a chilling layer of ice, and it froze the lower half of his body, directly fixing the python in place, making it difficult to move an inch. Asterisk. The blood-eyed python showed a look of horror and said horrifiedly, "You are actually an Ascension Realm Sword Immortal. The Qi Dynasty. Aren't there only 3 Ascension Realms, and all of them are old things on the verge of dying? Where the hell did you come from, you guy? Go to my penthouse and you can mull it over." Yi Qing smiled faintly, walking nonchalantly to the blood-eyed python and stabbing his sword into his body, taking the wound where the sword pierced into as the starting point. A thick layer of arcane ice instantly froze, slowly spreading from the smallest to the highest. No, don't. The blood-eyed python struggled desperately, but there was no way to stop the ice from spreading. Seeing that the arcane ice had frozen to his neck, the blood-eyed python let out a mournful and unwilling roar. Old me, a great demon of the refined void realm, would die here. Damned Ascending Sword Immortal, even if I turn into a severe ghost, I won't be able to spare you. Leaving behind such an incompetent and furious last words, the entire body of the blood-eyed python was frozen to the ground, unable to make any more sound. Yi Qing was not slow and poked with his sword. The arcane ice shattered, stripping off as much of the thick scales and snakeskin from the blood-eyed python's body as possible. All that was left was the tasty snake meat and bile, still cut into neat segments. Senior, you really are a great power in the Ascension Realm. The woman couldn't help but run to Yi Qing's side and said excitedly, Ascension Realm powerhouses are rare in the current world. Even the deep-rooted Daki dynasty only has 3. Nope, now there are 4. Ascension Realm powerhouses like you are deep-rooted, country-suppressing existences. I really didn't expect that I would have such an honor today to see with my own eyes that I've met an Ascension Realm powerhouse. Facing the woman's starry eyes filled with adoration, Yi Qing did not have the slightest ripple inside. The roast has it. With that, he raised the wine gourd and took another shallow sip. Host drinks flying fairy wine. Sword Dao Sense plus 503. Woman. It's true. Ascension Realm powerhouses are all a bit strange and aloof. The woman gathered enough courage and introduced herself. Senior, my name is Qin Shui. Thank you for saving my life today. I will definitely repay you. Qin Shui? Yi Qing thought briefly and said tentatively, seeing that your breath isn't ordinary. Rumor has it that there is a divine doctor in the eastern state, also named Qin Shui. That's exactly what I am. To be known by Yi Qing made Qin Shui feel intensely flattered. Yi Qing, on the other hand, just nodded without being overly surprised. Even if he had stayed at home for years and lived deep in his house, he had heard of the name of the Snow Divine Doctor. This woman is the most famous strange woman in Dakian. Although his cultivation was not high, he was proficient in the art of healing, and his hands were wonderful. In addition, he was also quite accomplished in the fields of divination, elixir, and array formation. All in all, a very versatile player. The other party took the initiative to introduce themselves, and it was not good for them to be too cold. So Yi Qing also said lightly, Yi Qing. Senior Yi has met Senior Yi. Qin Shui excitedly said. The latecomer came to the imperial city this time because he was invited by the Empress to check her pulse and cure her. Yi Qing was a bit speechless. Who asked you? This statement, however, also made him ponder in his mind. The Daki Empress Chu Qingyan, at only 25 years old, had reached the peak of the Mahayana. With his own exceptional talent, coupled with the most abundant royal resources, he was likely to become yet another Ascension realm powerhouse. However, Yi Qing was disgusted with this woman. Originally, the late Emperor Chu Yang was in the day, remembering the reuse of the Yi family, and was quite generous to their Yi family. But ever since the late emperor died and Chu Qingyan took the throne, the Yi family was considered completely abandoned. Not only are all kinds of cultivation resources fully exempted, even the monthly salary silver has been cut by more than half. Sort of a rendition of the words unloading a donkey. I don't know if it's because she's done too many unethical things, but Chu Qingyan has suffered from a strange kind of heart disease ever since she ascended to the imperial throne. Normally, it has no effect, but when it does, it is heartbreaking and painful. I didn't expect her to invite Qin Shui here to cure herself. This woman, she's really shrewd. Qin Shui gathered enough courage and asked carefully, Senior, there are still dozens of miles to go to the imperial city here. Can the junior walk with you? Whatever. Yi Qing walked up to himself and collected all the loot that he had just fought into his storage ring, confirming that this meat was enough to feed himself for several meals. He didn't bother to run to the 10,000 Demon Ridge again. With a direct strangle of the reins, he rode his horse and brought Qin Shui back to the imperial city with him. On the way back, Qin Shui couldn't help but say excitedly, Senior, the imperial ice sword technique that you just used is just too powerful. You must have seen through the weaknesses of those demonic beasts. That's why you used the imperial ice sword technique against them, right? No. Yi Qing shook his head, because chilled tiger meat and snake meat have a firmer texture. Qin Shui, Elder Cowpokes. Chapter 7 with you guys. You're worthy of searching the Yi family? Chapter 7 with you guys. You're worthy of searching the Yi family? Chapter 7 with you guys. You're worthy of searching the Yi family? On the other hand, the commotion within the White Deer Academy was still not over. Shinro had suffered such a big loss and did not intend to just let it go. The boys under her command, though, are still at her beck and call. However, after witnessing Wang Xian's tragic death, no one dared to use force against Yilinger and get themselves into trouble. Fortunately, Yilinger seemed to be too lazy to bother with them shrimp soldiers. After resolving Wang Xian, he returned to his seat and read to himself. Shinro didn't dare to take the initiative to find trouble with her, so she could only just watch her in the classroom. Seeing that it was time for school to end, Yilinger packed her book bag and prepared to leave. Shinro was in a hurry and could only stop her stiffly. You can't leave, Yilinger faintly said. What? You want to die? Yilinger, don't think that today's matter can be passed so simply. Shinro still had a stiff upper lip and coldly said, You stole my bracelet, broke one of my legs, and committed a murder in public, killing senior brother Wang Xian. I don't believe that within this White Deer Academy, you can still be lawless and no one can control you. Just then, a middle-aged man walked in and asked suspiciously, It's already the end of the school day, why aren't you guys leaving yet? Seeing this man, Shinro and the others instantly all felt like they were grabbing onto a life-saving straw, and each of them felt like they were relieved. Mr. Lu, you're finally here. This man was their teacher, Lu Yuan. As a teacher of the White Deer Academy, Lu Yuan's cultivation had reached the Yuaning realm, and he was among the proper experts. Moreover, Shinro knew that Lu Yuan was a disciple of her father, Shinru. Immediately, he was helped forward by two boys, crying, Sir, you have to do right by Zoe. Seeing the serious injury at Shinro's calf, Lu Yuan frowned tightly and asked in a deep voice, Roar, who did this to beat you like this? It's her. Shinro pointed at Yilinger and said aggrievedly, She stole the bracelet my mother gave me, embraced martial arts to show her aggression, and injured me. Just now, senior brother Wang Xian tried to help me out, but she also brutally killed him without a word. Mr. Lu, this kind of person with an evil heart is bound to be a scourge in the future. You must abolish her and expel her from the White Deer Academy. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's face suddenly turned gloomy. Yilinger, is that what happened? Yilinger was calm and unruffled, and faintly said, It was she who slandered me. What a load of crap. Lu Yuan angrily rebuked. What kind of person is Miss Zoe? Would she slander you? Taking a step back, even if she did slander you, could you have committed murder in the schoolhouse? The White Deer Academy, a place where sages have been taught for 500 years, can't tolerate sins. Today, I'll definitely waste you. A vicious and ferocious person with an evil heart. Rio 1 wasn't interested, at all, in investigating what the truth of the matter really was. After all, the difference between these two people was just too skillful. Shinro is the daughter of the minister's residence, and is loved as if she were a pearl in the palm of her hand by her own mentor. She had suffered so much within the academy, and if she didn't help her out, how could her benefactor spare her? On the contrary, although Yi Linger came from the Yi family, the Yi family has now long since lost its former glory. There's only one drunk and easy king left. Can he still turn the world upside down? Lu Yuan's expression was gloomy and murderous as he slowly walked towards Yi Linger with his hands behind his back. You're also aiding and abetting. Facing Lu Yuan's approach, Yi Linger's face did not change as she offered a fiery sword from her storage ring. You still dare to show your blades in front of master? Against you. Lu Yuan teasingly laughed, directly sacrificed the teaching ruler blade, instantly moved in front of Shinro, raised the ruler and hit. As a Yuaning powerhouse, he originally thought that it would be easy to pin down Yi Linger, a little brat. However, it was only in the next second, when the sword burned the teaching ruler to ashes and stabbed it directly into his chest cavity, that a strong look of fear spread across Lu Yuan's face. What? This sword is actually a holy rank? You little brat. How did you get a saint-ranked blade in your hand? Yi Linger's face was expressionless as she faintly said, this was given to me by father. Father said that no matter whoever dares to bully the Yi family and bully me, they can be abolished. As the words fell, Yi Linger poured her spiritual energy into the fire spirit sword. A blazing fiery power spread from the blade of the sword and burst out within Lu Yuan's body. Instantly, Lu Yuan's tendons and dantian were burned to ashes. Lu Yuan let out a mournful wail and fell to the ground with a thud, his body covered in prancing white smoke. His powerful cultivation at the Yuaning realm was actually directly shattered by Yi Linger's sword, turning him into an invalid. The entire academy was instantly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, looking at Yi Linger with an expression as if they were looking at a monster. Yi Linger, you crazy? Shinro was horrified. Even Mr. Lu, you dare to make a move. He deserves it for being old and bullying the young. Yi Linger put away her fire spirit sword and said indifferently, you guys, do you still want to stop me? The few boys who were guarding the doorway all instantly had a jolt, each retreating as far away as they could. Even Mr. Lu Yuan was wasted by Yi Linger. If any of them pokes and prods any longer, they are really tired of living. Suddenly, a strong aura greeted them, causing every student to feel a gust of suffocation. Yi Linger's eyebrows knitted slightly as she stood still for a moment. A middle-aged man in a long shirt with white hair came from the distance with his hands behind his back. The aura of a transformation god realm expert emanating from his body caused all the students to be silenced by it. Vice President of the White Deer Academy, Song Yuanshan. Seeing Song Yuanshan's arrival, Shinro, who had already despaired, finally reappeared with an excited expression. The expert who could clean up Yi Linger had finally arrived. Looking at Lu Yuan, who was fainted by the shocking waste, Song Yuanshan frowned and asked in a deep voice, what's going on here? Dean Song, thank goodness you're here. Shinro wiped her tears and came to Song Yuanshan's side, crying, Yi Linger, she is crazy. Not only did she steal my bracelet and break one of my legs, but she was also a bully in the schoolhouse, having just killed senior brother Wang Xian, and now scrapping Mr. Lu. It's simply outrageous. I beg Dean Song to take the lead and lead us to search the royal residence and punish this thief. Yi Linger stole your bracelet? Song Yuanshan was slightly stunned. His face abruptly sank. Ridiculous. The Yi family is full of loyalty and has lived a clean and peaceful life. Would they not engage in stealing chickens and dogs? Even if the Yi family is in decline nowadays, it's absolutely impossible for them to do such a deed. Also, when the heroes of the Yi family were doing their duty for their country and dying in battle on the border, you and the rest of these little dolls had not yet blossomed. Search the royal residence. Do you deserve it? Chapter 8, Carefree Wine. Rare in the world. Chapter 8, Carefree Wine. Rare in the world. Chapter 8, Carefree Wine. Rare in the world. Shinro originally thought that she had finally looked forward to a backer. However, he was directly dumbfounded by Song Yuanshan's vocal and angry rebuke. What's the situation? Obviously Song Yuanshan, who was also his father's disciple, went out from their Qin house. How dare Song Yuanshan not help himself and turn toward Yi Linger? After hearing these words from Song Yuanshan, a trace of warmth finally flowed out of Yi Linger's icy eyes as well. At least in the entire White Deer Academy, there were people who were on her side. At least there were people who remembered the Yi family as heroes who had served their country with loyalty and full of loyalty. She couldn't help the redness in her eyes and bowed slightly to Song Yuanshan from the bottom of her heart. Dean Song, thank you. Linger, you don't need to say thank you. Song Yuanshan said with a straight face, I believe in the Yi family's family motto, and I believe that the children of the Yi family would never practice chicken and dog behavior. In addition, I will investigate your disagreement with Wang Xian and Lu Yuan, so you can leave first. Yi Linger nodded and was about to leave when she heard a bellowing cry. Wait! The crowd glanced sideways, but they saw another middle-aged man of the transformation god realm, instantly arriving inside the classroom. This middle-aged man was the other vice president of the White Deer Academy, Chen Hai. Chen Hai stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, mutilating fellow disciples, deceiving the master. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to just walk away from such a big mess, is it? Song Yuanshan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Chen Hai, what do you mean by that? Every classroom in the academy is equipped with a retention stone. We can call up the shadow retaining stone to see what just happened, and we will know whether Yi Linger struck first in the party, or Wang Xian and Lu Yuan did so first. Dean Song, let's not talk about Wang Xian and Lu Yuan. Chen Hai had been secretly checking out the situation and knew the ins and outs of what had just happened, so he didn't follow this conversation down. We now only talk about Yi Linger stealing Qin Rose jade bracelet. The White Deer Academy is a place of holy learning. If rumor spreads that it teaches out the lowly vermin, won't it tarnish the academy's reputation? In my opinion, why don't we just go ahead and search the royal residence as Qin Rose said? Saying that, Chen Hai also looked at Yi Linger and smiled faintly. The reason for this is also to return your Yi family's innocence, isn't it? Yi Linger was directly exasperated by Chen Hai's shameless words. Qin Rose falsely accused her of stealing and could not produce any evidence, but told her, the wronged person, to prove her innocence. Where in heaven's name is this possible? Chen Hai, the Easy King's residence, full of loyalists, how can we allow you to trespass? Song Yuanshan said in a cold voice, you're worried about the White Deer School's reputation being tarnished. Aren't you afraid of corrupting the Yi family's reputation? Seeing Song Yuanshan's strong attitude, he didn't have the slightest intention of giving in. Chen Hai couldn't insist, so he only sneered and said, in that case, then we'll see to it that we inform His Majesty of this matter tomorrow, and see how His Majesty will handle it. Whether Yi Linger has committed theft, whether she has mutilated her fellow disciples, whether she has deceived her teacher and destroyed her ancestor, there will be a fair judgment in the courtroom tomorrow. Yi Linger finally couldn't help herself and said in a cold voice, I didn't deceive my teacher. The fault lies with them. Father said that the world is a big place, and the strong are honored. They are not strong enough, and they dare to falsely accuse me, even if they are killed or injured. They deserve it. You. Chen Hai was so angry that his face turned red as he angrily rebuked. Sins. The other students, on the other hand, were all speechless. The strongest is honored, and it is true that it is an eternal and unchanging law in this world. The question is, isn't your father, the Easy King, a lousy drunkard who can't hold his own? Where did he get the courage to teach you that the strongest man is the strongest man? Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Yi Linger directly put on her backpack and left in style. Even if she knew that Chen Hai was looking at her with a murderous gaze, she was not afraid in the slightest. With her current strength, she could not yet defeat Chen Hai of the Transformation God Realm. But she has Daddy. A mere Transformation God Realm was nothing more than an ant that could be destroyed with the snap of a finger in front of an Ascension powerhouse. Slander me? Have you asked the sword in my father's hand if it answered? Qin Rose hid behind Chen Hai, both of her eyes staring at Yi Linger's back, her eyes filled with a strong sense of viciousness and resentment. How could she not expect that Yi Linger, who was usually quiet, was already a Yuan-ing realm expert? The slander of himself, unsuccessful notwithstanding. Instead, it made her the jumper. Qin Rose secretly resolved in her heart that she must take revenge no matter what. Even if you, Yi Linger, are at the Yuan-ing realm, so what? The Daki dynasty, with its many lineages, was not something that could be decided by a single man alone. The Yi family is now left with only a disposable drunkard who has long been reduced to an outcast, and her father, but His Majesty's Eyes of the Red Man, a person under the people of the Prime Minister. With the patronage and favoritism of Her Majesty the Empress, she still can't clean up a tiny Yi Linger like you? Yi Qing had originally planned to leave Qin Shui behind once he entered the city. However, Qin Shui kept yakking and chatting with him, with no intention of dismounting at all. Unable to do anything else, Yi Qing had no choice but to bring the Snow Divine Doctor back home. The Easy King's house? Looking at the Yi family mansion's expansive gates, Qin Shui couldn't help but look surprised. So Senior Yi is an heir to the Yi family? Yes. Yi Qing nodded, not bothering to talk more nonsense with Qin Shui. Walking into the courtyard, he fetched the loot from the party's fight. Half of them were hung in the yard, smoked over and dried as bacon to be eaten slowly. The other half is simply reshaped, put into a pot and developed with various herbs and spices. Qin Shui was like a follower, always following behind Yi Qing. I didn't realize that not only is Senior Ye's sword skill amazing in the world, but he is also so handy when it comes to doing these household chores. Qin Shui admiringly lamented, but her expression gradually became a bit odd, because she realized that Yi Qing really loves drinking too much. Just kept drinking it sip by sip along the way. When I came back, I was still drinking, too, drinking while lighting the fire and curing the meat. In the light of a short incense stick, he drank a full 2 gourds of wine. It's almost as if you drink water more often than a normal person. Qin Shui couldn't help but ask cautiously, Senior Yi, do you like drinking so much? Aha. Yi Qing nodded indubitably. Qin Shui took out 3 brocade gourds from her storage ring. I have 3 jugs of forgetfulness wine here, brewed by the Central State wine sage, Carefree son. This is called forgetfulness. There are only 10 altars under the sky, and it is rumored that 1 cup can relieve 1,000 sorrows. I was also the one who, by chance, cured a harmonization realm senior, and he left these 3 jugs of wine to repay me. Today, Senior saved Senior's life, so Senior would like to honor Senior with these 3 jugs of wine as a small token of appreciation. Looking at the 3 exquisite wine gourds handed over by Qin Shui, Yi Qing was instantly brightened up. He had also heard of the name of the wine saint Carefree son. This man's winemaking skills are exceptional and unique in the world. Not only is the craftsmanship superb, but the materials used are also very sophisticated, and each jar of wine brewed is a priceless product. Yi Qing had long wanted to taste this person's craftsmanship, but the remoteness of the Central State, and he was really lazy to go out of the imperial city, so there has been no chance to visit. I didn't realize that today there would be such an unexpected pleasure. Yi Qing couldn't help but secretly look forward to it in his heart. What will these 3 jugs of forgetfulness get themselves into? Chapter 9, Protecting the Divine Phoenix, the Phoenix of Fire. Chapter 9, Protecting the Divine Phoenix, the Phoenix of Fire. Chapter 9, Protecting the Divine Phoenix, the Phoenix of Fire. Dr. Snow, can you help me go to the storehouse over there and bring out the roaster? Okay, Elder. I'm on my way. Qin Shui came to the warehouse and pulled open the door. The dusty and musty smell that hit her nearly choked her. Ahem. How long has it been since Senpai cleaned this? Let's see. The grill is at. Qin Shui searched up and down the storehouse for a while. In the end, his gaze fixed on a tripod in the corner, and his expression became somewhat complicated. This tripod, she had read about it in medical texts. The divine cauldron of departing flame, handed down by the Pill King's ancestor, the sage of departing flame, an upper-grade alchemy artifact of the holy rank. It was rumored that by using this cauldron, it was possible to refine a 9th-grade immortal medicine that had been lost in the current world. The toaster oven that the previous poster is talking about would not be. Qin Shui forced down the shock in her heart and tried her best not to act like a bumpkin in front of her seniors. Silently, he carried this divine tripod of departing fire out of the storehouse, cleaned it slightly, and sent it to Yi Qing. Well, it's finally time to bake. Yi Qing grinned and waved his index and middle fingers, and blazing flames instantly burned below the divine cauldron. Qin Shui. Samadhi fire. The flame that Yi Qing summoned was actually the secret technique of the Tao sect, the Samadhi true flame. The Samadhi flame that could burn away all the evil of demonic beasts was actually used to roast meat. Ascension realm powerhouses are really capricious. Under Qin Shui's shocked gaze, Yi Qing took out a few more herbs from his storage ring. Celestial ranked top grade spirit medicine, Star spirit grass, King rank middle grade spirit medicine, Dragon blood ginseng, King's rank upper grade elixir, Jade dew condensation. Various kinds of valuable and precious medicinal herbs that were worth a lot of money were hard to find on Qin Shui's weekdays. At this moment, Yi Qing unexpectedly took them all out and threw them into the stone jar in a brain. Watching Yi Qing pound all these heavenly materials into powder like garlic, Qin Shui only felt like her insides were dripping blood. What a luxury! What a waste! The famous medicine that could refine a 7th-grade immortal pill was used as a spice for grilling meat. If her master saw that, he would definitely have to vomit blood directly in anger. After pouring the powder of the medicinal herbs into the divine fire god's tripod, the entire courtyard instantly wafted a strong medicinal fragrance. Yi Qing took out another water capsule and poured the crystal clear water into the tripod. Qin Shui could tell at a glance that the water contained in this sack was the spring water from the world's #1 peak, the Fountain of Youth. It is rumored that if you drink a sip of it, you can prolong your life and keep your face youthful. Qin Shui was a lady of the house, and her every move paid the most attention to reserve. However, since stepping into the Yi mansion, she had been shocked out of her mind more times than in her entire life combined. She could never be blamed for having long hair and making a fuss. It was really Yi Qing's behavior that was too much of a loser. So many precious heavenly materials were all used as condiments for grilled meat. Even the Daki Empress didn't have such a grandiose gesture. Yi Qing sat in front of the divine fire god cauldron and waited patiently. Only after the ageless spring water had completely melted with the various medicinal herbs did he unhurriedly put the savage tiger meat, the giant python meat, a complete tiger skeleton, as well as 2 tiger gallbladders and a snake gallbladder. One by one, into the cauldron. The fat tiger meat was roasted to the point of being moist with oil, and the snake meat gave off its unique aroma. Yi Qing took a deep sniff and nodded with a satisfied smile. Dr. Snow, how is it? My handiwork is not bad, right? Qin Shui, who was on the side, had her entire body numbed. All that was left was an awkward smile and a nod. Not bad, not bad. She couldn't help but think dark thoughts in her mind. So many heavenly materials and so many superb alchemy cauldrons, not to mention these good meat. Even if you throw in a cobbler, you can make a superb delicacy. Yi Qing sipped his wine while patiently turning the meat, enjoying the process of roasting the meat. Seeing that all the meat in the tripod had been roasted to a crisp on the outside, he was planning to savor it. Suddenly, a cry came from mid-air. A bird came from outside, flying into the mansion. Qin Shui glanced up and became disinterested. The bird was not small, and just a few inches smaller than an eagle. But the look, it's really not complimentary. The feathers on his body were half red, half white and messy, making him look dirty at first glance. A pair of eyes were also cloudy, not the least bit as sharp as an eagle's. It's not exactly disgusting, but it's definitely a solidly ugly bird. Qin Shui thought it was just a mediocre bird that was attracted in by the smell of meat, so she didn't care. However, the ugly bird flew above them, but swooped right down. It landed steadily on Yi Qing's shoulder, as if it was well acquainted with him. White, craving again? Yi Qing touched the feathers on the ugly bird and laughed. This nose of yours? It's really better than a dog's. Qin Shui froze and asked carefully. Senior, do you know each other? Recognize. Yi Qing smiled faintly. Divine Dr. Shui, do you know that in the Deqi Empire, there is a divine phoenix that protects the country? Of course I know, Qin Shui said without thinking. The Deqi dynasty's protector god Phoenix, honored as the Fire Phoenix King, is the dignity of 100 birds? I've heard that his Tao has reached the realm of ascension, and not only is his strength strong, but his status is equal to that of the great Qi King. Yi Qing smiled faintly. Not bad, Divine Dr. Snow is really knowledgeable. There's one thing you shouldn't know, though, Little White, the very heir of that divine phoenix. What? Qin Shui immediately stared incredulously. This bird is the heir of the Fire Phoenix King? It's one of the colder traits of their clan, and they're all ugly looking when they're young, but when it reaches maturity, it will undergo its first nirvana and be reborn in fire, turning into the graceful and magnificent 9 heavenly fire phoenix. Yi Qing didn't mind Little White's ugliness at all, and stroked its little head with compassion. It's also a gene that the phoenix race has etched into their bloodline to protect themselves. It's because of his ugly looks that most people don't recognize Kahaku, so he can grow up carefree and not be coveted by jackals. Qin Shui was on the sidelines, and had long since frozen in hearing. She did once hear that the protector phoenix of the Deqi dynasty was quite close to the Yi family's ancestor. Xiao Bai was the heir of the protector god Phoenix. His status was naturally extraordinary, but in front of Yi Qing, it was as docile and well-behaved as a pet. From this, it was even more evident how unfathomable Yi Qing was. Chatter! Little White looked at the fresh meat in the tripod and fluttered his wings excitedly. White, don't worry, there's still one last flavor of spice left. Yi Qing smiled faintly and took out another gourd from his storage ring and poured some into the tripod. The aroma of the wine collides with the roasted meat and the samadhi fire, bursting forth with tantalizing aromas that touch the taste buds. The roast was finished. Yi Qing first cut a piece of tiger meat for Xiao Bai. With that, he cut off a piece of snake meat himself and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. Fragrant. The flesh of a void refining realm great demon is indeed the most tender. Seeing one person and one bird eating so sweetly, Qin Shui couldn't help but gulp. Yi Qing cut off a piece of meat and said with a faint smile, Divine Dr. Snow, if you don't mind, eat some together? Thank you, senior. I won't need it. Qin Shui just wanted to politely refuse, but her stomach rumbled in an untimely manner. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, and her body was honest enough to take the meat handed by Yi Qing and take a small bite. Yummy! The aroma of medicine, meat, fire, and a hint of wine. It's truly superb. Qin Shui realized that she had only bitten a small piece of meat, and the spiritual energy in her body had unexpectedly increased by a large amount, and his cultivation, which had been stagnant for many years, began to rise slowly. But then, Qin Shui was not surprised. After all, this was the essence of so many heavenly treasures, brought together. Even if it was made into a roast, it was definitely a great chance. At this time, it happened that Yi Linger came home from school and came in from outside, smelling the aroma of meat in the courtyard. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Daddy got meat again. Chapter 10, Godless Artifact. Regulus Sword. Chapter 10, Godless Artifact. Regulus Sword. Chapter 10, Godless Artifact. Regulus Sword. Yi Linger walked into the courtyard just in time to see the harmonious scene of Yi Qing, Qin Shui and Little White sitting by the fireplace and eating roasted meat. Linger, you're finally back. Yi Qing beckoned and smiled. Father happened to have just roasted the meat. Come and eat. Yi Linger put her school bag down, came to sit beside Yi Qing, looked suspiciously at Qin Shui on the side, and asked, Father, who is this sister? This is our house guest. Without waiting for Yi Qing's introduction, Qin Shui took the initiative to smile and speak. Hello little sister. My name is Qin Shui. Just call me Sister Shui. I didn't realize that Senior had such a lovely Qian Jean. It's really enviable. Yi Linger's addition to the party made the barbecue party even more cordial. Yi Qing was drinking wine, eating meat, and enjoying the evening breeze. Qin Shui, on the other hand, was like a good wife and mother, taking the initiative to be responsible for turning the meat, refilling the water, playing wine for Yi Qing and other chores. Yi Linger and Little White had also been very familiar for a long time, holding Little White in her arms, stroking his head for a while, feeding him a piece of meat for a while. At first glance, it simply looks like it's a happy family with a small pet. After eating, the three men and a bird sat down in the genus and drank tea and cooled off. Well, to be precise, only Qin Shui drinks tea. Yi Qing drank wine and Yi Linger drank milk. Cozy. Yi Qing had a moment of coziness and lazily stretched his waist, enjoying the rare years of peace and quiet. Yi Linger held Little White with some apprehension and hesitation in her heart. She was torn between telling Dad about the academy. It was rare for Father to be so happy, and today was Father's birthday, so she didn't want to disturb his mood. However, her father had told her that he would always be her strongest backer, and that she must tell the truth about anything. Hesitating again and again, Yi Linger still didn't hide it. Father, today I was at the academy and was falsely accused. What? Hearing this, Yi Qing's eyes widened and the mouthful of wine he had just taken into his mouth directly choked out. Little White in Yi Linger's arms also blared and blew up in God's synchronization, showing a look of indignation. Linger, quickly tell me, who is so bold as to dare to falsely accuse you? It was Qin Ro from our class who falsely accused me of stealing the bracelet her mother gave her. Yi Linger recounted the matter of her being falsely accused. Qin Shui was also on the sidelines, listening attentively. After Yi Qing heard this, he frowned. So, what did you do? Yi Linger truthfully said, broke one of Qin Ro's legs and killed Wang Shen, who was an enabler, wasted Master Lu, who was pulling the strings, and disliked that moralistic Dean Chen. After saying that, Yi Linger blinked her eyes and said somewhat aggrievedly, that Shenhai even said that he would have to come and search our house in order to prove my innocence. Daddy, you don't blame me, do you? Qin Shui's entire body went numb as she listened. Nice guy, she called out to the good guys straight away. Truly worthy of being the daughter nurtured by an Ascension Realm powerhouse. It really isn't simple. This kind of battle record is simply formidable. However, putting Senior Yi aside, Linger's own strength was already quite enough to fight. At only 16 years old, he had reached the Yuan-ing realm. It made her, a 23-year-old Foundation Establishment realm, genuinely a bit sweaty. Qin Shui can only say, nice work. Of course Daddy doesn't blame you. Yi Qing smiled and touched Yi Linger's head. You did a great job. You didn't disgrace our Yi family. Although he didn't blame Yi Linger, his heart was secretly pondering. From the attitudes of Lu Yuan, Chen Hai and the others, it seemed that this matter was by no means a quarrel between little girls. Rather, there is someone driving behind it. Qin Ro, the daughter of Chancellor Qin Ru. Qin Ru was a sophisticated man with 8 faces. Even if they couldn't look at their Yi family, they wouldn't easily offend them. Unless, is something else. The Yi family is now long gone, and the family is penniless. If anything, there was some precious treasure that was worthy of them coming to search for it in the name of searching the family. I'm afraid that on the bright side, there is only that godless artifact, the Regulus sword. Qin Ru, did he set this up for that sword? Or is it that there is an authorization from the Empress behind this? Ha, really deceiving no one in my Yi family. Yi Qing smiled coldly and muttered, a family full of loyalty, going to die in the sands, and then they get this kind of treatment in return. Chu Qingyan, you're really deceiving people. Yi Linger was puzzled. Father, what did you say? Nothing. Yi Qing waved his hand and asked with a faint smile. Linger, what else did they say? They said that they were going to take this matter to the Empress. Yi Linger replied. It also said that tomorrow, at the White Deer Academy, I will be judged and punished. Yi Qing smiled. Then what are you going to do? I'm going to teach them a lesson. Yi Linger clenched her small pink fists and said angrily, this group of villains, they should all be beaten. Well said. Yi Qing's spirit lifted and he said aloud, Father supports you. After saying that, Yi Qing took out a long sword from his storage ring. The body of the sword was ancient and heavy, as if it came from a distant eternity. It seemed ordinary and plain, but it contained an infinite imperial might. Qin Shui took a careful look and was shocked into a dark chill. Yi Qing smiled faintly and said, "Linger, this sword is called Xian Yuan, and it is the only treasure passed down from my Yi family's ancestors. This Xian Yuan sword is a godless artifact above the Emperor's artifact, although you can't fully harness it. As long as you activate a strand of its power, it won't be a problem to chop down a transformation god. No godware." Qin Shui was secretly astonished in her heart. Godless artifacts, above imperial artifacts, second only to divine artifacts that only existed in legends. In the entire Daqi dynasty, there were only two of them. One is the Zhenghua divine artifact, the cauldron of All-Mother's breath. It was placed in the temple of the Daqi dynasty to suppress evil and continue the dragon vein, and even the female emperor could not be touched lightly. The other thing is this Regulus sword. For a while, Qin Shui's heart was a bit complicated. A fight between children, to the point of directly inviting out the godless artifact. Looking at the world, I'm afraid there's no one more protective of their children than their predecessors. Linger, tomorrow, you will bring this sword and go to school at the academy. Yi Qing laughed lightly. When you arrive at the academy, if you feel bad, you can just go on a killing spree. That bull vice dean of the god transformation realm. If he dares to pull any punches again, you'll just behead him. Even if you break the sky, you'll have dad to hold you up. Yi Linger nodded and asked, "Father, then what if someone above the transformation god realm makes a move?" Yi Qing grinned. "Then leave it to father." Only then did Yi Linger feel relieved and nodded excitedly. "Good, father, tomorrow, we, father and daughter, will kill the white deer school in a big way." At that moment, White fluttered his wings a few times and squawked anxiously. Yi Linger said, "Father, Little White also wants to tag along." Yi Qing smiled. "Good, then bring Little White along." Watching father and daughter, in the calmest of tones, say the most horrible things, Qin Shui couldn't help but secretly shiver. "I am afraid that tomorrow, the White Deer School, no, the Daqi dynasty, are going to set off a bloody storm. The predecessor of an Ascension realm powerhouse? The daughter of a Yuan-ing realm. There was also Little White, who was also the heir of the Ascension realm Fire Phoenix King. The one who offended them, the girl named Qin Ro." Qin Shui could only sigh sympathetically. Chapter 11 Facts aside, she's not a bit wrong? Chapter 11 Facts aside, she's not a bit wrong? Chapter 11 Facts aside, she's not a bit wrong? Night. Yi Linger, Daddy, I'm hungry. White, chatter. Looking at the two little guys, full of pity came in front of Yi Qing begging to be fed. Qin Shui, who was on the side, could not help but be filled with tears and laughter. It was clear that she had just eaten an hour ago, and she was still full even now. It seems that the Yuan-ing realm is not only powerful, but its meal capacity is also much stronger than hers. But with how much Yi Qing doted on his children, it was definitely impossible to let them starve. He immediately instructed Qin Shui to re-erect the divine cauldron of departing fire and ignite it with samadhi flame. The demon tiger meat and python meat that had just been eaten by Yi Linger and Little White had already been eaten up. Yi Qing then took out a piece of Xian ice from his storage ring, refining the Xian ice with the samadhi flame. Inside was the meat of two tender beast legs. It's so true that seniors use this method to keep their meat fresh. As Qin Shui was lamenting, she suddenly noticed the dark purple scales covering the flesh and immediately showed surprise. "This scale, and this scent, elder, this can't be the meat of the heavenly dragon clan, right?" Yi Qing nodded. "I guess so." Inside Qin Shui's heart, an instantaneous uproar set off. The celestial dragon clan is one of the strongest clans amongst the demon clan, occupying the position of hegemony all year round. Because their strength is too domineering and strong, they are perennially entrenched in the demon realm, never bothering to set foot on earth. The only record is that 3 years ago, a heavenly demon giant dragon of the flying sky realm had appeared in the central state, the very bloodline of the heavenly dragon clan, and was rumored to have been killed by a sword immortal. Speaking of which, Qin Shui's small mouth grew into an O shape. Shocked. "Seniors, it won't be this head, right? Maybe." Yi Qing ignored Qin Shui's shock and silently took out various heavenly materials to grind the spices. Qin Shui, however, was even more shocked and said excitedly, "Legend has it that at that time, that demonic giant dragon went around in the central state and killed countless people. In order to guard the central state, the Ascension realm powerhouse of the Yaoyue Holy Land, Grand Elder Yaoyue, personally took the initiative to lead the current generation of holy daughters of the Yaoyue Holy Land to go and eradicate the demonic dragon. But the strength of that demonic dragon was too strong, and the two women from the Yaoqi Holy Land were unable to injure the demonic dragon at all, and were instead forced into a desperate situation. In the nick of time, A mysterious sword immortal suddenly descended and killed the demon dragon with a single sword, saving them. Yi Qing scratched his head. It seems like there is such a thing. Senior, you're just too marvelous. Qin Shui instantly transformed into a little fangirl once again, her eyes shining with stars. Surprisingly, even one of the 7 great sacred grounds, Yaoqi's sacred ground, owes you such a huge favor. Possessing this level of relationship, even if Senior arrives in the central state, he is bound to be admired by millions of people. In the world today, there are 7 holy places. All of them have thousands of years of inherited heritage, with tens of thousands of disciples under their doors. All of them had many Ascension realm powerhouses in attendance and possessed at least one godless artifact as the treasure of the clan. Any random holy land that came out would be enough to fight against a country. And what was outrageous was that these 7 holy places were all located in the central state. It was rumored that these 7 holy places were also connected to the immortals above the Ascension. As long as the talent is sufficiently superior to the pride of heaven, there is even a chance to be directly selected by the immortals to cultivate in the upper world. Because of this, the central state was a paradise that all cultivators of the world dreamed of. In comparison, the 4 major states of the East, West, South, North and South are going to be slightly shabby. The Daki dynasty, for example, sits on the most bountiful and fertile land in the eastern continent. Under the desperate effectiveness of the great clans led by the Yi family, it was already considered the strongest country in the eastern state. However, even if Great Qi poured out all of its national strength, if it were to go to war with the Yaoqi Holy Land, it would not be easy to tell who the deer would die. Aside from Di Qi, there were quite a few powerful countries in the eastern state. For example, De Chu, De Feng, De Yin. All of these dynasties had extraordinary power, strong family backgrounds, and had long coveted the rich and fertile land of the Daki dynasty. If there is no Yi family and other families, I'm afraid that now, Daki dynasty has long been divided by these wolves eaten up. Learning that Yi Qing was the sword immortal who had killed the demon dragon back then, Qin Shui's admiration and worship for him became even more overwhelming like a river. After the demon dragon meat was roasted, Yi Linger and Little White immediately ate it sweetly. That smells good. Father, this dragon meat is much more flavorful than that tiger and snake meat. Fragrant, you just eat more and grow up fast. Yi Qing smiled and touched Yi Linger's head, picked up the wine gourd and tried to take a sip, but realized that he had already drank it all. Qin Shui said with great insight, Elder, I'll help you hit the bar. No need. Yi Qing took out a brocade cord that Qin Shui had just given him from his storage ring and laughed. It's just right to go with the dragon meat and taste how your carefree wine tastes. Saying that, Yi Qing opened the wine gourd and tilted his neck to smother a large mouthful. The sweet and refreshing flavor stretches from the tongue and the dense aroma of the wine fills the entire mouth. Good wine. Yi Qing's 2 eyes lit up, and he said happily, it's really worthy of being the masterpiece of the wine saint Wushuzi. And it's true that a cup of wine can relieve 1,000 sorrows. The host drinks the worry-free wine. Sword Heart Sense plus 10,086. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Emperor-level mind technique, the Great Diffraction Divine Skill. The Great Diffraction Divine Skill allows the host to quickly concentrate his mental power in a split second and enter a state of absolute concentration and forgetfulness. In the state of forgetfulness, the degree of spirit power majesty can be greatly increased, causing all sword techniques to be strengthened. Yi Qing had a pleased look on his face and nodded with a satisfied smile. Sure enough, no matter what the drink, it's always the first time you drink it that works best. The Great Diffraction Divine Skill, in a duel between the following, could be quite notable. But nowadays, looking at the entire De Qi, it was difficult to find an existence whose strength was stronger than Yi Qing's. So this Gong method, for the time being, would not be of much use. However, after comprehending the Great Diffraction Divine Skill, Yi Qing felt that his sword heart was further sublimated. It was very, very close to the immortal realm that he had dreamed of. As long as he, himself, can successfully attain immortality, from now on, there will be no place in the world where he can't go, and no one will be his enemy. Meanwhile, inside the Sangha, Shinro was lying on the bed, crying tears like rain. Father, that Yi Linger is just too much. She's a girl, how can she strike so hard? Even if I slandered her, she can't break one of my legs. Facts aside, isn't she at fault at all? A middle-aged man in a python robe stood in front of Shinro. He is the prime minister of the Daki dynasty, Shinru. At this moment, Shinru's face was as gloomy as water, and his body was filled with a murderous aura. But after hearing his daughter's words, his expression couldn't help but become a bit complicated. Why does that sound a little off to my daughter? Facts aside, what's there to talk about? Chapter 12, Empress Chu Qingyan. Yi family's defeat leaves only alcoholics? Chapter 12, Empress Chu Qingyan. Yi family's defeat leaves only alcoholics? Chapter 12 Empress Chu Qingyan. Yi family's defeat leaves only alcoholics? Roar. Father also didn't expect that Yi Linger would have already reached the Yuaning realm at such a young age. If I had known that her strength was so fierce, Father definitely wouldn't have let you take such a big risk. But Roar, you're also really too ignorant of reading people's words, knowing that she, Yi Linger, is that strong? Why would you still want to provoke her? Dad. You blame me? Shinro had tears in her eyes and said accusingly, but I did everything according to Father's orders. Father, you must help me take revenge no matter what. Looking at the bloody hole in his daughter's calf, Shinru was incomparably distressed and gritted his teeth. Roar, don't worry, Daddy will definitely help you get revenge. Come on man. Two athletic figures, coming behind Shinru, knelt on one knee, and Prime Minister. These two brothers were the elites among the dead soldiers cultivated by Shinru, named Yuan Tian and Yuan Di, both of whom were Yuaning realm powerhouses. I order you to infiltrate the Easy King's residence this night, do away with that little girl in the king's mansion and avenge my daughter's death. And, Shinru narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of viciousness flowing from his eyes. Search properly, that Regulus sword, hide it somewhere in the Yi family. Yes, the two of them clasped their fists and nodded, quickly turning to leave. As soon as the two of them left, an old eunuch immediately walked in from outside. Minister Qin, His Majesty has decreed to summon you urgently to the palace to deliver it. Daki Palace. Inside the Hall of Nourishing Heart, a woman leaned on a phoenix couch and dragon bed. The woman's skin was fair and her appearance was stunningly beautiful. A pair of beautiful eyes were as seductive as purple jewels, taking in the heart, charming and seductive. Head wearing a phoenix and one gold hairpin, wearing a gold and red silk imperial robe, but also reveals a few points of the emperor's dominance. But the strong cultivation of the peak of the Mahayana, but also let a person dare not to have half a bit of non-discriminatory evil thoughts to her. She is the Empress of Daki, Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan was resting her eyes on the couch, when Shinru walked in from outside and knelt on the ground and carefully said, Minister Shinru, see your majesty. Well, get up. Chu Qingyan's eyes didn't open as she faintly said, how did things go? Your majesty, there's been some changes. Shinru apologized. My humble servant was ordered by his majesty to have my daughter falsely accuse Yi Linger of the Yi family today, but after 1,000 calculations, I alone did not calculate that Yi Linger's cultivation level had actually reached the Yuaning realm. Yuaning realm? Chu Qingyan was slightly stunned, her face showing surprise. I remember that little girl from the Yi family. She's only 15 or 16 years old. To reach the Yuaning realm at such a young age, truly worthy of being of the Yi family bloodline. Shinru bitterly said, just because that little girl is too strong, my daughter splashed her dirty water today, and she went so far as to directly cause havoc in the White Deer School. Not only did he break one of my daughter's legs, but he also killed Wang Xian, a great disciple of the White Deer Academy, wasted teacher Lu Yuan, and contradicted Vice Dean Chen Hai. That Yi Linger even put down the word that in the Daki dynasty, the strong are honored, and with her father backing her up, she's not afraid of anyone. Chu Qingyan laughed coldly. That dad of his, he's just a rotten drunkard, not enough to be afraid of at all. A 16-year-old Yuaning realm, although it's true that the future is unlimited, it can be discarded for the sake of the Daki dynasty's 100-year foundation. The most important thing right now is to have the Yi family's Regulus sword return to the court as soon as possible. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that's a bit of a bad idea, isn't it? Shinru feigned difficulty and said with some reluctance, that Regulus sword, after all, is the Yi family's ancestral treasure, and has been in the Yi family's hands all these years. The Yi family has served our Daki faithfully for many years, and is considered to have labored hard. If we retrieve the Regulus sword rashly, in case it causes the world to be chilled, what should we do? Meh, couldn't care less. Chu Qingyan laughed coldly. In any case, the Regulus sword is one of the only two godless artifacts of the Daki dynasty, and it is Daki's power to subdue the country. Previously, it had been under the control of the Yi family. Firstly because the Yi family is full of loyalists and laborers, and secondly because the Yi family is as strong as the clouds and has the ability to protect the sword. But nowadays, the Yi family has long since fallen. Its former glory no longer exists, and all that's left is an incompetent, rotten drunkard who hogs an imperial artifact. So what's the point? This godless artifact deserves to be controlled and protected by the royal family. You instruct Xin Hai that tomorrow you must do whatever means necessary to sit on Yi Linger's charges. If you really can't, then you can directly let the Forbidden Army move out and forcefully search the Yi family. Forced search? Shinru was slightly stunned and said with a difficult look on his face, Your Majesty, I'm afraid this isn't right, is it? The Yi family is, after all, after meritorious service, there's nothing wrong with it. Chu Qingyan laughed coldly. Merit has passed. and the current Yi family has long since withered away. The only thing left to utilize in the Yi family nowadays is to contribute that sword. Will you not deprive the Yi family of its final role in serving the country? Understood. Qinru nodded slightly and retreated silently with a clasped fist. After leaving the palace, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold, sardonic smile. Since Her Majesty the Empress has already viewed the Yi family as an outcast, it's a good thing. In that case, there's no difference between placing this Regulus sword in my Qin family and placing it in the Imperial family. The night was dark and cold. The two of them, Yuan Tian Yuan Di, quietly sneaked inside the Yi mansion. Second brother. According to En Sang, that Yi Linger from the Yi family, her cultivation has reached the Yuan-ing realm. To reach the Yuan-ing realm at such a young age? Truly marvelous. Yuan Di showed his surprise, but then he recovered his coldness and said in a deep voice, no harm done. A Yuan-ing realm? You and I will combine our strengths and take him out as easy as a slap in the face. Yuan Tian said. And the drunkard? Meh, that drunk. Not a problem. Yuan Tian laughed coldly. And Prime Minister said that drunkard is just a lousy piece of trash and is not to be feared at all. If he dares to come and do something bad, we'll just finish him off in passing. Don't forget that our most important mission on this trip is to find that godless artifact of the Yi family. As long as we find the godless artifact, we will have accomplished a great feat. And Minister N will definitely reward us heavily. The two brothers sneaked inside the Yi mansion and leapt lightly onto the roof with a long leap. The two men looked left and right for half a day, squinting to get a feel for it. I perceive it. Yuan Tian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, over there in the West Wing, there are very strong spiritual power fluctuations coming from it. It should be hiding something extraordinary. Good, then we'll go over there and take a look. The two brothers were about to take a roof leap and prepare to head to the West Wing. However, when they came to the eaves and looked down, they found a figure standing under a tree. It was Yi Qing, standing with his arms wrapped around him looking at them, saying with interest, two of you, what are you looking for? Chapter 13, Yi Family Ancestral Hall. Tolerable. Chapter 13, Yi Family Ancestral Hall. Tolerable. Chapter 13, Yi Family Ancestral Hall. Tolerable. Yuan Tian Yuan Di was incredibly surprised and nervous in his heart, not realizing that with their lightweight skills, they would still be discovered. But then, as they slowly calmed down and saw clearly that the person in front of them was none other than that lousy drunkard from the Yi family, they let out a slight sigh of relief. Ha! Who did I think it was? I didn't expect this drunkard to actually dare to come and stop us. Yuan Tian looked at Yuan Di and faintly said, brother, you take care of it. There's no need to kill him. Just directly waste his limbs and turn him into a real waste. Yes. A touch of ruthlessness appeared in Yuan Di's eyes as he drew his curved sword from his waist. His body swept forward like a ghostly shadow and rushed towards Yi Qing with a furious momentum. Being a Yuan-ing realm powerhouse and being known for his martial arts skills, Yuan Di's lightness was extremely powerful and his body was as ghostly as a phantom. He had planned to directly use the scimitar in his hand to instantly cut Yi Qing's hand and foot tendons. However, in the next second, scarlet blood light erupted, and only a clanging sound was heard. The scimitar in Yuan Di's hand was directly snapped into two pieces. What? Yuan Tian on the side was caught off guard and showed a stunned look on his face. In the next second, Yi Qing was seen letting out a cloudy breath and unscheduledly sheathing his sword. Yuan Di beside him was a complete human being the last second. In the next second, it was directly crushed into pieces and ashes. What? Yuan Tian's face showed fear. His legs shivered and he nearly sat down directly on the ground. Yi Qing said indifferently, Qinru wanted to seize the Xianyuan sword and sent you two losers? It's too much of a slight to my Yi family, isn't it? I didn't expect you, drunkard, to have been deliberately hiding your strength. Yuan Tian gritted his teeth and roared sternly in a forced panic. But you killed my brother. I'll make you pay with your life no matter what. Qian Yuan chop. Yuan Tian drew out his scimitar and poured out all of his spiritual energy. The blade lengthened by tens of times and turned into a 100-meter giant sword, roaring and doing his best to slash at Yi Qing. In the face of this imposing strike, Yi Qing did not hurry and casually swung out his sword. The white light flashing 100-meter giant sword was directly extinguished by his strike and exploded with a bang. How is this possible? Yuan Tian showed a look of despair and couldn't help but stagger back 2 steps. Yi Qing's figure flickered and directly swept past Yuan Tian, not slowing down as he sheathed his sword. The pupils of Yuan Tian's eyes shrunk and widened in disbelief. He realized, to his horror, that his perspective, in fact, had rotated backwards. After a breath of light, Yuan Tian reacted. It turned out that his head had been chopped off by Yi Qing. It was only because Yi Qing's sword was just too fast. It caused his nervous system to fail to react. The headless dead body that made its own severed head visible gushing blood, accompanied by intense shock and fear. Yuan Tian also died of gas, and his figure exploded with a bang, turning into bloody ash. After killing Yuan Tian Yuan Di, Yi Qing slightly exhaled a cloudy breath and muttered, "These two guys, they are the dead soldiers Qin Ru cultivated, and Qin Ru is completely a dog raised by Chu Qingyan. It seems that this Daki is not peaceful." As it turned out, his suspicions were not wrong. The Empress was already preparing to take action against the Yi family and forcibly take away the Xianyuan sword. These two people today are the vanguard sent by the Empress to test the waters. Yi Qing shook his head with a self-deprecating dry smile. Ridiculous Yi family full of loyalty. 100 years of achievements, but eventually fell to this state. The other party had already made a move, so it seemed that he should also sheath his sword to prove to them that the Yi family did not have no successors. For Yi Qing, this Qi dynasty, there was nothing left to hold on to. The only attachment he couldn't let go of was Linger's mother. If she wanted to return to her side one day, she would definitely come to the Yi mansion. In case, by then, you have moved out, won't you lose her again? It's just. Yi Qing smiled faintly, leaving all these attachments behind. I do not know, though, where you are now, but if the heavens have mercy and fate is not yet done, we will meet sooner or later. In the dead of night, Yi Qing left his home alone and went straight to the back of the Yi mansion's mountain. At the foot of the back of the mountain, there is a solemn and dignified temple. Here, it's the Yi family's ancestral hall, enshrined Yi Qing's father, grandfather, and the generations of Yi family sages. Pushing open the gate of the ancestral hall, looking straight ahead, there are rows and rows of neatly arranged spirit plaques. Below each spirit tablet, a bright candle flame was lit. On each spirit tablet, a Yi family ancestor was inscribed, along with his glorious battle achievements throughout his life. Yi Qing picked up a spirit tablet and wiped the dust off of it, tirelessly examining the golden characters on it. Yi family's first-generation family head, Yi Shengtian, once in the Flood Demon region. He killed 3 major Ascension Realm demon kings with 1 against 3, and eventually exhausted his spiritual energy and died of exhaustion. The third-generation head of the Yi family, Yi Zichuan, once at the 10,000 Demon Ridge, fending off the allied forces of the demon race and fighting for time for the people of the capital to retreat. He was surrounded by a group of demons and died. The 7th-generation head of the Yi family, Yi Ming, once, on the occasion of the invasion of the Great Chu dynasty, he fought fiercely against the Great Chu Protectorate war god and performed the life-burning exhaustion to die with him. The 11th generation head of the Yi family, Yi Zhanjiu, Yi Qing wiped the dust off each of the spirit tags and couldn't help but sigh slightly. The Yi family's generations of sages were originally his pride and faith, but now, the faith of yesteryear seems to crumble for it. At this moment, Yi Qing only felt unworthy for his ancestors. They threw their heads and spilled their blood, sacrificing their lives before and after, only to be treated so mercilessly by the Daki dynasty. Coming to the very back, Yi Qing saw his grandfather's tablet, the 31st generation head of the Yi family, Yi Tai. On the occasion of the invasion of the demon race, he led the retreat of the Yi family's children and died tragically in a sneak attack by the heavenly dragon race. Yi Qing sighed and smiled bitterly. Grandpa, you're such a lovely old man. You should have been taking care of yourself and enjoying your life in peace. Grandson me, I'm so sorry for you. In this world, the struggle between the human race and the demon race had been going on for tens of thousands of years, with the barrier of the human race, the desolate ancient Great Wall, as the main battlefield. An unknown number of great battles that have gone down in history have erupted. Yi Qing and his grandfather, Yi Tai, had a meeting, but not long after he crossed over. At the age of 18, he died in battle. Yi Qing put down the tablet and walked to the very entrance of the shrine. Taking a deep breath, he said aloud, "Ancestors, late generation Yi Qing, today there is a major event that I want to discuss with the ancestors. The Daki dynasty is ungrateful, not caring in the slightest about my Yi family's kindness, withholding family offerings and making things difficult for my Yi family frequently. Now it's even more ambitious, intending to forcibly take my Yi family's ancestral Xianyuan sword. If it can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated?" Chapter 14 Linger Fly Without Fear. Father will always be with her. Chapter 14 Linger Fly Without Fear. Father will always be with her. Chapter 14 Linger Fly Without Fear. Father will always be with her. People have 3 souls and 7 spirits. Although the body is dead, the spirit remains intact. And the Yi family's ancestral martyrs were all powerful people with high cultivation. So within this shrine is the presence of its heroic spirit. After listening to Yi Qing expound on what the Qi dynasty had done, the candle flames under each of the spirit tags began to flicker slightly. It seemed that each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation, pained by the aggression of their Yi family's juniors. Yi Qing took a deep breath and said aloud, "Today, Yi Qing has come to pay his respects to his ancestor because he has a request. Daki dynasty is not benevolent. Yi Qing wants to take his daughter and leave Daki, and wait for an opportunity to rise up in the future to find another way out for the Yi family. Ancestors on high, Yi Qing has the audacity to inquire. If the ancestors allow it, then please extinguish the candle flame brightly. If it is not granted, the candle will remain unchanged. After Yi Qing said these words, the atmosphere in the shrine was quiet and somewhat eerie. A few moments later, it was seen that all the candle flames under the spirit cards were still burning without the slightest change. What? Could it be that the ancestors do not allow Yi Qing to break away from Di Qi? Yi Qing sighed slightly and slowly drew his sword from his waist. If that is the case, then please forgive the son and grandson, Yi Qing, for being unfilial and having to go against the will of his ancestors. Ancestors. At this moment, Yi Qing seemed to be able to hear the cries of the ancestors. You've already made up your mind and you're asking us what we're doing? Without waiting for Yi Qing to swing his sword, he saw a breeze blow by. In the next second, the candle flames under each of the spirit tags were all extinguished. Got it. A refined light flowed out of Yi Qing's eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Let's wait for the late generation to see just how far this milquetoast Empress dares to go. Please, Leviticus, wait and see here. Tomorrow is the day of change for the Daki dynasty. Walking out of the shrine, Yi Qing took out a formation disc from his storage ring. This array plate looked like the size of a chessboard. Above the board was inscribed with a pattern, called the orientation of the 8 trigrams of the circumference of the heavens, bursting out a golden light. This was the reward that the system gifted to Yi Qing when he first drank the flying immortal wine. Emperor level formation, perimeter hidden god formation. It was possible to hide everything within the area covered by the formation as much as possible. Formless and godless, causeless and breathless, it could even hide the ears of the heavenly Tao. Yi Qing placed the formation map outside the shrine, poured in spiritual energy, and chanted the spell. As the formation was driven open, the large Yi family ancestral hall in front of him slowly disappeared until it was nowhere to be seen. And the perimeter hidden god formation doesn't just give the shrine a cloak of invisibility. Instead, the entire shrine was hidden directly into the parallel space of the formation. Unless Yi Qing took the initiative to contact the formation, it would be impossible to find it even if an immortal descended into the world. That way, I won't have any worries. Yi Qing put away the formation diagram, arched his hand and cupped his fists. Father, grandfather, all the ancestors, you can just rest well here. My junior, Yi Qing, will definitely make revitalize the Yi family's clan, and see that the small-minded people who intend to be unfavorable to my Yi family are eradicated to the fullest extent. Inside the Sangha, Shinru was late in receiving the news and could not help but be filled with anxiety. Pacing back and forth in the house, he sent 2 of his most elite subordinates to the Yi family to search for the whereabouts of the Xian Yuan sword. With Yuan Tian and Yuan Di's strength, even if they hadn't found out about Regulus, they should have returned long ago to resume their duties. While Shinru was worried, the housekeeper Ma Futon walked in from outside with a somewhat ugly expression. Senior, Yuan Tian Yuan Di has returned? Shinru asked with a frown. Back is back. Just, Ma Futon said bitterly. Master, go out and see for yourself. A hint of a bad premonition arose in Shinru's heart, and he walked out of the inner hall at a brisk pace. When he came to the courtyard and fixed his eyes on it, he blanched. A white cloth was spread in the courtyard, stained with spots of blood. 2 things rested on it, a broken dagger, and a pair of tattered boots. Shinru recognized at a glance that these 2 items naturally belonged to Yuan Tian Yuan Di. How is this possible? Strong trepidation and shocked anger flowed from Shinru's eyes. That little girl from the Yi family is only at the Yuaning realm. The 2 Yuan Tian Yuan Di, instead of failing to kill that little girl, they were killed by her? It's really worthy of being a Yi family bloodline. So young and so terrifying in strength. It's really scary. As a prime minister of a country, Shinru was accustomed to seeing great storms and waves, and quickly calmed down, let out a long breath of turbid air, and a touch of ruthlessness flowed out of his eyes. No matter what, when we arrive at the White Deer Academy tomorrow, we must severely punish Yilinger, pressure the Easy King, and seize the Xian Yuan sword, godless artifacts, which concern the luck of the nation's veins, and in the entire Daki, there are only 2 of them, the Cauldron of All Materia and the Regulus sword. How can this pivotal thing be in the hands of a loser? The next day, in the early morning hours, Yi Qing stayed up all night, sitting in the courtyard, lying on a rocking chair and drinking wine leisurely. After drinking the second pot of Carefree wine, Yi Qing slightly exhaled a cloudy breath, a hint of sharpness flowing from his eyes. The host drinks the worry-free wine, increasing his cultivation of the sword Dao by 200 years. Congratulations to the host, who has broken through to the 9th level of the Ascension realm. The heavenly calamity will descend from time to time. Please prepare the host to deal with it. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. This Carefree wine, it's really a rare treat. After a whole year, it finally helped me break through to the 9th level of the Ascension realm. Nowadays, his strength in the Tao of the sword was already enough to rival that of an immortal though. As long as the Great Diffusion divine skill was pushed to its limit and the strongest killing move of the Demon Execution 9 Swords was executed, it was even enough to instantly kill an immortal with a single strike. However, even if the hard power was strong and the realm was not up to par, there was ultimately an insurmountable gap between them and a true immortal. Now, Yi Qing had finally broken through to the 9th level of the Ascension realm, reaching the pinnacle of mortals. All that was left was to pass the heavenly tribulation and witness the Tao with the sword, and then he could shed his mortal body and achieve the dignity of an immortal. Heavenly tribulation. Yi Qing had not experienced it, and was not sure that he would be able to carry it through 100% of the time. However, as long as one passes through the heavenly tribulation, he or she will be the body of an immortal, and will be able to press the sword against all worlds, and live for as long as the heavens. At that time, there would no longer be an existence that could kill him under the heavens. He would be able to jump out of the legacy left by his father at the beginning, and walk out of the capital, out of the Daki dynasty, and make a good show of it. It's time to find your own her and carry out the ambitions you've been lusting after for years. As the sun rose, Qinro and Yi Linger also woke up from their dreams, and together they ate the breakfast that Yi Qing had prepared long ago. Yi Linger combed her hair, put on her backpack, and prepared to go forward to the schoolhouse. Linger, you just go with confidence and boldness. Yi Qing stroked Yi Linger's hair and smiled lightly. No matter what happens, Father will definitely stand behind you and help you unconditionally. Chapter 15, Falsely Accused Under a Wave. Yi Linger pressed into the prison? Chapter 15, Falsely Accused Under a Wave. Yi Linger pressed into the prison? Chapter 15, Falsely accusing Yi Linger with a dozen accusations. Yi Linger pressed into the prison? Aha, Dad. Don't worry. Yi Linger nodded heavily and said with a smile, I'd like to see what they can do to me. Even if I were to lay down a mountain of swords and frying pans, I wouldn't be afraid. We, the sons and daughters of the Yi family, will never let anyone bully us. Little White poked his little head out of his school bag and followed with an echo, seemingly agreeing with Yi Linger's words. Dad, I'm leaving. On weekdays, before dawn, the White Deer Academy will come from the students' rhythmic reading. Quite a bookish atmosphere. But today's White Deer Academy, the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. Inside the classroom, a group of students stood in a circle against the wall, all of them with solemn faces, not daring to talk or laugh at all. Fu Xiaoxing, the law enforcement teacher, stood in front of the podium with his hands behind his back, his expression sulky and gloomy. There were 2 chairs in front of him, standing out in the empty classroom. Instead of a classroom, it's more like going to the courthouse. Yi Linger arrived at the classroom, and seeing this kind of battle in the classroom, she directly walked in greatly and sat down on one of the chairs. After sitting down, she simply ignored Chen Hai's hostile gaze in front of her. To himself, he took the book out of his bag and concentrated on reading it. My God, this Yi Linger has too much guts, right? Completely ignoring Dean Chen Hai. Hey, you are not seeing how crazy she was yesterday. Not only did he kill senior brother Wang Xian, but even our master Lu was directly wasted by his sword. I see. Yesterday, it was also Vice President Chen's high cultivation, which is a great power in the realm of the transformation god. Otherwise, the crowd's whispered murmurs suddenly came to an abrupt end. It was because Qinro, the other protagonist of the day, finally showed up. Qinro was sitting in a wheelchair and was being pushed into the teacher by a family man. The calf was wrapped like a dumpling, looking incomparably miserable. Since everyone is here, let's begin today's trial of Yi Linger. Fu Xiaoxing cleared his throat and said lightly, Please ask Ms. Qinro to speak first. Thank you, Mr. Pei, for doing this for me. Qinro wiped her tears and choked. All of you have seen how miserable my legs are. Yesterday, Yi Linger stole my bracelet, and after I discovered it, not only did she refuse to admit it and return it, but she also relied on her martial arts to show off her aggressiveness and broke one of my legs. In addition, Yi Linger also killed our esteemed senior brother Wang Xian and wasted our beloved teacher Lu Yuan. This kind of deviation from the scriptures and deception of the teacher is truly incompatible with heaven's justice. The student requests that Teacher Fu make the decision to severely punish Yi Linger and go forward to the royal residence to search for my bracelet. Fu Xiaoxing nodded and looked at Yi Linger, faintly saying, Yi Linger, do you have anything you want to say? Yi Linger coldly said, She's framing me. Fu Xiaoxing frowned. Even if you don't admit to the bracelet matter, you have no way to deny killing your senior brother and abolishing your senior, right? Yi Linger said indifferently, That was also because she framed me first. I did it in self-defense. Qinro instantly reddened her eyes and choked with tears. Yi Linger, how can you say that? Qinro, am at least a member of the Shangfu family, and since I was a child, my father has taught me benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and faith. So what reason is there for me to have to falsely accuse you? On weekdays you do nothing wrong and bully your classmates. I respect you as a member of the Yi family, full of loyalty, so I've been patient and tolerant with you, but that bracelet was really very important to me. The most precious gift my mother ever gave me. Count on me begging you to give me back just that bracelet. Hearing Qin-Ro's words, the surrounding students chimed in. That's right, this Yi Linger bullies people a lot on a regular basis. She never takes care of whoever asks her questions, but this time, Yi Linger is also really too much. Teacher Fu, I agree to severely punish Yi Linger for Miss Zoe. Hearing that all of her classmates were on her side, Qin-Ro's confidence increased greatly, and the corners of her mouth hooked up into a hidden wry smile. The daughter of a loser alcoholic really thinks she can turn the tables? I'm turning black and white upside down. What can you do? Even if you're an expert of the Yuan-Ing realm, what can you do? Teachers, classmates, everyone is on their side. As powerful as you are, can you still kill everyone? Qin-Ro quietly looked at Yi Linger and winked at her with her chin raised in a flaunting manner. Quite provocative. Looking at Qin-Ro's provocative actions, Yi Linger narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of coldness flowing from her eyes. It seems that it's more talk than it's worth. Yi Linger was about to light up her fire spirit sword and directly teach this shameless green tea a hard lesson. Suddenly, an overpowering pressure filled the room, enveloping every corner of the classroom. Yi Linger frowned slightly and did not use force immediately. The crowd coincidentally fixed their eyes to see that it was the Vice Dean Chen Hai who walked in from the outside with his hands behind his back. Unhurriedly, Dean Chen. Upon seeing Chen Hai, Fu Zhaoxing immediately stood up and bowed and nodded respectfully. I heard what you all just said, Chen Hai said indifferently. One size does not fit all. The sins committed by Yi Linger should be liquidated one by one. Since she stole Qin-Ro's jade bracelet, we'll go forward to search the royal residence, find the bracelet, and return it to Qin-Ro. In addition to stealing, Yi Linger's crime of killing her fellow disciples and deceiving her teacher must also be severely punished as a warning to others. I suggest that Yi Linger be imprisoned in the heavenly prison, and then send men and women forward to search the Yi family. Hearing this, all the students present, including the law enforcement teacher Fu Zhaoxing, were dumbfounded. Dr. Chen is so mean. What's a heavenly prison? It was the most heavily guarded prison in the entire Daki dynasty. The prison held countless demons, all of whom drank blood and killed people, and having been locked up for dozens of years in the dark and sunless heavenly prison, I don't know how much resentment and anger has been accumulated. Any human race, as long as they were imprisoned within the heavenly prison, would surely be played with by the demons wantonly and tortured to the point where life was worse than death. Even if Yi Linger was an expert of the Yuan-Ing realm, if you enter a dangerous place like the heavenly prison, you will never be able to turn around. Fu Zhaoxing couldn't help but secretly ponder what deep hatred Chen Hai had with Yi Linger, to the point of laying such a cruel hand on a little girl. Teacher Pei, what do you think? Upon hearing Chen Hai's inquiry, Fu Zhaoxing hurriedly nodded and respectfully said, President Chen's sentence is extremely appropriate. I have no opinion. Yes, Chen Hai nodded, the corner of his mouth curling into a delighted smile. He had already sent people ahead of time to stall Song Yuanshan and make sure that he would definitely not be able to get away. Today, this Yi Linger can only be pinched and rubbed by them and disposed of at will. A fallen family, but also dared to be so arrogant, making a scene at the White Deer Academy, not to mention killing his beloved disciple Wang Xian. That was why Chen Hai must send Yi Linger to the heavenly prison, so that she could experience what it meant that life was worse than death. Chapter 16 Regulus Sword Out, Yi Linger Kills, Godless Artifact. Chapter 16 Regulus Sword Out, Yi Linger Kills, Godless Artifact. Chapter 16 Regulus Sword Out, Yi Linger Kills, Godless Artifact. In that case, let's follow President Chen's opinion. Fu Zhaoxing cleared his throat as he was about to pronounce judgment. Yi Linger stood up violently, both eyes staring at Chen Hai, the corner of her mouth raising a cold smile. Is this the most famous White Deer Academy in Daki? A place of learning where trees are nurtured and the next generation is cultivated? Ha, that's ridiculous. It is true that the Yi family is now in decline, and all of my ancestors, from generation to generation, have died in battle, losing their lives for the sake of the Great Cheese Kingdom. But do you really think that my Yi family is thinning and everyone can be bullied? Chen Hai teased. Yi Linger, didn't you just say that yesterday? In this world, the weak are eaten by the strong, and the strong are honored. Besides, today, it's you who committed a mortal sin. It's not my fault. Make your move and take Yi Linger down. At Chen Hai's command, a dozen or so teachers rushed in from outside, holding iron rope mantras in their hands. These teachers, all of them from the White Deer School's law enforcement division, Fu Zhaoxing's subordinates, had cultivation levels in the Jindan realm. However, in front of Yi Linger, who was at the Yuaning realm, they certainly didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Sword in the palm. Yi Linger didn't even need to offer up her sword, condensing spiritual energy in her palm to turn it into sword chi, and stirring it out towards the surroundings. A dozen or so teachers were instantly sent flying several meters, falling to the ground in 7 twists and turns, their bodies strewn with a hideous bloodstain as they let out a painful moan and scream. Yi Linger, how dare you? How dare you hurt someone in public and openly resist arrest? Chen Hai wrinkled his eyebrows and said sternly, since you're stubborn and have no intention of reforming, then I won't blame this dean for personally taking action to clean up the door for the White Deer School. 10-man breaking fist. Chen Hai's hands condensed a dazzling white light as he leapt towards Yi Linger. Although Yi Linger was only 16 years old when she reached the Yuaning realm, this kind of demonic talent truly caused Chen Hai to be incomparably shocked. But even if she was as demonic as she was, in the end, she was only at the Yuaning realm. The Yuaning realm and the spirit transformation realm were qualitatively different. Moreover, there was not even a hint of suspense when he, a grown man, dealt with a milquetoast little girl who still held the advantage of the realm. Seeing that Chen Hai had already rushed in front of Yi Linger, he was confident that he could directly shatter this girl with one punch. However, in the face of Chen Hai's aggressive attack, Yi Linger's face did not change. From his storage ring, he took out a sword. Looking at the ancient pattern above the sword and the terrifying power it contained, Chen Hai's pupils suddenly shrunk. This sword, could it be? He had reacted in his mind, but it was already too late. Yi Linger gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and poured her spiritual energy into the Xianyuan sword. Although with her hopes of the Yuaning realm, she could only drive just a trace of the power of the Xianyuan sword. However, the cold wind that erupted from the sword still made all the students around them tremble with fear, and they all sat down on the ground. Regulus, a sword! Yi Linger let out a deep cry and gently swung her sword towards Chen Hai. A seemingly light sword, but it directly caused all the surrounding sword might to converge at one point, blasting towards Chen Hai in front of him. Chen Hai's body was still suspended in midair before it was directly enveloped by the terrifying sword might. Directly centered on his body, it exploded violently. Ah! Chen Hai let out a mournful scream that echoed in every corner of the White Deer Academy. The sword might that was stirred up blasted out into the surroundings, directly blowing out a crack in the wall and shattering the window with a bang. All the students and the teachers, who had never seen such a battle, all burrowed under the table and shivered, including Fu Zhaoxing, also hugged his knees curled up under the podium, trembling. Is this the ancestral treasure of the Yi family, one of the 2 godless weapons of Daki, the Xianyuan sword? This power, it's simply more terrifying than the legends. It took a long time before the violent explosions finally subsided. Chen Hai was kneeling on the ground on one knee. His body was covered in scars, just like a blood gourd. His left arm was directly torn apart by the sword's might, and several of his tendons were ripped off. At this moment, paralyzed on the ground, still under the pressure of Regulus, even breathing was incredibly difficult. The Yi family's Xianyuan sword, it's actually in your hands. The hallowed godless artifact, that prosperous king, has even given it to you for safekeeping? Fu Zhaoxing and his classmates, then carefully got out from under the table. Looking at the Regulus sword in Yi Linger's domineering hand, everyone was in awe and had fiery eyes. This is the legendary godless artifact. In the entire Daki dynasty, there were only 2 of them in existence. This Regulus sword, which concerned the lifeblood of De Qi, was actually kept in the hands of a child. Yi Linger, that easy king, did he drink his brains out? Seeing the unabated murderous aura in Yi Linger's eyes, Chen Hai, who was already half ruined, could not help but tremble abruptly. Yi Ling heir. What? Do you want? I'm the vice president of the White Deer Academy. Do you really want to kill me? Yi Linger coldly said, although you are a master teacher, you do not recognize the truth of loyalty and treachery, and indiscriminately, you have ruled me guilty, and you want to send me to the heavenly prison. People like you don't deserve to be teachers. Today, I will not be able to kill you. As she spoke, Yi Linger had already walked in front of Chen Hai and raised the Regulus sword without expression. Chen Hai was so scared that his face was so green and purple that he nearly peed his pants directly, and his speech was incoherent. Yi Linger, you calm down. Not only am I the vice president of the academy, but I am also a 4th-ranked official of the current dynasty, and the personal disciple of Qin Xianghua. The Yi family of today has long since ceased to be the Yi family of old. If you dare to kill me, from now on, the entire Daki dynasty will no longer have a foothold for your Yi family. Think of your father. He's nothing but a rotten drunkard who relied on the blessings of his ancestors to get the name of a free king who could take the court's bounty. If you kill me, Her Majesty the Empress will surely strip him of his title and will also expel him from the imperial city. without the identity of the prince. In the Daki dynasty where demon races are frequent, how can he survive as a waste? Hearing this, Yi Linger couldn't help but snort and laugh. My own father, but he is an Ascension realm powerhouse. No matter which dynasty he went to, he was bound to be received personally by the king of the country and treated like the most honorable guest. It is also the current Daki Empress, who was not only ungrateful, but also short-sighted. To the Yi family, which was full of loyalty to them, was so bullying. What's the difference between staying or not staying in this crap? There are plenty of demon races that want to exterminate the Yi family. It's not for you to worry about. Yi Linger laughed and stomped on Chen Hai's hand, making it impossible for him to exert his power to resist. And at that point, behind him, however, there suddenly came a majestic and powerful shocking cry. Slow down. Chapter 17, The Phoenix's Song Toward Heaven. The Fire Phoenix King appeared. Chapter 17, The Phoenix's Song Toward Heaven. The Fire Phoenix King appeared. Chapter 17, The Phoenix's Song Toward Heaven. The Fire Phoenix King appeared. This shocking cry was not only full of vigor, but also contained the majesty and dominance of a king. Yi Linger's body trembled as the blade of her sword hung above Chen Hai's neck, and she was unable to move her arm even once. The crowd turned their heads in unison and instantly all breathed a slight sigh of relief. A middle-aged man wearing a python robe and full of majesty slowly walked inside the academy with his hands behind his back. It's none other than the chancellor of the dynasty, Qin Ru. What alarmed the crowd was that at this moment, every time Qin Ru took a step, spiritual energy would leak out. The terrifying aura emanating from his body was clearly a harmonization realm aura. Since he took charge of the position of chancellor, Minister Qin has been working on the affairs of state and has rarely used force again. I didn't expect his cultivation level to have broken through to the harmonization realm. Harmonization realm powerhouse. Yi Linger is dead this time. Seeing her father's arrival, Qin Ru immediately pounced on her and said with tears in her eyes, Father, look, this Yi Linger is bullying again. Zoe, don't be afraid. You have your father to do it for you. Qin Ru comforted his daughter, but his two eyes were always staring at the Xianyuan sword in Yi Linger's hand, revealing a strong color of greed. Chen Hai, who had originally despaired, showed a look of excited ecstasy. He didn't expect that in the nick of time, Qin Shangwa would show up and save his life. He further did not expect that Qin Shangwa had already broken through to the harmonization realm. Yi Linger was only a Yuaning, relying on her hand to hold the Xianyuan sword before she abolished him as a transformation spirit realm. As for the harmonization realm, it was 3 whole great realms more powerful than the Yuanying realm. Even with the godless artifact in hand, Yi Linger was by no means an enemy of Qin Shangwa. Yi Linger, you're too rampant. Qin Ru droned blandly. By virtue of having the godless artifact in your hand, you can do whatever you want? As a descendant of the Yi family, you rely on your high cultivation to steal chickens and dogs, mutilate your fellow disciples, and deceive your masters and destroy your ancestors, disgracing the face of the ancestors of the Yi family. Now, you have openly committed murder and mutilated a 4th-ranked imperial court official. In the name of the Prime Minister of Daki, this minister will escort you to the heavenly prison to be sentenced. In the face of the pressure of a harmonization realm powerhouse on Qin Ru, Yi Linger didn't show the slightest bit of fear and sneered. Taoist appearance. The way I see it, you're just coveting my Yi family's Regulus sword. Nonetheless, Qin Ru said in a cold voice, as the Prime Minister of Daki, Mr. Qin's character is well known to everyone in the world. My Qin family has always acted properly and sat upright, as a model for the people of the world. So how could I have taken it by trickery? The surrounding crowd chimed in and kissed Qin Ru's ass. That's right, Qin Shangwa is an example of the world's literati, and even Her Majesty the Empress honors him as a half-saint. In terms of character, who in the world dares to question Minister Qin? On the contrary, it's her, Yi Linger, who has been committing public murders one after another over the past 2 days. It's simply inhumane. Please make sure that Minister Qin severely punishes Yi Linger and drives the scourge out of the White Deer Academy. Listening to the voices of concurrence from the crowd, the corner of Qin Ru's mouth hooked up with an undetectable wry smile. Yi Linger, do you hear me? It's not that I want to target you, but what you've done has already caused public outrage. Considering that the Yi family is highly decorated and full of loyalty, this minister can spare your life, but capital offenses can be spared, but living offenses cannot be escaped. This heavenly prison, you must go. Yi Linger gritted her teeth and tentatively poured in her spiritual energy, wanting to let go and fight with Qin Ru with her life. However, in front of a merged realm powerhouse, a single fluctuation of spiritual energy from the Yuaning realm couldn't even be hidden. The moment Yi Linger injected her power, Qin Ru's eyes widened and a terrifying pressure burst out, directly shocking Yi Linger in place. Her body trembled violently and unceasingly, unable to move at all. A yellow-haired girl who still presumes to take action against this prime minister is really out of her depth. Ru carried his hands behind his back and walked unhurriedly to Linger, smiling coldly. This Xianyuan sword. This minister will first keep it on your behalf. Just as Ru reached out his hand, ready to snatch the Regulus sword into his hand, only a sharp bird chirp could be heard, and Little White rushed out directly from Linger's book bag. Endeavoring to hit hard, he knocked Ru back several steps. Xiaobai's sudden appearance caused everyone to freeze. Looking at Little White, who opened his wings and protected in front of Linger, the expressions of everyone became a little complicated. I didn't expect Linger, but she even brought a bird as a helper. That said, this is one ugly-looking bird. Ru was surprised for a moment, but when he saw through that Xiaobai was only at the Jindan realm, he showed a disdainful smile. Ha! A sinful animal that dares to sneak up on this prime minister. Really looking for death. Chirp chirp chirp, you're the one looking for death. Little White let out a roar and took the initiative to lift his wings and rush towards Ru, like a moth fighting a flame. Heaven-sealing spirit talisman. With a wave of his hand, Ru flung out 4 talismans from his sleeve, transforming into white light Sanskrit in midair and fiercely blasting them at Little White. Facing Ru's attack, Xiaobai opened his sharp beak and spewed out a blazing flame. It was simply a fool's errand for a Jindan realm flame to resist the attacks of a harmonization realm powerhouse. However, Little White, as the heir of the Fire Phoenix King, possessed a natural aptitude, and all that he spat out was the Great Sun Phoenix Flame. The attacks of both sides collided together, and Little White's flames unexpectedly directly engulfed the Brahmin, only to then pounce on the ground and extinguish it. A sinful beast of the Jindan realm can block the attack of this phase? Ru was slightly surprised, but then resumed his disdainful sneer. Unfortunately, no matter how much you struggle, you're just an ant. Celestial Master Spirit Seal. Ru took out a square jade from his sleeve and poured his spiritual energy into it, blasting out a giant wall formed by white light. This giant wall, emitting a terrifying pressure, was enough to suppress all the beast race. In this strike, Ru not only offered a magic treasure, but also poured out his full strength, which was dozens of times stronger than the power of that strike just now. Xiaobai once again spewed out the Great Sun Phoenix Flame, but it only managed to resist the advance of the giant wall. Just as Xiaobai was resisting with all his might, Ru instantly stepped forward and used the giant wall to resist the Great Sun Phoenix Flame. With that, he swung his hand with a letter, his palm weaving through the giant wall and clutching Little White's neck in a death grip. White, Linger on the side was filled with anxiety, but she was shocked by the pressure and was unable to rush up to help. Chirp! Little White let out a mournful cry and desperately fluttered his wings, trying to spit fire in defiance. Meh, it doesn't work. Ru laughed coldly. This prime minister has already used his spiritual power and blocked your acupoints, and now you can't use a single ounce of spiritual power. If you dare to be an enemy of this minister, you will only end up dead. Just as Ru's face revealed a ferocious light, he was ready to directly strangle Little White to death. Suddenly, the classroom flickered with bursts of red light, and the temperature rose abruptly, turning it into a steamer. In an instant, blazing fire fell from the sky, instantly burning the roof of the schoolhouse to ashes. A loud and clear phoenix chirp came out, resonating in every corner within the faculty. How dare you, you rotten bastard! Chapter 18 Overbearing Fire Phoenix King. Flames burned the sky. Chapter 18 Overbearing Fire Phoenix King. Flames burned the sky. Chapter 18 Overbearing Fire Phoenix King. Flames burned the sky. The crowd, unanimously, raised their heads to fix their eyes on it, and instantly they all stared in disbelief. How is this possible? It was still early in the morning when they arrived, and the sky had just dawned, but at this moment, above the dome of the sky, it was as red as a blazing fire as the evening sun. Even the white clouds in the sky turned into spectacular flaming clouds. An athletic figure first appeared in the distance, and then instantly appeared above their heads. It was a phoenix, 100 feet long, with a blazing fire burning on its body, each feather, a cluster of burning flames. The phoenix had a majestic face, and its eyes emitted the domineering aura unique to kings, looking down on the world. The wings that covered the sky behind them spilled rolling waves of heat with every flap, causing some students with low cultivation levels to be directly shaken into fainting. The aura of flying. Ascension Realm. Fu Xiaoxing was so scared that his face was so pale that he couldn't even speak properly. Ru was even more dumbfounded, his horrified expression, illuminated red by the blazing fire, muttered, Fire! Fire Phoenix King? The Daki dynasty's protector god Phoenix. How could it appear here? Looking at Ru with Xiaobai's neck in his hands, a cold killing intent flowed out of the Fire Phoenix King's eyes. In the next second, his huge body was seen instantly disappearing, transforming into a middle-aged man who instantly moved from the sky to the academy. The terrifying aura of the Fire Phoenix King, who had transformed into a human form, had not slowed down even the slightest bit. He wore an exaggerated red robe, with 12 flames floating around his body. His protective phoenix flames, a long red hair with a strong personality, is windless, wild and uninhibited, and domineering, staring at Qin-Ru in front of him. The corner of the Fire Phoenix King's mouth hooked up into a cold, sardonic smile. Carrion, you're reaching too far. Before the words fell, a cluster of protective phoenix fire by the Fire Phoenix King's body instantly transformed into a fiery spear, penetrating Qin-Ru's arm that was choking Little White. In the next second, Qin-Ru's entire arm was instantly burned to ashes. Ah! Qin-Ru flung himself to his knees and let out a beastly roar of fury. It took the crowd a moment to snap out of their daze as they listened to his sonorous screams. King of the Fire Phoenix. The great Qi dynasty's protector god Phoenix had actually come to the White Deer Academy and appeared in front of them. Chen Hai, Fu Xiaoxing, and the others, all of them could not help but sweat. They, the White Deer Academy, simply didn't have anything worthy of making the Fire Phoenix King interested. Then there is only one possibility. The Fire Phoenix King was here today. For Yi Linger, to put it more bluntly, just here to stand up for the Yi family. Qin-Ru forced himself to endure the severe pain and stood up with great difficulty, his face as pale as paper from the pain, and hissed, "My humble servant Qin-Ru, I have met the Fire Phoenix King, but I don't know why the Fire Phoenix King, why did he strike out at the late generation for no reason?" The character of the Fire Phoenix King, as domineering as his looks, stood with his arms wrapped around him and laughed coldly. "Does this king need a reason to hurt you?" Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was speechless. This Fire Phoenix King was really as domineering as the legend said. But then, it's no wonder. This was one of the only 4 major ascension realms in the entire Daki dynasty. And, quite possibly, one of the strongest. People's Fire Phoenix King has guarded the skies of the Daki dynasty for hundreds of years from the invasion of demonic beasts with his own might. What's the point of being arrogant and overbearing? The Fire Phoenix King certainly doesn't need a reason to injure me. Qin-Ru forced down his anger and gritted his teeth. But no matter what, the late generation is at least a prime minister of the Qi dynasty. Senior broke my arm for no reason. Isn't this a defiance of His Majesty's majesty? The Fire Phoenix King couldn't help but laugh coldly. Corrupt ruler, you don't need to use Chu Qinyan to pressure me. Even if that little guy is in front of this king, he still has to behave and bow obediently. Besides, who says that this king has no reason to hurt you? You intend to kill the heir of this king, and it is already a great grace for this king to only break one of your arms. Son, heir. Hearing this, Qin-Ru and everyone present were dumbfounded, watching Little White flutter his wings and fly to the Fire Phoenix King's shoulder, his face full of aggression and chirping. The crowd instantly had complex faces and the boss was speechless in their hearts. This ugly bird is actually the heir of the Fire Phoenix King? The master and the 2 all over the body. Froze can't find half a bit of similar place. If it wasn't for the fact that the Fire Phoenix King's strength crowned a Qi and looked out of the corner of the world, it all makes you wonder if he's being cuckolded. The corners of Qin-Ru's mouth twitched slightly, and his entire body went numb. Meow. Didn't you say so? Who would have thought that this ugly bird would have such a deep relationship with the Fire Phoenix King? He was so wrong to break this arm. Little White, don't worry, you've got Dad to do it for you. The Fire Phoenix King rubbed Little White's head, gazed around at the people present, and faintly said, "Whoever said that my son was ugly just now, step forward." The whole place was dead silent, like a spiritual hall, not even daring to breathe roughly. Under the intimidating pressure of the Fire Phoenix King, no one dared to step forward and be the first to stand out. What? Dare I say it? The Fire Phoenix King's face sank as he laughed coldly. In that case, I won't blame this king for being merciless. After saying that, the Fire Phoenix King's eyes flashed, and all 12 clusters of protective phoenix flames around his body flew out. The 20 or so people in the crowd were instantly burned to ashes with such precision that they couldn't even let out a single scream. This also includes Fu Xiaoxing, a law enforcement teacher hiding under the podium. This king, just now, has already given you the opportunity to voluntarily admit your mistakes. The Fire Phoenix King said indifferently. Since you guys don't cherish it, you'll have to suffer death. Witnessing the Fire Phoenix King's overbearing tactics, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The students around them, especially, looked at the ashes around them, and the temperature in the room, which was obviously extremely high, sent chills down their backs. The classmates who were whispering to themselves one second were a pile of bloody ashes the next. At this moment, they all couldn't help but secretly rejoice in their hearts. Luckily, he hadn't been cheap just now, or else he would have ended up in the same situation. Qin-Ru remained silent for a moment and spoke. I didn't know that this handsome bird was the son of His Majesty, the Fire Phoenix King, so I hope to apologize for having offended him so much. This punishment of a broken arm, The latecomer accepts it with conviction and absolutely no complaints. But, Qin Ru's words turned, his eyes fixed on Yi Linger, and he said in a deep voice, Yi Linger mutilated her fellow disciples, deceiving her teacher and destroying her ancestor. Her Majesty, the Empress, ordered that she must be taken down, and the Xianyuan sword in his hand, it must also be returned to the royal family, and I ask Senior to be magnanimous and not meddle in the affairs of state of Deqi. Oh, the Fire Phoenix King raised his eyebrows and said with interest, then what if, this king has to protect her? Shinru took a deep breath and said with a face full of determination, then, don't blame the late generation for offending you. Chapter 19, Yi Qing's Stunning Sword, Shocking the World. Chapter 19, Yi Qing's Stunning Sword, Shocking the World. Chapter 19, Yi Qing's Stunning Sword, Shocking the World. The Fire Phoenix King snorted and said disdainfully, just by you? Shinru flung himself to his knees, his hands in a gesture of worship, and shouted aloud, please come out of the mountain, old ancestor. Hearing this, the Fire Phoenix King frowned slightly, a trace of gravity appearing in his eyes, and the surrounding students, hearing Qin Ru's words, were all stunned. Elder ancestor? The old ancestor in the mouth of Qin Shanghua. Could it be? In the Daqi dynasty, there are 3 old ancestors, a perennial recluse who lived in the desolate ancient Great Wall, guarding the borders of Daqi and constantly monitoring the movements of the demon race. The other 2 are always sitting in the imperial city, deterring the demon race from committing crimes. Together with the Fire Phoenix King who was guarding the sky, there were a total of 4 Ascension realm powerhouses. This was the Daqi dynasty, which was able to stabilize its position as the strongest in the eastern state. Just as the crowd was discussing, a ghostly blue thunderbolt suddenly streaked through the midair, splitting the flaming clouds left behind by the Fire Phoenix King when he appeared in the world. In the next second, thunder rolled in the sky and the winds were fierce, causing the temperature raised by the Fire Phoenix King to plummet much lower again. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, an old man appeared from the dark clouds and instantly descended from the sky. The old man was dressed in a blue robe, his beard and hair white and immortal, with flickering currents lingering around his body. One of the 3 great Qi ancestors, Thunder Ancestor, Emotian. Emotian stood with his hands behind his back, carrying a large copper tripod in his hands. There are sharp-eyed people who recognize it at a glance. This bronze tripod is another godless artifact of the Daqi dynasty, the Universal Mother Qi tripod. At this moment, Emotian's face was expressionless as he poured his spiritual energy into the Mother of All Matters Qi cauldron. The terrifying pressure emanating from the godless artifact after it was activated by the ascended great power caused even the Fire Phoenix King to not be able to help but show a grim expression on his face. However, as the same Ascension powerhouse, the Fire Phoenix King naturally wouldn't be afraid and sneered. Old man Lei, we must have not seen each other for decades, right? Flame Phoenix, old man is not here to catch up with you today. Emotian said indifferently, I know that you have a great deal of friendship with the Yi family, and once even suffered the kindness of the Yi family's ancestor. Yi family ancestors, all Daqi died in battle. This outstanding merit, the royal family naturally always in mind. But now that the world is in turmoil and the demon race is becoming more and more rampant, frequently attacking my border, a great war may break out at any time. The Yi family has already withered branches and leaves, and there is no successor. So this Regulus sword, which concerns the fate of the country, should be handed over to the royal family. This is something that has already been agreed upon by our 3 great old ancestors, Fire Phoenix King, so don't strike at a stone with an egg. Hearing these crowning words from Emotian, the Fire Phoenix King couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. Ha 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 ha. Emotian frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? The Fire Phoenix King teased. Old man Lei, do you really think that there is no one left to succeed the Yi family? Or what? Emotian glanced at Yi Linger on the side and laughed coldly. Is it hard to believe that you're pointing at this little girl? Breaking through to Yuaning at the age of 16. The talent is indeed good, but it's still too tender to be used in a major role. As for that easy king, he only knows how to use alcohol to spread his madness all day long. He is a drunkard who can't hold on to the wall. It's true that the Yi family was once glorious, but nowadays, it has become a liability. The Fire Phoenix King couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh like he had heard a great joke. Ha 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 ha. Old man Lei, you've lived an empty life for hundreds of years, but you're a confused person. I'd really like to see how many hops you can hold out without collapsing in front of the Yi family, which you say has become a liability. Then it looks like we're not going to be able to talk. Seeing that the Fire Phoenix King hadn't changed his mind in the slightest, Emotian's face sank slightly. With that, he directly waved his hand with a letter, maneuvering the All-Matter Mother Qi cauldron and flying towards the Fire Phoenix King. The cauldron of All Matter's Mother Qi emitted a terrifying suction force that enveloped the body of the Fire Phoenix King. If there was no protective phoenix fire, the Fire Phoenix King would instantly be sucked out of his cultivation by the mother of all matters chi cauldron, turning him into a waste. Great Sun Inferno Phoenix technique. Facing the godless artifact, the Fire Phoenix King didn't dare to be slow, immediately summoning a fiery phoenix and blasting it towards the mother of all chi cauldron in midair, engaging in a confrontation with it. However, in the next second, he saw Emojintian leave behind a thunder detachment to confront the Fire Phoenix King in place. His main body, on the other hand, drew out and headed straight for Yilinger. Crap! The Fire Phoenix King's face suddenly changed, but he simply couldn't spare the leisure to come to his rescue. His strength and realm, though, was one step better than Emojintian. However, Emojintian had clearly brought the 10,000 Things Mother Chi Cauldron specifically to deal with him. Seeing Emojintian charging directly towards Yilinger, Shinru and Shanhai both showed joyful expressions. I didn't expect the old ancestor to personally take action to suppress Yilinger. Steady! In the current Yi family, that drunk and easy king was no threat. On the contrary, it was this Yilinger, who had broken through to Yuaning at such a young age, and could potentially become a great danger to them in the future. But today, the old ancestor personally took action, and Yilinger will either die or be wasted. From now on, there will be no possibility for the Yi family to turn over a new leaf. Shinro's face was full of excitement, seeing that she had finally gotten her revenge, and her eyes were filled with intense sinister and twisted. The other students around them, too, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, it's taken. No one expected that Yilinger, a little girl, had attracted the visit of the Fire Phoenix King. If she were to let her make a scene, I'm afraid that the entire White Deer Academy would be burned directly to ashes. Luckily, Xin Shangguo was better at chess and invited the old ancestor here in advance to press the issue. With an old ancestor making a move, there was no chance of an accident. Although Yilinger had a demonic talent, she was only at the Yuan-ing realm. Under the pressure of an Ascension realm powerhouse, she couldn't even move at all, let alone wield her sword in resistance. Looking at the Regulus sword in Yilinger's hand, Emojintian's eyes were filled with a thick color of excited fervor. However, just as he was about to reach out and grab the sword, he saw the Regulus sword directly detach itself from Yilinger's hand and cross along his fingertips, flying straight into midair. Emojintian was a bit confused and raised his head in confusion, instantly staring in horror. At this moment, the sky above the White Deer School was half filled with the Fiery Phoenix King's flaming clouds and half filled with Emojintian's thunderous dark clouds. At the junction of the flaming clouds and the dark clouds, a white-clothed figure, with a flying sword on its feet, floated in mid-air, holding its arms and looking disdainfully at them. It was Yi Qing. Regulus let out a chirp, seemingly excited by the arrival of its master. It directly shuttled through the barrier of clouds and flew into Yi Qing's hands. Lei Zhu, how dare you bully my daughter? The corners of Yi Qing's mouth rose slightly as he raised the Regulus sword without any hesitation. While pouring his spiritual energy into it, he also pushed the Great Diffusion divine skill to the extreme. Amazing! Yi Qing swung his hand with a letter and blasted out a powerful sword chi. The moment this sword chi stirred out, the flaming clouds and dark clouds in midair were directly dispersed as much as they could be, turning back into a turquoise blue sky. This sword is called Shocking. When a sword came out, heaven and earth were silent. It seemed as if someone had muted the world to listen to the sounds of the amazing. Chapter 20 Easy King Soaring Realm. The desolate ancient Great Wall shattered. Chapter 20 Easy King Soaring Realm. The desolate ancient Great Wall shattered. Chapter 20 Easy King Soaring Realm. The desolate ancient Great Wall shattered. The students in the academy, one by one, had gone numb. First, there was Chancellor Qinru, and then there was the Protectorate Divine Phoenix, the Fire Phoenix King, immediately followed by Thunder Ancestor, one of the three great Qi ancestors. And now, there was such a sword cultivator who could open the heavens with a single sword. The appearance of big names one after another had numbed their hearts. All have seen the world. What's all the fuss about? In the face of the shocking sword, Emojintian's face was illuminated to a ghastly white color, allowing one to clearly see the strong look of trepidation on his face. He knew that with his own strength, if he were to receive this sword strike, he would definitely be either killed or injured. At that moment, he didn't care about suppressing the Fire Phoenix King and directly maneuvered the All Matters Mother Chi Cauldron, covering it in front of himself. Under Emojintian's full force, the Mother of All Things Chi Cauldron erupted with a dazzling black light. The black light exuded a terrifying suction force that seemed to devour everything in heaven and earth. The desks, chairs and benches in the classroom, the flying dust and debris all over the place, were all absorbed into it. The Fire Phoenix King did not intervene, but instead waved his large hand, steadily protecting Yilinger and Little White. As for Qinru, Shanhai, and the other students, they all had to silently hide behind the Fire Phoenix King. It was only barely able to keep itself from being caught by this terrifying suction force. under the shocked gaze of the crowd, the sword chi of the Xianyuan sword, and the black light of the cauldron of all matters mother chi, finally collided together. A collision of two Ascension realm powerhouses, urging a single strike from a godless artifact, was like a collision of sparks hitting the earth. For a time, the sky was dark, space chirped, and sand flew, with the White Deer Academy as the center. Within a 100-mile radius, a harsh and bone-chilling wind was blowing. The collision of spiritual energy that was so huge that it was terrifying caused many of the clan's ancestor-level experts to open their eyes at the same time, their faces showing a look of fear and trepidation. Inside the palace, Chu Qingyan looked at the White Deer School in the distance, which was shrouded by an aura, and her gaze froze for a while. The old ancestor personally went out with the All-Mother Chi Cauldron, but he even met a strong enemy that was difficult to attack. This power does not belong to the Fire Phoenix King? Could it be that there is still a fifth ascended great power within De Qi? The Xianyuan sword and the All-Mother Chi Cauldron were in a stalemate, when another sword descended from the sky. What? Emojintian didn't expect that the other party would still be comfortable while confronting him. Instead, he was already giving his all and had no time to respond. One could only watch as the sword blade arrived in an instant, precisely blasting onto the cauldron of all matters mother chi. Bang! Violent explosions rang out. The power of this sword main was so strong that it directly caused a spiritual nuclear explosion. Seeing this, the Fire Phoenix King immediately pushed out all 12 clusters of protective phoenix fire to form a layer of boundary. It was only then that all the living beings in a 100-mile radius were not vaporized by the power of the nuclear explosion. Of course, the object that the Fire Phoenix King was protecting did not include Emojintian. Shinru and the others had been given the Fire Phoenix King's Je, and had saved their little lives while watching a shocking nuclear explosion from close range. The smoke cleared and the power faded. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and all of them immediately looked terrified. The place that was not protected by the Fire Phoenix King's boundary was blasted out into a 3-feet-deep pit. Luckily, there was the Universal Mother Chi Cauldron, which was also a godless artifact, sheltering Emojintian, so that he didn't receive too strong of a ripple effect. Otherwise, with the might of the Xianyuan sword, I'm afraid it would be possible to directly take his life. How is this possible? Emojintian coughed, and a smear of scarlet blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He knew very well how powerful that strike was just now. If it were not for the power of the cauldron of the Mother of All Matters, which blocked most of the power for him, I am afraid that he would have already. While the crowd was terrified, they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of shock. Just what kind of great power is it that comes forward at a time like this? In order to help the Yi family, a group of Ascension realm powers actually showed up one after another. Is this group all crazy? In unison, the crowd raised their heads to the sky. The visions in the sky had dissipated, and the clear blue sky and white clouds were restored. Looking at the white-clothed figure under the white clouds, holding the Xianyuan sword in his hand, a student weakly said, "ISN, this that Easy King of the Yi family? Easy King?" When these words came out, the entire room instantly exploded. My chow, it's really the Easy King. Isn't that Easy King a drunkard who only knows how to get drunk all day? He is actually an Ascension realm powerhouse? Everyone wondered if they had been shaken by the explosion they had all just been given, causing their brains to go out. But the ironic truth was right in front of their eyes. The person in front of him was undoubtedly none other than that all-day drunken and crazy Easy King, Yi Cheng. Seeing this scene, Shinro was directly scared pale, not even daring to take a rough breath. Chen Hai and Shinru were both as desperate as death. They now finally understood why Yi Linger had such a backbone, daring to turn the White Deer School upside down. It turned out that behind her was her Ascension Realm Easy King father. In the meantime, on the border of Daki, in the desolate ancient Great Wall, a tragic war was erupting. The desolate ancient Great Wall was built by all the major dynasties in order to defend against the demon race. This Great Wall was long, and bordered the 4 states of the east, west, south, north and south, and even the central state, which was filled with experts. This is the eternal battlefield between the human race and the demon race. If the Great Wall is there, the demon race cannot invade half a step. If the Great Wall is broken, the human race will face extinction. After the last major invasion of the demon race a few decades ago, it was forced back by the 7 great sacred lands joining forces. The great demons hide in the demon realm and prosper day by day. Nowadays, in order to plunder resources, almost everything is spared and a horrible offensive is launched. At this moment, tens of thousands of fishy-faced and fanged demonic beasts were violently crashing into the city walls. The allied guards on the city made up of various dynasties were filled with terror as they poured out their best efforts to fight back desperately. However, these demonic beasts were all reinforced, copper-skinned and iron bones, invulnerable to swords and spears. It was almost difficult for any of their feats to hinder the charge of the demonic beasts. Damn it! How did these demonic beasts come so aggressively this time? A general saw to it that he took out a summoning jade slip from his bosom, wanting to ask for help from his dynasty. However, he had just taken out the jade slip when a huge black shadow suddenly enveloped above their entire defense line. The crowd looked up unanimously, and instantly they all looked as desperate as death. At this moment, the general finally understood why the demon race's attack this time was so brazen. A huge dragon with a black body appeared above the desolate ancient Great Wall. The giant dragon was 1,000 feet long, and its body was covered with scales as black as ink. When the wings were spread out, they covered the sky for 1,000 miles, enough to envelop their entire defense line. Ascension Realm Great Demon, Sky Dragon King. The general's face was ashen and he hissed, "Are you kidding me? Let us deal with this kind of monster." However, in the next second, the Heavenly Dragon King had already opened his bloody mouth, and a heavenly pressure spread out. Chapter 21 Empress of Chu, Yi Linger's own mother. Chapter 21 Empress of Chu, Yi Linger's own mother. Chapter 21 Empress of Chu, Yi Linger's own mother. The baptism of the Sky Dragon King's dragon breath was 2.5 minutes long. All of the thousands of generals on the Great Wall were vaporized into bloody ashes, without the slightest ability to fight. The defense line that they had painstakingly held for many days was also finally completely breached under the ravages of the dragon's breath. The city walls were shattered, and the demonic beasts roared non-stop in excitement, then scrambled to rush towards the desert gorges in front of them, and behind the 50,000 odd demonic beasts, there were 50,000 odd demonic soldiers with Yuaning realm cultivation, marching in a neat formation at a brisk pace, looking at the broken and shattered desolate ancient Great Wall below. A touch of ferocity flowed out of the Sky Dragon King's eyes. "Charge! My father will surely avenge you with a bloodbath in the eastern state. That sword cultivator who beheaded the old man's beloved son. You must still be alive in the world. This king must personally tear your flesh apart and shatter your soul to avenge my son's death." 100,000 demon hordes, pouring into the territory of the eastern state. A bloody storm came without warning. In just one day, hundreds of villages near the Great Wall were razed to the ground by demonic beasts. More than 100,000 villagers have been reduced to blood food for the demonic beasts, and have been slaughtered and devoured wantonly. Compared to demonic beasts that only knew how to kill and hunt, demon soldiers with spiritual intelligence were even more cruel. The demon soldiers herded together the women and children with the most tender flesh and burned them alive in a blazing fire. A group of demon soldiers formed a circle, tearing human flesh with their sharp claws in a gruesome feast. Before leaving, the entire village would be burned to ashes by a fire from the demon soldiers. All that was left behind was 1,000 miles of wilderness, and the kyokan, which the demon soldiers had forged from human heads. The news of the invasion of the demon race quickly spread to the entire eastern state. All the dynasties are in a panic and are on edge. It was because the momentum of the incoming demon soldiers this time was more violent than any other time in the past. The Ascension Realm Demon King himself had never been seen in the last 500 years. It wouldn't be long before this bloody storm would reach their homes. There is no dynasty that can survive this turmoil alone. The Dechu dynasty, located to the east of the Dechi dynasty, with borders only 200 miles apart. Although the two countries are neighbors, they have not crossed paths. Great Chu Imperial City. Inside the Imperial Palace, a woman sat on top of the Luanfeng throne, her eyes closed. The woman's eyebrows were like a painting. Her features were as delicate as jade masonry. Her bright eyes and teeth were white, and her green silk hung down her waist. Tall figure, fair skin, icy skin and jade bones. One knit is enough to take the heart. Wearing a long red robe with embroidered dragons and phoenixes dancing together on the robe, it showed a bit more of the king's majesty and dominance. A little vermilion sand mole between both eyebrows added a bit more mysterious and hazy beauty to her body. The great Chu Empress, Chu Yao. Suddenly, Chu Yao's delicate body trembled and her eyes slowly opened. The four female heralds beside her immediately stepped forward and said with concern, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Chu Yao remained silent for a moment and sighed. "The eastern state defense line of the desolate ancient Great Wall has been breached." Chu Yao's voice was ethereal and melodious, like the sound of an immortal. All four of the maidservants looked terrified. How could this happen? This time, the demon race came extremely swiftly, and in just one day, they slaughtered hundreds of villages. "I still don't know how many people are going to die tragically in this holocaust." Chu Yao's voice had a few points of sadness in it, but in an instant, she recovered her coolness and faintly said, "Summon Marshal Frost to come and see you." Yes, the heraldess did not dare to delay and scrambled off to deliver the message. Not long after, a female general in armor walked into the hall with large strides. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The female general had short, valiant hair, her eyes were radiant, and her brows were full of valor. Although she was wearing thick armor on her body, it did not hide her proud figure and delicate willow leaf waist at all. Only, the two 9-foot-long, kilogram-heavy giant swords behind his back were more or less domineering in the sense that no one was allowed to enter. She is the first marshal of the Great Chu dynasty. It was also one of the few female marshals among the major dynasties in the eastern state. Frost Marshal, cold as frost. Russian. You should already know about the eastern state defense line being broken, right? No. Lang Rusheng nodded and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have long since made arrangements at all the defense passes of our Great Chu dynasty. The generals are all equipped with the most effective fire-removing talismans against demonic beasts, enough to withstand at least 5 sets of beast-tide invasions." Chu Yao nodded in relief. Hard work. Beast-tide, the most terrifying of demonic beast invasions. The demonic beasts were not spiritually intelligent, and if they acted alone, basically even Jindan realm cultivators could manage to capture and kill them. However, once the number of demonic beasts reached tens of thousands, a qualitative change would occur. The onslaught of tens of thousands of demonic beasts would deal a catastrophic blow to the defense line. Lang Rusheng frowned slightly and said worriedly, "I heard that this time, in the demon clan, there is an Ascension realm demon king out, and that demon king, the leader of the Sky Dragon clan, possesses the Dragon Breath avatar that can instantly slaughter tens of thousands of people. If the demon king himself arrives, I'm afraid that it will be an even more severe blow to us than the beast tide." Chu Yao was silent, a trace of bitterness flooding her heart. Their De Chu dynasty was not strong, and their heritage was far from that of neighboring De Qi. The only expert in the Ascension realm was Lang Russian, and no godless artifacts that can make a decisive difference are sitting there, facing waves of beasts, plus an Ascension realm demon king. They, the De Chu dynasty, would most likely be the first dynasty to topple in the eastern state. It can't be helped. Right now the demon race is close by, so we can only try our best to fend it off. Chu Yao sighed and said bitterly, "Russian, please, don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as the last general survives, he will not let a single demonic beast break through the defense line." Lang Rusheng clasped his fists in shock and immediately turned around and left, going forward to prepare. After Lang Rusheng left, Chu Yao sat alone within the large palace, the entire person looking physically and mentally exhausted. She took out a jade pendant from her bosom, which was crystal clear and engraved with the word Chu. "Yi Lang, Ling Heir, are you doing well now?" Chu Yao muttered. "I'm sorry, Yi Lang, I shouldn't have abandoned you at your most difficult time. In your heart, do you still resent me?" When she gave birth to Linger, she left without saying goodbye. All these years, with her own husband and daughter, there has been no contact whatsoever. I heard that many years ago, the Yi family of Daki was already in decline, and all the young talents of the family died in battle. I'm afraid it hasn't been easy for them, father and daughter. Chu Yao hesitated for a long time before she finally made up her mind and opened her mouth. "Someone come." Herald Hong Yu walked in and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, what is the decree?" Chu Yao handed the jade pendant to Hong Yu and said, "Take this jade pendant and make a trip to the De Qi dynasty to help me find 2 people. Hong Yu inquired, "Your Majesty, what kind of 2 people?" "It's the Daki Yi family, the only 2 remaining bloodlines." Chapter 22, Killing Chen Hai with a flick of the finger. Inviting the old ancestor to his death. Chapter 22, Killing Chen Hai with a flick of the finger. Inviting the old ancestor to his death. Chapter 22, Killing Chen Hai with a flick of the finger. Inviting the old ancestor to his death. Chu Yao smiled faintly. A 38-year-old, very handsome man, and a 16-year-old girl. When you find them, show them this jade pendant. If they recognize it, that's who I'm looking for. Understood, Your Majesty. Hong Yu nodded heavily and turned to leave with the jade pendant. After Hong Yu left, Chu Yao murmured as a trace of crystal hot tears flowed from the corner of her eyes. "Yi Lang, when I left without saying goodbye, it was because of the sudden death of my father and the outbreak of the battle for the throne. The fight for the throne has always been cruel and merciless and unscrupulous, and I really couldn't bear to let you get caught up in it, so I haven't gone to see you in 16 years. Now that my empire is secure, it coincides with the invasion of the demon race, and the world is in chaos. If the heavens have mercy and allow us to be reunited as a family, this time I will not abandon you again. No matter what, we, as a family, must be together forever." Inside the White Deer Academy, there was still an astral wind that rolled around, shaking the heavens and the earth with its might. Yi Cheng, Fire Phoenix King, Mo Shintian, 3 Ascension realm powerhouses were in the same place, and the aura that erupted from their bodies alone was enough to intimidate people. The fierce battle in the party had already caused the White Deer Academy to be razed to the ground, so the audience watching the spectacle also changed from the students of the White Deer Academy to all the passers-by within a 100-mile radius. "My Chow, what day is today?" Rising fiercely, to see 3 Ascension Realm powerhouses dueling in the Imperial City. That said, the one covered in fire is His Majesty the Fire Phoenix King, and the one covered in electricity is Old Ancestor Emotion. That sword cultivator in the sky. What kind of god is he? No, you dirtbag, you don't even know him? This is the Yi family's Easy King. The Easy King? Isn't he a drunkard who gets drunk all day? Hush, keep your voice down. Beware that people will hear you and directly split you with a sword. This was the first time that Yi Qing had, for the first time, exposed his cultivation in front of people. It caused everyone present, except for the Fire Phoenix King, Yi Linger, and Little White, to be shocked into disbelief. How is this possible? Emotion muttered. Since Battle Ancestor Yi long back then, the Yi clan has actually produced another Ascension Realm powerhouse. How can you, an orphan who can't even go to the battlefield, possess such terrifying strength? Chen Hai had completely panicked. If Yi Qing was truly an Ascension Realm powerhouse, the Yi family would definitely rise again. He had offended him completely and thoroughly, so how could he have a good time? At that time, Chu Qingyan would definitely give up him as a pawn to eliminate the hatred of the Yi family. No, can't just wait to die. He must do everything he could to incite the Old Ancestor to fight Yi Qing. When the Old Ancestor went to war with Yi Qing, it meant that the De Qi dynasty was at war with Yi Qing. There was more than one Old Ancestor of their Daqi dynasty, even if Yi Qing was holding the Xianyuan sword. If the 3 Old Ancestors were to come out together, they might not be his opponent. It just so happened that Qin Ru, who was on the side, had the same idea. The 2 bad guys exchanged glances. Chen Hai immediately understood and pointed at Yi Qing and drank hard. Yi Qing, how dare you be crazy here? Even if you are in the Ascension Realm, so what? A prince who commits a crime is as guilty as the common people. Yi Linger deserves to be punished for mutilating her fellow disciples and deceiving her master. In order to maintain the majesty of the Daqi laws, please ask the Old Ancestor to step in and suppress Yi Linger. Yi Qing looked askance at Chen Hai from above. The corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile. Your words, a little too much. After saying that, he unhurriedly held the Xianyuan sword horizontally, and a domineering sword intent stirred up above the sword. Being hundreds of meters apart caused Chen Hai to tremble and be creeped out. How dare you? Emotion saw Yi Qing's intentions and snapped. In front of the old man, you don't want to commit murder. Ha, try blocking it then. Yi Qing smiled coldly, and without slowing down, he swung out his sword, blasting out a snow-white sword aura. Emotion immediately flew forward and used his spiritual energy to condense into a shield to defend against it. It wasn't that he cared about the life and death of Chen Hai, a small person. It's just that, as a Daqi ancestor himself, he hasn't shown up for decades. Today it was not easy to show up once. If Yi Qing killed someone in public, wouldn't it be treating him as nothing? Where would his face be? In order to ward off Yi Qing's sword awnings, Emotion poured out his best efforts to resist. However, the moment the sword untouched his shield, it didn't burst out with half of its power, but instead directly dissipated into nothing. What's this? Watching the thousands of white lights, like densely packed raindrops, pass by his side, Emotion's entire body was confused. In the next second, a mournful scream came from behind him. He snapped his head around to fix his eyes and instantly turned blue. The white light shuttled past him, and then it regrouped into a sword blade. In an instant, Chen Hai's neck was severed, and his body and head were sent flying into midair together. The 10,000 sword intent chopped off and directly chopped the corpse into an unknown number of pieces, turning it into broken flesh that splattered everywhere. When the crowd saw this, they all instantly couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They now sort of understood who Yi Linger had learned from with her vicious and domineering strikes, killing people at the drop of a hat, and how overbearing and ferocious their methods are. This father-daughter duo is quite a lineage. Outrageous. Emotion's sword brows went up. His body shivered violently and unceasingly as he gritted his teeth and said, Yi Qing, you have great guts. You dare to commit an act of murder right in front of the old man. As a Grand Qi ancestor, how can I allow you to be so lawless? Oh, Yi Qing was slightly stunned and said with interest, I almost forgot. You are one of the 3 great Qi ancestors, and it concerns the face of the great Qi imperial family. Speaking of which, that woman Chu Qingyan has really looked down on my Yi family, letting those 2 who are even more powerful go unused, only sending you with the 10,000 things Mother Qi cauldron to die. Of the 3 major Ascension Realm elder ancestors of Daqi, Thunder Ancestor Emotion was the one with the lowest cultivation and the least seniority. The other 2 old ancestors were Ancestor Wind and Ancestor Mad. Wind Ancestor Chang Yunxiao, 8th level of the Ascension Realm, only 1 step away from the peak, holding the Wind Cloud Emperor Soldier in his hand. Coupled with his original Wind Cloud Dragon transformation skill, his power was no less than that of a godless artifact. Mad Ancestor Ao Battle Mountain, 7th level of the Ascension Realm, using his fist to enter the Dao. His physical skills are the best in the world. Ao Zhanshan possessed a war-mad bloodline, and the more he fought, the more courageous he became, until he died. In the midst of a battle, the spiritual energy of an ordinary person would be constantly depleted, but Ao Battle Mountain could absorb the battle spirit, so that the spiritual energy in the body would constantly increase. If it were two other people today, no matter which one came, they would be more dignified than Emojintian. Of course, for Yi Qing, who wielded the Xianyuan sword in his hand, the results were naturally basically all pretty much the same. I know, as a Daki ancestor, you naturally have your backbone and dignity. Yi Qing nonchalantly raised the Xianyuan sword and faintly said, then you will be subjected to, oh, no, late generation Yi Qing. I ask the old ancestor to die. Chapter 23 Yao the Holy Maiden. Is this Encombe's sword intent? Chapter 23 Yao the Holy Maiden. Is this Encombe's sword intent? Chapter 23 Yao the Holy Maiden. Is this Encombe's sword intent? In the meantime, two women, walking down the streets of the imperial city. Both of these women had light purple veils covering their faces, giving them a rather hazy rhythmic beauty. One was tall, dressed in a palace dress, with a golden hairpin pulled on her head, quite a beauty. One is a little younger, tied in a ponytail, fair skin, big watery eyes full of spirit, looking more playful and cute. The appearance of the two stunning beauties drew a lot of discussion. Who are these two beauties? Look at this dress. It doesn't look like someone from our Daki, and their cultivation level seems to be unfathomable. Ugh, that's a shame. I was going to ask them out for a drink. These two women came from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Respectively, they were the Grand Elder of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Yao Yu, as well as the contemporary saintess of the Yaohe Holy Land, Su Lingfu. As one of the strongest combatants in the Yaohe Holy Land, Yao Yu's cultivation had already broken through the Ascension realm. As for Su Lingfu, at only 16 years old, she was already at the Yuanying realm. With her demonic talent, her future was immeasurable. Master Teacher, it looks like it's hopeless again this time. Su Lingfu sighed and said helplessly, why don't we go back? Yao Yu didn't reply and only continued to walk forward without changing her face. Su Lingfu smiled bitterly. You have brought me to the Eastern Prefecture once a year over the years in order to search for that sword cultivator benefactor back then. But Master, how can you be sure that that senior must be in the Eastern State? He must be in the Eastern State, and he must be in this De Qi dynasty. Yao Yu narrowed her eyes and said with certainty, because apart from the Central State, of all the dynasties in the entire East, West, South, North, and South states, only this place is permeated with that pure sword intent that has uniquely broken down the ages. However, that senior's cultivation is so high that he is far above Master. Su Lingfu said helplessly, if Senior wanted to see Master Teacher, surely he would have done so long ago. And the reason why we've been allowed to pounce so many times must be that Senior is trying to hide and doesn't want to see us. A trace of despondency crossed within Yao Yu's beautiful eyes as she nodded. That's also true. She was about to move to return to the Yaoqi Holy Land when suddenly a loud boom came from the distance. A light pillar-shaped sword chi rose up into the sky, emitting a powerful might that was enough to destroy everything. Directly piercing through the clouds, pure sword intent filled the air, causing them to feel it clearly from dozens of miles away. The surrounding passers-by were instantly shocked when they saw this. Good lord, what is this? Which great power is this? Fighting? Look at this direction. Seems to be the area of the White Deer Academy? Su Lingfu was similarly stunned by this terrifying sword chi. Only after a long time did she react violently and said in shock, Master, this familiar sword intent, could it be? That's right. An excited luster flowed from Yao Yu's beautiful eyes. It's exactly the same as the sword chi that killed the soaring demon dragon and saved us that day. That sword cultivator senior is indeed here. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry over there. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Yi Qing and Emojintian once again passed a move. The second collision between the Xianyuan sword and the cauldron of all materia medica erupted with enough power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Luckily, the Fire Phoenix King had stepped in to protect it. And only then was half of the imperial city not destroyed by the sword's might. Yi Qing, do you think you can act recklessly just because you're in the Ascension realm? Emojintian held the All-Mother Chi cauldron in his hand and laughed coldly. To be so rampant in front of the old man? You really are lawless and treat the rules like nothing. Don't forget that no matter what time it comes, Lao Fu was still the great Qi ancestor. Even if your Yi family's forefathers came, they would still have to kowtow respectfully to the old man. Hearing this, Yi Qing snorted. Just by virtue of you are also worthy of my Yi family's respect? As an old ancestor, you are disrespectful for the old. You pretended not to see when these people slandered my daughter. And when I showed up to stand up for my daughter, you immediately came out to crush my Yi family. Your Dachi imperial family. Do you really think that my Yi family has no one? Saying that, Yi Qing held the hilt of his sword horizontally and laughed coldly. Mo Shintian, didn't Chu Qingyan send you here just for the Xianyuan sword of my Yi family? You can't move without God's weapon. If you want this sword, let's have a few good fights. I don't use the Xianyuan sword, and you don't use the 10,000 things Mother Chi cauldron. If you can last 3 swords in my hands without dying, I'll surrender the Xianyuan sword to you. Hearing these words, everyone around them, including the Fire Phoenix King, were shocked by Yi Qing's domineering and sparing demeanor. We're both in the Ascension realm. What makes you so arrogant? However, Emojintian's face changed slightly, not daring to accept Yi Qing's declaration of war at all. He understood that even at the same Ascension realm, there was an insurmountable gap between his strength and Yi Qing. The fact that he was able to last through Yi Qing's 2 sword strikes was entirely due to the power of the Mother of all Qi cauldron. The Regulus sword was the offense, and the cauldron of all Mother Nature was the defense. These 2 godless artifacts were of equal quality, enough to erase the gap in strength between them, allowing the 2 of them to do nothing to each other. However, if one does not resort to the defense of the Mother of all things Qi cauldron, even if Yi Qing didn't use the Xianyuan sword, it was enough to wipe him out within 3 swords. Therefore, he was categorically unable to respond to Yi Qing's words. Yi Qing, old man can give you a chance to turn back. Emojintian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, right now, demons are rampant, and it's the time for the Daki dynasty to use people. If you are willing to hand over the Xianyuan sword and return to the court, I can plead with Her Majesty, the Empress, to pardon you for your sins after causing havoc in the imperial city today. Don't forget that your Yi family has been a subject of Dachi for generations, and has produced many martyrs. Do you really want to betray the Daki dynasty and dishonor your ancestors? Hearing this, Yi Qing couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh like he had heard a big joke. Emojintian frowned. What are you laughing at? I laugh at you, old man. Your skin is really thick as a city wall. Yi Qing raised his chin and teased. You also know that our Yi family has been loyal to Dachi for generations and has produced countless martyrs? For your information, my Yi family has been established for more than 300 years since now, through 10 generations, and almost every generation has gone forward and backward to fight in the battlefield and serve the country. Half of the reason that the Daki dynasty is able to stand on top of the throne at the top of the Eastern Prefecture today is due to my Yi family. But how did that white-eyed wolf, Chu Qingyan, treat my Yi family? Every day, they speak words of grandeur, but all they do are acts of ingratitude. Over the years, there has been frequent suppression of my Yi family, stopping the distribution of resources and withholding our salaries, leaving us with the empty title of King of Prosperity, making us the laughingstock of the entire Daki. Now, it's even gotten worse, scheming for my Yi family's Regulus sword. This kind of heartless and unrighteous ruler is still worthy of me. Yi Qing, to fight to the death to serve? Chapter 24 The Mirror of Tong Ming, which restores all truth. Chapter 24 The Mirror of Tong Ming, which restores all truth. Chapter 24 The Mirror of Tong Ming, which restores all truth. Yi Qing's angry scolding caused Emojintian's face to become a bit untenable. You harpies, don't make a big deal out of it. The Regulus sword is one of the 2 great Qi godless artifacts, and was previously but temporarily stored in your Yi family. Now that your Yi family's strength is declining, coupled with the rampant demons, for the sake of the greater good, it's only right that you should offer the Regulus sword to the royal family. Yi Qing sneered. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Regulus sword. Is my Yi family ancestor picked the world's fine iron? After 3 generations of forging, quenching with the will of Emperor Xianyuan, before the achievement of the godless weapon, from forging to quenching, it has nothing to do with your Chu clan's royal family. And now where did she, Chu Qingyan, get the cheek to run out and take it by trickery? Chu Qingyan's wolfish ambitions are well known to the public, and she has milk for her mother, and she doesn't care about profit. How could she care? How much my Yi family, full of loyalists and generations of loyalists, has contributed to making the Daki dynasty what it is today? And how would she know how many people of my Yi family have died in battle over the years, buried in other countries, unable to return home even with their bones? You old thing, as a Daki old ancestor, you don't correct her Chu Qingyan's mistakes properly. You even help him to aid and abet him, and what qualifications do you have to preach in front of me, Yi Qing? After these words were spoken, the room first fell into a short silence. Following that, someone from the surrounding crowd weakly spoke up. Yeah, the Yi family's achievements are also well known. Back when the demon race invaded last time, all the defenders of the desolate ancient Great Wall were exterminated. If it wasn't for the sons of the Yi family going to guard the Great Wall's defenses, I'm afraid that all of the imperial city would have fallen long ago. And it seems that none of that batch of Yi clan's children came back alive. Would a descendant of the Yi family practice chicken stealing? However, Before the words left his mouth, someone else immediately spoke up to refute them. According to you, it was Qin Shangwa who framed the Yi family? Their Yi family, indeed, is full of loyalty no less. But Qin Shangwa is the model of the world's readers, and the nobility of his character is known to the world. I believe that Qin Shangwa would never slander anyone. From time to time, people cast complicated gazes onto Qin Rou's body. Today's matter is precisely because of Qin Rou. If Qin Rou hadn't taken the initiative to stir up trouble in the first place, how could it have gotten to this point? Feeling the gaze of countless people, Qin Rou's face turned pale and her body shivered, itching to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Originally, when her father showed up, she felt that today's matter was stable. However, he did not expect that he was just trying to give Yi Linger a little color. But there were constant changes. Who would have thought that Yi Linger's father, the drunken easy king that everyone despised and laughed at, would be an Ascension realm powerhouse? Even the old ancestor is not his opponent. At this time, Emojentian was so angry that his face was red and he was shivering nonstop. As a Daki old ancestor, this was the first time he had suffered this kind of shame. Facing a junior, he couldn't even fight or talk. At this moment, it froze and Yi Qing was scolded into silence, unable to say a word. Seeing that the old ancestor had lost the battle, Qin Rou hurriedly spoke in a cold voice. What's the point of you talking so much? This prime minister can vouch for my character. My family, Zoe, has absolutely not falsely accused your daughter. What you said about false accusations, bullying, and what you said about plotting against your Yi family's Regulus sword are nothing more than your own conjectures. But the fact that he, Yi Linger, brutalized his fellow disciples and deceived his master is an ironclad fact. Yi Qing said contemptuously. You vouch for it? Your character. By what guarantee? Just by virtue of the fact that I am the Prime Minister of Daki, the example of the world's readers. Qin Rou said righteously. My minister's character is known to the world. Doesn't Easy King believe in it? Unbelievable. Yi Qing shook his head. Your character, in my eyes, is worthless. You. Qin Rou clenched his teeth, his anger blazing in his eyes. The surrounding crowd, on the other hand, all whispered in disgust. Unconsciously, the onlookers had split into two groups. One set thinks that the Yi family is full of loyalty and will never teach a descendant who steals chickens and dogs. One group thought that Qin Rou was a model of the world's readers and would never falsely accuse a little girl. Just as the people were arguing about their own words, stalemated, and it was difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood for a while. Yao Yu finally brought Su Lingfu and arrived at the scene. Seeing that there were actually 3 ascended powers here, Yao Yu showed surprise. Su Lingfu blinked her big watery eyes, seeing Yi Qing holding the Xianyuan sword in his hand, and whispered, Master, the senior who saved us that day. It was him, right? On that day, that senior did not show up, and with just a sword he directly killed the demon dragon. Therefore, Yao Yu could only rely on her sword intent to find her benefactor all these years. Good, that should be him. Listening to the chatter of the people around her, Yao Yu quickly understood the cause and effect of the matter and murmured. It seems that this dispute today started from the fact that the benefactor's daughter was falsely accused. Su Lingfu clenched her small fists and said angrily, Master, can we help the benefactor? Sure. Yao Yu smiled and nodded. Although we have rules in the Holy Land that we are not allowed to use unauthorized force outside, but helping the benefactor to do justice and clear his name is naturally no problem. While Yi Qing and Qin Rou were in a stalemate, a beautiful woman slowly walked forward. Sage Qin, Senior Yi, please calm your anger. Qin Ru's heart was in turmoil at this time, and he coldly said, None of your business. Get lost. What did you say? Yao Yu was slightly stunned and her face abruptly sank. Unbridled, the aura on her body burst out, instantly shaking Qin Ru back several steps, her liver and gallbladder shaking and her soul trembling. What? Qin Ru was filled with disbelief and said horrifiedly, You are also an Ascension realm power? Kiss my ass. Another Ascension realm. Wasn't the Ascension realm just below the Immortals, a phoenix-like existence? Why are they popping up one by one like cabbages today? Folks, I am the Grand Elder of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Yao Yu. Yao Yu faintly said, I happened to pass by today, and came here to settle this karma. Hearing this, the crowd of onlookers instantly became excited. Yaoji Holy Land, that's one of the 7 Holy Lands. Good fellow. I didn't expect that even the people from the 7 great sacred lands would come running to join in the fun. This mess today is getting more and more exciting. After Yao Yu declared her identity, Emojentian and the Fire Phoenix King both showed respect to her. Yi Qing said with interest, I wonder if Elder Yao Wei intends to settle this karma like this? Yao Yu smiled faintly and said, I happen to be carrying an imperial artifact called the Tongming Mirror. Although it's not as good as the godless artifact in the hands of the two of you, it's also my original soul treasure. which can deduce heavenly chances, recreate the past, and divine the future. All lies have no place to hide under the mirror of transparency. Why don't we use this Tong Ming mirror to reveal everything? Chapter 25 I Ching Soaring Realm. The Empress man went numb. Chapter 25 I Ching Soaring Realm. The Empress man went numb. Chapter 25 I Ching Soaring Realm. The Empress man went numb. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately showed surprise. I've long heard that the Yaohe Holy Land is good at deducing heavenly chances and calculating nothing. So, it's by virtue of this imperial artifact Tongming Mirror. Grand Elder Yao Yu has come at a really good time. The Tongming Mirror is now in the world, and the truth will be revealed today as to whether it is a false accusation or not. Under the eyes of the crowd, Yao Yu waved her hand and offered up the Tongming Mirror. A 9-foot-tall mirror with a border of crystalline moonstones and a mirror right in the center that sparkled like a lake. Seeing this scene, Qin immediately panicked and hurriedly opened his mouth to stop. Wait, Elder Yao Wei, this is a family matter of our Daki. How can a family scandal be spread outside? Today's matter, we will deal with it on our own. But I also ask you, Yao Qi Holy Land, not to meddle in it. Upon hearing this, a meaningful smile appeared on Yao Yu's face. Yi Qing stood with his arms wrapped around him and said with interest, why did Minister Qin stop it? If we want to resolve this matter today without resorting to force, Elder Yao Yu's method couldn't be better. Could it be that you have a ghost in your heart and are unwilling to let the truth be known? Qin realized that he had missed the mark and lowered his head in silence. The crowd around them also reacted and saw that something was wrong. Qin must have a weak heart if he stopped it like that. Can it be that he really made false accusations of vilification? However, the image of Qin in the minds of the readers was too tall and grand. Even if he had already missed the cracks at this point, there was still a significant portion of the population that had no doubt about his character. Old ancestor. Qin was at a loss for words and could only turn his gaze for help to Emojintian on the side. Emojintian was frowning at this moment, his face heavy. It was also clear to him that the truth of the matter must not be allowed to become public. Otherwise, not only would Qin reputation be tarnished, but he and Her Majesty the Empress would also be known as aiding and abetting the enemy. But nowadays, the other party already had 3 Ascension Realm powerhouses: Yi Chang, Yao Yu, Fire Phoenix King. One Yi Qing alone was already enough to make him drink. Plus Yao Yu and the Fire Phoenix King. If one uses force to forcefully stop it, one will never have a good time. It seems that the returning country's old ancestors are fine with it, so don't stand in the way. Qin Xianghua. Yao Yu raised her index and middle fingers and smiled faintly. I will. Now, let the truth come out. Only to see Yao Yu pouring her spiritual energy into the Tongming Mirror in front of her. The originally calm surface of the Tongming Mirror became choppy, blowing gusts of cold wind. The cold wind blew Yao Yu's hair, setting off a handsome face full of perseverance. The stunningly beautiful face made many people look as if they were mesmerized. But soon, everyone turned their gaze into mid-air. The Tongming Mirror formed a large image in mid-air, allowing the entire imperial city to see it clearly. It was only the prodding of the spiritual energy that would take some time. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, and there was a silence between heaven and earth. Everyone is silently waiting for the moment when the truth is revealed. The other side. Xu Qingyan arrived inside the secret room underneath the palace. Gazing at the 2 prophecy enshrined within the shrine, he muttered, Ancestors, please bless the late generation so that this operation against the Yi family will be a success. As long as I get the Xianyuan sword, I will be able to absorb the supreme spiritual power stored in the sword, cross the last barrier, and successfully break through to ascension. From now on, with the Xianyuan sword and the cauldron of all mother's breath in my hand, I will be the true Empress of Daki above all others, and will surely unify the entire eastern state. As for the Yi family, as a victim of my domination of the eastern state, it has already exerted enough value. As Chu Qingyan was murmuring excitedly, there was suddenly a sound of heavy footsteps behind her. She snapped around and snapped, who? Only to see that coming from the distance was an old man with white hair, dressed in a white long shirt, crane hair, immortal bones, holding a dragon head walking stick, majestic, not angry. The strong aura emanating from the old man's body had clearly reached the 8th level of the Ascension realm. It was the first of the 3 great Qi ancestors, the Wind Ancestor, Chang Yunxiao. Wind Ancestor? Chu Qingyan was slightly stunned and queried, why are you here? Chang Yunxiao did not answer, faintly asked back, let me ask you, are you the one who plotted this scheme with the intention of destroying the Yi family and scheming for the Xianyuan sword? Chu Qingyan was silent for a moment and nodded her head greatly to acknowledge. Yes, you're confused. Chang Yunxiao rebuked in a deep voice. You are not unaware of how much the Yi family has contributed to the Qi for generations. When the battle was fought, it even caused all the young talents of the Yi family to perish, leaving only one person to continue the bloodline. but now you disregard the Yi family's merit and intend to trick the Xianyuan sword. Is this not unloading the mill and killing the donkey? How will you let the people of the world look at the Daki royal family from now on? In the face of Chang Yunxiao's reprimand, Chu Qingyan appeared calm. Ancestor Feng, I know that you were once close to the ancestor of the Yi family as a life and death friend, but as the oldest ancestor of Daki, you must not abolish the public because of seeming at a juncture that concerns the interests of the royal family. Now that demons are rampant, the other dynasties in the eastern state are also eyeing the situation with the intention of taking advantage of the chaos to seek my Daki's hegemony. If we persist in only remembering old favorites, and if we are depleted of our national strength by demons, and other dynasties take advantage of the situation, the Daki dynasty will be doomed. In this world, the law of the weak is the law of the strong, and only having strength is everything. Now that the Yi family has fallen, we must not be mindful of our old feelings. We must make them hand over the Regulus sword, in order to prevent this godless artifact from falling on top of others. Hearing this, Chang Yunxiao couldn't help but nod convincingly as well. You're right, the strongest are the weakest. The weak can never depend on the mercy of the strong to survive. But, after all, the Yi family had made so many outstanding achievements. Chu Qingyan said decisively, the Yi family's merits are already a thing of the past. The Yi family is now also in decline and fall, with no one to follow in their footsteps. When I capture the Xianyuan sword and completely stabilize the royal family's position, I will be able to plot against other dynasties, and then unify the entire eastern state, making the Great Qi Foundation prosper for 10,000 years. Hundreds of years from now, the world will only know that Daki is the hegemon of the eastern prefecture, and who will remember that there was once a Yi family in existence? Chang Yunxiao was silent for a moment, and could not help but sigh heavily as he took out a red paper scroll from his bosom. Old ancestor, what is this? Chu Qingyan asked suspiciously. The marriage certificate. Chang Yunxiao laughed bitterly. Back then, when the late emperor was in his day, he had set up a marriage contract between you and the youngest son of the Yi family, the current Easy King Yi Qing. The two of you were still young at the time, so the late emperor entrusted this marriage certificate to me for safekeeping. But then the entire Yi family died and the clan fell, and the matter was suppressed. Chapter 26 Yi family has ascension. The Empress's reputation is ruined? Chapter 26 Yi family has ascension. The Empress's reputation is ruined? Chapter 26 Yi family has ascension. The Empress's reputation is ruined? What? Hearing this, Chu Qingyan couldn't help but freeze and said in shock. This matter? How come I don't know anything about it? Old ancestor, you're not deliberately teasing me just to clear the air for the Yi family, are you? You were young, so naturally you didn't know anything. Chang Yunxiao shook his head and said, but this paper marriage contract, it does exist. If you don't believe me, you can take a look and see if it's the late emperor's jade seal on top of the marriage certificate. Chu Qingyan took the marriage certificate, opened it and looked at it. Her expression became a little more complicated. There was no doubt that the mouth and seal on the marriage certificate belonged to none other than her father without a doubt. It's written in red paper and gold letters. After the threat of the demon race is removed and the world of Daki is stabilized, she will be allowed to marry Yi Qing, the youngest son of the Yi family. Chu Qingyan looked at the marriage certificate and a strange look crossed her beautiful eyes. It turned out to be so close that she became the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Chang Yunxiao couldn't help but sigh. Now that the Yi family has fallen, for the sake of your happiness, as well as the majesty of the royal family, even old me would never agree to you marrying into the Yi family. However, the royal family and the Yi family, instead of failing to form a bond between Qin and Jin, you are now going so far as to seize the Xianyuan sword and put the Yi family to death. What a fate! What a creation! Chang Yunxiao sighed repeatedly from the sidelines, not knowing whether he was lamenting for the destiny, or for the decline of the Yi family. Chu Qingyan was silent for a long time, then her eyes resumed their usual haughty and cold look. That Easy King is nothing but a drunkard who only knows how to get drunk all day long and doesn't fight for anything. If he were not rotten to the core, and I was saddened by his misfortune and enraged, how would I have progressively stripped the Yi family of its power? For that kind of unproductive man, even if the Yi family hadn't fallen, he wouldn't be worthy of letting me marry him. Also, Chang Yunxiao nodded with a helpless smile. It's strange to say the least. This Yi Qing was incredibly intelligent in his early years, loyal and filial, and was quite loved by the elders of the Yi family. But when the 1,000-pound burden fell on his shoulders, he was simply unable to carry the burden of continuing the flame and revitalizing the family. Can't even start a branch for the Yi family, only leaving behind such a female child. Perhaps it was because at a young age, he experienced the pain of both his parents' deaths and the death of his entire clan. The intense stimulation was too much for him to bear, and that's why he turned into a self-indulgent alcoholic like that. To put it bluntly, it's not about being incapable and incapable. While Chu Qingyan was laughing coldly, A woman walked in from outside, knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Slave girl Lu Zhu, meet your majesty, meet ancestor Feng, Ryu Ju, over at the White Deer Academy. The situation should already be greatly settled, right?" Chu Qingyan wore a smile on her face and said confidently, "When will old ancestors send the Xianyuan sword? To me?" Lu Zhu looked strange and carefully said, "Your majesty, I'm afraid that Regulus can't be delivered." "What?" Chu Qingyan frowned slightly, puzzled. "Nowadays, the Yi family is only left with a little girl at the Yuaning realm, as well as an alcoholic easy king. I'll have the Thunder Ancestor himself come out and take him down like a mole cricket. Tell me quickly, what went wrong?" Lu Zhu recounted what he had seen at the White Deer Academy to Chu Qingyan. Hearing that the Fire Phoenix King was now participating, Chu Qingyan nodded slightly. The Fire Phoenix King has a deep friendship with the Yi family's ancestor and is extremely sentimental. I have long predicted that he would never stand idly by and would become a stumbling block for us to deal with the Yi family. The Thunder Ancestor has the All Matters Mother Chi Cauldron in his hands, so it's no big deal to deal with the Fire Phoenix King at all. Lu Zhu nodded. Yes, with the 10,000 Things Mother Chi Cauldron, Thunder Ancestor did suppress the Fire Phoenix King. However, just as he was preparing to suppress Yi Linger, another Ascension Realm powerhouse appeared. And the masters? Chu Qingyan was slightly stunned, her face showing suspicion. Who is it? Exactly. Yi Cheng. Who? Chu Qingyan froze, wondering if there was something wrong with her ears. Lu Zhu clenched his teeth and raised his voice a few points. Yi family's easy king. Yi Cheng. According to my subordinate's observation, Yi Cheng's strength is even higher than that of the Fire Phoenix King and Thunder Ancestor. After he appeared, he first struck out to kill Chen Hai, and then he completely suppressed the Thunder Ancestor, who could only rely on the All Matters Mother Chi Cauldron to save his life, and was suppressed to the point where he was losing ground. Chu Qingyan didn't even listen to the latter words in her head. The name that Lu Zhu had just reported had already shocked her completely. Yip Ching? That lousy alcoholic. Surprisingly, it was an Ascension Realm powerhouse? How is that possible? Chu Qingyan's face turned pale. Her chest rose and fell violently without stopping, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably from shock and fear. On the side, Chang Yunxiao was also stunned and muttered, "It's really unexpected that the only male member of the Yi family that only exists in the world is also an Ascension Realm powerhouse. All these years he has borrowed wine to buy drunkenness and feigned madness, in order to hide himself in great secrecy. Heaven is doomed. The Yi family will not be extinguished." Just as they were shocked, another girl, full of fear, ran to report the news. This person's name was Zhang Xiaohua. His identity was a student of the White Deer Academy, but in reality, he was the eyes and ears that Chu Qingyan had planted within the White Deer Academy. "Your Majesty, it's not good. What happened?" Chu Qingyan's heart thumped. Could it be that Yi Qing had teamed up with the Fire Phoenix King to do away with the Thunder Ancestor? "Your Majesty, just now, Qin Shanghua and Yi Qing were confronting each other, but I didn't expect Yao Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yaoqi Holy Land, to suddenly appear," Zhang Xiaohua anxiously said. "Yao Yu took out a magic treasure called the Tongming Mirror, saying that it could reveal the truth. Right now she's urging her magic treasure, and soon the truth will come out." Hearing this, Chu Qingyan's delicate body once again trembled, her face showing panic. This news simply caused him to despair even more than if the Thunder Ancestor had been done away with. She would never have imagined that the Yaoqi Holy Land, which had never had anything to do with their Daqi dynasty, would also be involved in today's action against the Yi family. Tongming Mirror's reputation was certainly something that Chu Qingyan had heard of. If Yao Yu really sacrificed the Tongming Mirror, all the truth would be made clear. Then, once the false accusations were exposed, Qin Ru's reputation would be tarnished, and her reputation would also face a catastrophic blow. At that time, not only would the people's hearts be lost, they would also lose a loyal Yi family, as well as a rare Ascension Realm powerhouse. For a time, Chu Qingyan's heart was incomparably chagrined, her intestines going green with remorse. She had thought that her scheme was watertight, and that she could take down the Yi family and get the Xianyuan sword with 9 out of 10 guarantees. However, he had calculated everything, but he had uniquely miscalculated Yi Qing's strength. Who would have thought that they, the Deqi dynasty, would have a 5th ascended expert in addition to the Flame Phoenix King and the 3 old ancestors, and this expert, right under her nose the whole time. No, if the truth comes out, my reputation will be ruined and I can't accept that. The Empress slowly got up, her face changing color. She could never accept that her reputation would just stink. Targeting the Yi meritorious family would have unimaginable consequences if word spread. Chapter 27, Sheen Ro Green Tea Heartthrob. This is her true face. Chapter 27, Sheen Ro Green Tea Heartthrob. This is her true face. Chapter 27, Sheen Ro Green Tea Heartthrob. This is her true face. At the ruins of the White Deer School, As Yao Yu continuously urged her spiritual energy, the light screen in midair gradually emerged with a clear projection image. The corner of Qin Ro's mouth twitched slightly, her face as desperate as death. Because the first thing that presented itself in midair was her face. On top of the image, it was inside the academy school hall, where Qin Ro was chatting with a few girls. In this quiz, senior sister Zoer's performance was again the best in the entire academy. I really envy senior sister Roer's talent. To think that at this age she is at the 7th level of body forging. I'm still only at the 2nd level. I think that among our class, senior sister Roer is definitely the most outstanding leader. Just as a group of girls, they were all boasting and kissing Qin Ro's ass. A discordant voice suddenly came from the crowd. Have you guys forgotten about Yi Linger? Yi Linger doesn't attend every quiz, and the gentlemen don't ask much about it. Could it be that she's already stronger than all of us? Hearing this, Qin Ro's expression abruptly sank as she coldly said, what kind of thing is she? Yi Linger, you guys wait, when I go home today, I'll let my father take the lead and fix her up a bit. My father usually loves me the most and will definitely help me. Not only did the pass-through mirror present a clear projection, but even the voice of the speaker was unmistakable. Seeing that what she had done was all raked over the coals, Qin Ro turned around and fled. Despite everything, however, she hadn't escaped a few steps when Su Lingfu, who was outside the crowd, waved her hand and struck out a dark force. Directly, Qin Ro knocked back again and fell in front of Yi Linger. Seeing his daughter beaten, Qin Ro's face was green and purple. He knew very well that this image was nothing, but if the image behind it was also exposed, everything would be over. Qin Ro gathered his courage and carefully opened his mouth again, trying to stop it. However, Yi Cheng, Yao Yu, and the Fire Phoenix King slowly turned their heads at the same time, casting an indifferent look at him. The gaze of the 3 Ascension Realm great powers directly shocked Qin Ro's soul. His face was pale, his cold sweat was dense, and he couldn't utter a single word. With the release of this image to the public, it instantly blew the minds of many. I really didn't expect Qin Ro to be this kind of person, usually in front of people, pretending to be so well behaved and weak, but behind the scenes is such a face? Green tea. Heart watch. Listening to the crowd's voice of discussion and ridicule, Qin Ro, who had always been held in high esteem as a little princess, was simply unable to accept it for a moment, but was at a loss. Luckily there are some lickspittles that are still on her side and speak for her. Geez, what are you guys talking about? Isn't it normal for a young girl of Zoe's age to have a bit of this vanity climbing? It's just a slight climb. It's not like there's any harm in it. It's no big deal. That's not enough evidence to make a judgment. Listening to the voices of the crowd, Yi Qing always stood with his arms wrapped around him, quietly watching and waiting for the truth of everything to surface. Looking at the image of the light screen in mid-air, in Yi Qing's mind, he suddenly thought of his beloved. Yi Qing remembered that Linger's mother, her own lover, was also a person of temperament who dared to love and hate. If she knew that Linger had been subjected to such indignities today, I wonder how she would stand up for her daughter. Over the years, Yi Qing had been poking around for news of that woman, but had never found anything. Perhaps, the Tongming mirror of the Yaoqi Holy Land can help you find some clues? With the curtain of light in the sky, it turned into a second image. Yi Qing's drifting thoughts were also yanked back, and he continued to watch with an expressionless face. Above the curtain of light was the Qin mansion at night. Qin Ro told her jealousy and unwillingness, one by one. It was then that Qin Ro finally made his appearance in the image. Even in front of his own daughter, he was graceful and elegant. Zoe, it's not right to think like that. Qin Ro persuaded bitterly. The Yi family is a meritorious family, full of loyalty, and has the merit of reconstruction in Diqi. Yi Linger, as a descendant of the Yi family, is also bound to harbor a heroic spirit. As her classmate, you should have more contact with her. After watching this image, the literati scholars who had just spoken up for Qin Ro were instantly quite pleased with themselves one by one. You guys, what did I just say? Minister Qin is Minister Qin, and will always be a model example for the world's readers. The reason he said that must be that he wants his daughter to learn from the best. Qin Shengwa's character. Surely there is no excuse. However, in the next second, the words above the light screen turned, and the bragging of these literati scholars came to an abrupt end. Daddy, who am I to make contact with her? Qin Ro was unconvinced and asked. Their Yi family and our Qin family are not even in the same class. Father, you are the prime minister of the dynasty, and you are in the highest position, under one person and above 10,000 people. And their Yi family has fallen, with only a drunk and easy king left to support the portal. Even if she Yi Linger is more powerful, she can't compare to me. The corners of Qin Ro's mouth rose slightly, evoking a wry smile. Zoe, that's not true. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Yi family has fallen, It still has some very valuable treasures hidden. That's why you have to reach out to Yilinger, so that we can have a chance to plot these treasures into our hands. Understand? The moment this light screen came out, the entire room instantly all set off a furor. So, this is Chinro's true face? High and mighty, untouchable, self-proclaimed nobility, contemptuous of merit. Is this still that soft and gentle, well-behaved little sister? She's obviously a snobbish young lady. Those lickspittles who had just spoken up for Chinro were all silent and shut up at this point. On the one hand, it was because the white moonlight-like image of Chinro in their minds had completely collapsed. On the other hand, it's also because they don't deserve it. Even the Yi family, which was full of loyal and highly decorated people, was not worth mentioning in Chinro's eyes. The families that couldn't even compare to the power of the Yi family, would be even less able to enter the eyes of Miss Qin. Compared to Chinro's exposure of her true colors, Chinru's collapse caused even more of a heavenly sensation. On the surface, he was a decent man, a prime minister of a country, and was held up as a model by the world's readers. But who would have thought that the Chinru in the dark would have such a face, abetting his own daughter and plotting the treasures of the Yi family? What is this if not moralizing? The literati who spoke for Chinru just now, one by one, all closed their mouths at this time. Nothing to say. Completely speechless, the eyes that looked at Chinru no longer had any semblance of respect, but were filled with contempt. Chapter 28, Chinru's image collapses. The truth is revealed. Yi family injustice. Chapter 28, Chinru's image collapses. The truth is revealed. Yi family injustice. Chapter 28, Chinru's image collapses. The truth is revealed. Yi family injustice. This image had just been presented, directly causing the tall and magnificent image of Qin Shangwei in their minds to collapse completely, with no dregs left. For a while, all sorts of non-committal voices resounded from all directions. I really didn't expect Chinro to be such a person. Senior sister's wire, count me as wrong about you. Ha, that's disgusting. Thanks to the fact that I liked you so much, with that condescending face of yours, I feel like vomiting just looking at you. The ones who were naysaying Chinro were basically just the students of the White Deer Academy and those lickspittles who adored him. And the people who talked about Chinru, that was a sea of people. Behind his back, Qin Sangu was actually such a person. You usually teach the world's literati to be loyal, filial, honest and shameful, and scrupulously abide by the faith and righteousness. But when it comes to yourself, you can be so moralistic? May I ask Minister Qin if the treasure of the Yi family that you spoke of is the Xianyuan sword that the Easy King spoke of? So today's farce was a shameless false accusation from the start, was it? Listening to the people's denunciations and accusations, Chinro, who had extremely poor mental ability, directly collapsed as a whole. Sitting curled up on the ground with her knees, she buried her head and cried out, not caring that she was in public. Although Chinru's city was relatively deep, he was also filled with embarrassment in the face of this situation. Just now when both sides were on their own, he could still use his strong mental and acting skills to overpower Yi Qing. However, the intervention of the Yaoqi Holy Land made all the truths come out in the open. Even if he's covered in mouths, there's nothing more he can say. Minister Qin, is this the honorable man you speak of? Yi Qing said with interest. You were not full of righteousness, benevolence and morality just now, saying that you were not plotting against my Yi family's Regulus sword. Then may I ask what other treasures my Yi family has besides the Regulus sword that would make you, Lord Sagittarius, so desirous? Seeing that Chinru had become mute, Yi Qing looked at Mo Zhentian on the side again without slowing down. Razor, see, there is absolutely no possibility of half-faking the Tongning mirror of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Interview, what are your testimonials now? Mo Zhentian was similarly dumbfounded, closing his mouth and choosing to remain silent. In this situation now, anything more he said would just be getting darker and darker. Seeing this, Yao Yu, who was on the side, smiled coldly and continued to pour her spiritual energy into the Tongning mirror. With the new spiritual energy urged on, the mid-air became a completely new image. Chinru handed over a bracelet to Chinro's hands. Chinro's two eyes lit up as she excitedly said, Father, is this bracelet for me? It's for you, but you have to use it and do something for me. Chinru smiled faintly. When you arrive at the academy tomorrow, you have to make a big show of it so that everyone knows that you got this bracelet. Then, you have to find a way to devise a coincidence that will allow Yilinger to come into contact with this bracelet. Wait until the day after tomorrow. Then you will hide this bracelet at home. And when you go to the academy, you will slander Yilinger for stealing your bracelet, and make things as big as possible. When the matter becomes a big deal, we can use this as a reason to go to the Easy King's residence to search. The Yi family is hiding a treasure that concerns the honor and decline of our Qin family. And even more so, the lifeblood of the Daki dynasty. No matter what, this must be searched out. the scene shifted and instantly became Qin Ru's study again. There were two people standing in front of Qin Ru, none other than Chen Hai, the vice president of the White Deer Academy, and Lu Yuan, a teacher. Greetings, Unsang. When they saw Qin Ru, both of them were respectful, nodding and bowing. Both of you, no need to be polite. Qin Ru waved his hand and said indifferently, both of you are both disciples who have gone out from my Qin mansion. Now that this prime minister has a matter that he would like to ask for your help, the two of you shouldn't be able to refuse, right? Unsang, what are you talking about? Lu Yuan patted his chest and said aloud, Infan has the favor of knowing me. If not for Infan's cultivation, I would still be just a poor scholar now. As long as N Prime Minister has an order, Lu Yuan will go through fire and water without hesitation. Chen Hai on the side had the same attitude and laughed. N Prime Minister, just tell us, what is it that you want us to help with? Very well, it seems that both of you are people who know how to repay their kindness. This minister did not look at the wrong person in the first place. Qin Ru nodded with a satisfied smile and squinted his eyes as he said with a straight face, you should also be well aware that although the Yi family is now in decline, it has been hiding a godless artifact that it refuses to hand over to the imperial court. Right now the demon invasion is rampant. All the major dynasties are on edge. This godless artifact must be returned to the royal family in order to ensure that my Daki dynasty stands invincible in this storm. However, after all, the Yi family has done a lot of work for our Daki, so if we directly force our way through the doors and search them, it will inevitably cause the world to criticize the court, saying that it does not know how to be benevolent and righteous, and that it does not care about old friendships. Therefore, the only way to seek this item is to start with that daughter of the Yi family. Qin Ru told Chen Hai and Lu Yuan what he had explained to Qin Ro, as well as his own plans, all of which were told to the two of them. After hearing this, the two of them both showed admiration and immediately bowed down to pat the horse's ass. This plan of N Prime Minister is really brilliant. This plan will work, Qin Ru faintly said. Lu Yuan, tomorrow when Roar and that Yi Linger make a scene, you will step in and pull the plug. Provoke Yi Linger as much as possible, and preferably let her injure you. In short, make things as big as possible. When the matter has become a complete mess, Chen Hai, you will then step in to control the situation and report the matter upwards, with the court making the decision. After the matter is reported to the court, naturally the old man will carry out the handling. After the trial of Yi Linger's sins, we can put her in the heavenly prison and then go to the Yi family to conduct a search. Yi Linger is the only remaining young bloodline of the Yi family nowadays. As long as she is resolved, the Yi family's posterity will be eliminated, and the possibility of them retaliating in the future will also be eradicated. From now on, the glory and merit of the Yi family will completely cease to exist. All the truth has been revealed to the world. Instead, the entire crowd was dead silent, their faces filled with unbelievable shock. The bracelet fiasco proved to be a despicable and shameless false accusation. However, Qin Ru's insidiousness and viciousness was a complete reversal of the perception in the minds of the crowd. Who would have thought that the Qin Xianghua, who had read the books of the sages and was full of the ways of the sages, would be such a person? It's just a matter of plotting other people's Yi family's treasures. He even counted on an innocent little girl, intending to make the Yi family extinct. Such despicable and vicious tactics, used on anyone, could never be accepted by the world. What's more, it was used against the Yi family, which was full of loyal and highly decorated people. Chapter 29, Bitch Qin Ro, spurned by all. Qin Ru's reputation is ruined. Chapter 29, Bitch Qin Ro, spurned by all. Qin Ru's reputation is ruined. Chapter 29, Bitch Qin Ro, spurned by all. Qin Ru's reputation is ruined. Various voices of dissent rang out one after another. Only at this moment, everyone had already stood on the Yi family's side, while condemning what Qin Ru's father and daughter had done. As a prime minister of a country, Qin Ru was under one person and above 10,000 people, and he enjoys endless glory and wealth. Just what kind of treasure could make him move such greed and so shamelessly scheme against the Yi family? Then there's no need to say. It must be the Regulus sword in the hands of the Easy King. Although the Xianyuan sword is one of the only two godless weapons in Deqi, it was created by the Yi family's ancestor, and the entire process was done without any involvement from the royal family. Over the years, whenever demons invaded, the ancestors of the Yi family would ask Regulus to come out and kill an unknown number of demonic beasts in order to bless the mountains and rivers of Daki without any harm. I didn't expect that now that the Yi family has just declined in power, Qin Ru would intend to seize the Xianyuan sword by trickery and take it for himself. Disgusting, filthy, lowly, the cumulative achievements that the Yi family once made. Is it not something that can be compared to your humble little prime minister? This is so despicable and shameless, truly unworthy of being the example of the world's readers. The literati who had held Qin Ru in high regard just now all felt like they had been betrayed and deceived in general. At this moment, they were more furious than anyone else, and they all roared out in unison. Qin Ru, you despicable person. Unworthy of being a model of a scholar. Unworthy of being the chancellor of Daki. You don't deserve to be a scholar. Reading the Book of Sages in vain. I'm going to break into the palace to meet the emperor and demand that Her Majesty the Empress depose Qin Ru from his official position. If such a traitor is allowed to serve as a prime minister in the court, sooner or later, Great Qi will surely die. The face of the crowd's verbal attacks. 1,000 fingers. Qin Ru old-faced bashful red cloth general. Hate to directly find a crack in the ground. He had made all sorts of plans before this operation. Whether he succeeds or fails, he can shrug it off cleanly. Even the worst outcome would be nothing more than lying about a misunderstanding and apologizing to the Yi family. But nowadays, the word misunderstanding alone is obviously no longer enough to spread the anger of the people. Until yesterday, he was the high and mighty prime minister of Daki, surrounded by 10,000 people and loved by the literati and scholars of the world. After today, he will be a street rat, a sinner hated by everyone, with no possibility of turning over a new leaf. And Qin Ru, who was on the side, was in a similarly uncomfortable situation. The students of the White Deer Academy, as well as the young men and women of the circle of high-ranking sons and daughters of the capital, all aggressively attacked her. Qin Ru, how could you do such a thing? The other Yi Linger is a descendant of the Yi family, and is something that you, the daughter of a tiny prime minister, can look down on? Without the sacrifices and bloodshed of the Yi family's forefathers, could your Qin family have a good life today? How dare you falsely accuse her? In the future, don't say I'm your senior sister. I can't afford to lose this person. Among them, the most intense reaction belonged to those who had previously kissed Qin Ru's ass on top of the light screen. These people, in order to clear the air, hurled all kinds of insults at Qin Ru, almost using the most vicious words they had ever used in their lives. Others picked up rotten leaves, rotten eggs, and some even grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and threw it at Qin Ru while cursing. Qin Ru, as a young lady who grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth, where had she received this kind of treatment? Her own aura as the daughter of the prime minister completely disappeared, and instead became the object of abuse by 10,000 people. Despicable, shameless, nasty, cousin, bitch, whore. These vicious words were all used to scold Yi Linger from the back of the former Qin Ru. At this moment, it all fell on her own head, causing her spirit to break down directly, scratching her hair and shaking her head desperately. Not me. Not me. It's all my father who ordered me to do this. It has nothing to do with me. Saying that, Qin Ru rushed to Qin Ru in spite of everything and roared in a trembling voice. Father, you quickly say it. You quickly admit it. Everything was plotted by you. It was you who told me to frame Yi Linger. It has nothing to do with me. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Asshole. Qin Ru was already angry at this time, and hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, waving his hand and slapping his hand fiercely in Qin Ru's face. As a great power of the harmonization realm, even if this palm didn't exert much force, it directly knocked Qin Ru to the ground, and she continuously spat out blood from her mouth. However, when the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they didn't have the slightest sympathy for Qin Ru at all, and only felt that she deserved what she got. And the last bit of Qin Ru's image of a good father in everyone's mind directly collapsed. A few true experts did not participate in the verbal attacks on Qin Ru's father and daughter. Yao Yu stood aside with her arms wrapped around her, smiling faintly. It seems that today's matter has already been finalized. The Qin family father and daughter's own greed is destined to nail them to the pillar of shame in the grand history of the world. Su Lingfu, who was on the side, snorted lightly. I knew it all along that Senior Sword Immortal must have been defamed. Master, it's fortunate that we're making this trip today, or else it's not likely that these bad guys would have gotten away with slandering Senior. Only then did Yi Linger let out a long breath of relief and gratefully said, Elder Yao Yu, and this girl, thank you for your help. After tossing and turning for 2 full days of light, I finally proved my innocence. Hey, Sister Linger, you don't have to thank me. Su Lingfu stepped forward and took Yi Linger's hand, obviously meeting for the first time, but like a close little sister, she said with a smile, to say thank you. We should be thanking Senior Sword Immortal for saving our lives in the first place. On the side, Yi Chang, Fire Phoenix King, and Mo Zhentian, 3 Ascension Realm Powers, stood with their arms wrapped around each other, looking at each other, watching the truth of the light curtain in mid-air. Mo Zhentian's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly, the corners of his mouth twitching violently without stopping. Razor, see, Yi Qing said indifferently, who is innocent and who is treacherous? It's already clear under the Tong Ming mirror. If there's anything else you want to say, you might as well say it. Tian was silent for a moment and didn't say anything more. He had wanted to take Qin Ru away. After all, Qin Ru was an important official that the Empress valued. However, after taking a look at the miserable state of Qin Ru's father and daughter who were being pointed at by 10,000 people on the side, he gave up very sensibly. This father-daughter duo had already committed a public outrage and had been targeted. Even if he himself was a Daki elder, he could not save them. Today's trouble can't be solved so easily by using force. Yi Qing looked at the Fire Phoenix King and smiled lightly. Brother, thank you for your help today. You're welcome. I'm trying to save my own son too. The Fire Phoenix King returned a smile to Yi Qing, and the two of them exchanged a silent glance before turning their heads once again to look at the light curtain in midair, which had once again changed. Chapter 30 Empress Panic. My reputation is gone? Never accept it. Chapter 30 Empress Panic. My reputation is gone? Never accept it. Chapter 30 Empress Panic. My reputation is gone? Never accept it. The image of the Tommy mirror continues. The last image on the screen was the next day when they arrived at the academy. Shinro brought the bracelet to Yi Linger. Linger, look, this is the bracelet my mother gave me. Isn't it pretty? Yi Linger only gave a symbolic and polite glance before nodding her head and saying, pretty. Linger, take a good look. Shinro was unforgiving and said, this is the best refined white jade crafted. A top-grade spirit treasure of the Xian rank. Surely you haven't seen it normally? Well, never seen it. Come on, Linger, I'll lend you to wear it for a while. Don't go away. If you don't wear it, it's okay to touch it. Under Shinro's endless pestering, Yi Linger could only touch the bracelet and nodded her head in praise. Not bad. Then he went out with his own books, not even bothering to look at them again. From the beginning to the end, Yi Linger had no half-interest in Shinro's bracelet, and it was only due to her family's teachings and etiquette that she didn't show so much impatience. And then, the image on the light screen turned to the back of the White Deer Academy. Shinro and Wang Xian were together and placed the bracelet in a hole in an old acacia tree. Wang Xian executed his gong method and set up a small formation on top of the tree hole to conceal it. Senior brother Wang. Thank you. Shinro smiled sweetly and said shyly, you've helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you properly. Why don't we do this? When it's done, why don't you come to my house for dinner? Senior sister Zoe, you invited me to your home? Looking at Shinro's reaction like this, Wang Xian, the dead-licking dog, was instantly excited and excitedly said, good, don't worry about senior sister Roar, I will definitely help you to the end. Later on, you just feel free to slander that Yi Linger, and when you get into trouble with her, I'll show up to help you. Senior brother Wang Xian, this is not good, is it? Shinro teared up and said, after all, you are the first genius of our White Deer Academy. What if this matter affects your future? Senior sister Zoe, don't worry. Wang Xian coldly laughed, regardless of anyone, as long as senior sister Roar looks at her unfavorably, then that is my Wang Xian's enemy. There was a moment of silence after this image ended. There were many people who were revolted by Shinro's whiny voice and couldn't help but gag. At the same time, the truth about what happened yesterday was finally and completely revealed. Wang Xian's passing by was also not a coincidence, but had long been discussed with Shinro. He had long since made up his mind to help Shinro against Yi Linger, which was why Yi Linger had suppressed him. The people watching the fun had spread out over 100 miles in every direction, and there were naturally quite a few people gathered around the location of the back of the mountain. After seeing the scene on the light screen, the enthusiastic onlookers in the back of the mountain immediately found the tree on the image and directly blasted off the spell along with the trunk. And he found the bracelet from the tree hole and ran ahead to hand it to Yi Qing. Man and stolen goods, clear as a bell. Yi Qing played with the bracelet in his hand and said with amusement, Minister Qin, you are not too stingy. Framing my Yi Qing's daughter with such a broken bracelet of the Xian rank, not even a little cost down? This kind of trash is not worthy of padding my daughter's toilet. After saying that, Yi Qing casually tossed the jade bracelet to Qin Ru. Qin Ru, however, simply did not have the heart to all, letting the jade bracelet fall to the ground and shatter. At the same time, along with the jade bracelet, what was left of his reputation and dignity shattered. The Imperial Palace. Chu Qinyan had already left the darkroom and returned to the main hall, anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the dragon chair. The foreboding feeling in her heart grew stronger, and the slightest hint of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Just now, Chu Qinyan had sent Lu Zhu to go to the White Deer Academy once again to spy on the information. Although Lu Zhu had not yet returned, she could hear the loud and high cries coming from the direction of the White Deer School clearly. Just as Chu Qinyan was feeling apprehensive, Lu Zhu finally went and returned. Your Majesty, it's not good. Chu Qinyan forced down the panic in her heart and said in a deep voice, say, what's the situation now? The people from the Yaoqi Holy Land used the Tongming mirror to replay the events of the previous 2 days, bringing the truth of everything to light. Lu Zhu anxiously said, "It is already true that Qin Ru and Qin Ro framed Ji Linger, intending to use this to frame the Yi family and seek the Xianyuan sword. At this very moment, Qin Ru's father and daughter are being pointed at by 10,000 people and are being judged by the people of the world. Qin Ru's honor and reputation are corrupted to the core. In addition, a group of literati ran to the palace to expose what Qin Ru had done, and demanded that His Majesty remove Qin Ru as Prime Minister and punish him according to the law." After listening to Lu Zhu's report, Chu Qingyan was so angry that a cold aura erupted in her eyes and her petite body trembled slightly without stopping. Sure enough, things had finally evolved to the worst as she had predicted. Originally, Chu Qingyan didn't want to step in, didn't want to wade into the muddy water and get herself all fishy. But in this situation right now, if she doesn't step in again, I'm afraid it won't work. Qin Ru wants to seek the Xianyuan sword. I'm afraid that there are already people guessing that this matter is authorized behind her back. If they continue to allow Yao Yu to play back the truth with the Tongming mirror, surely it wouldn't take long before they would continue to dig deeper and deeper. Once the conversation between her and Qin Ru was exposed, it would all be over. This Daki Empress herself will also be the same as Qin Ru, reduced to the world of people, insulted and spat on the faint king's sole husband. Failing to get Regulus is a small matter, but if she lost the hearts of the people of the world because of this matter, then no matter what means she used to make up for it later, I'm afraid it would just be a cover-up. Lu Zhu, quickly follow me to the scene and maintain order. Chu Qingyan stood up and was about to move to rush to the White Deer School. Suddenly, a sharp pain rushed straight to her heavenly soul, causing her to sit paralyzed on top of the dragon chair once again, her head aching and in agony. Damn! I can't believe this is the time. Chu Qingyan's face turned pale, her forehead made up for it in cold sweat, her body convulsed and spasmed non-stop in pain, and her entire body curled up directly on the dragon chair. Lu Zhu was startled and panicked. "Your Majesty, are you alright? I'm going to get the eunuch to come." "No, don't mind me," Chu Qingyan hissed. "You quickly bring people to the scene and dispatch all those watching in the name of threatening the order of the imperial city. Get going. If you're late, it'll be too late." "Yes, subordinate will go now." Although Lu Zhu was incredibly worried in his heart, he could only obediently carry out Chu Qingyan's orders. Chu Qingyan gritted her teeth and forced herself to endure the severe pain, and it was only after nearly an incense stick of light that she finally eased up a bit. Her dragon robe was already drenched in cold sweat as she staggered up from the dragon chair. Just as Chu Qingyan took a weak step, she was preparing to go forward to the scene to maintain order. Suddenly, a cold, chilly wind blew by her side, and a feminine, pale voice came from her. "Your Majesty, if you find it troublesome, I can give you a hand." Chapter 31, The Empress Loses Face. The person behind the curtain surfaced. Chapter 31, The Empress Loses Face. The person behind the curtain surfaced. Chapter 31, The Empress Loses Face. The person behind the curtain surfaced. The voice, though clearly belonging to a man, was more feminine and softer than a woman's. And at the same time as the voice rang out, the entire palace was filled with a thick yin qi. A trace of coldness arose in Chu Qingyan's heart as she violently turned her head and snapped, "Who? Even if your excellency is an Ascension realm powerhouse, daring to trespass into my Daki imperial palace is too much of a rudeness. Ha! Your Majesty the Empress, rest your anger." The ghastly wind in midair slowly converged and transformed into an old figure that walked towards her unhurriedly. It was a senile old man, his face covered with knife-carved deep creases, as if he might blow out his lamp at any moment. The old man's beard and hair were all white, his body was hunched and bent, and he held a white bone scepter in his hand. There were no black eyes in his eyes, only clear white eyeballs, and they were covered with blood, which was incredibly oozing. Chu Qingyan felt a strong signal of danger from this old man, and couldn't help but take a step back and ask in a cold voice, "Who are you?" "I am the chief elder of the Great Luo Holy Land." "Kurenai." The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of sesame-seeded, broken and sharp teeth. "I won't hide it from your Majesty, the Empress, but I have been observing here for a long time. Just now, when I saw Her Majesty the Empress so despondent, I couldn't help but feel compassion for her, which is why I took the initiative to show up, ready to help Her Majesty, the Holy Land of the Great Luo, Elder Kurenai." Chu Qingyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a trace of gravity and disgust passed through her eyes. The Great Luo Sacred Land, along with the Yaoqi Sacred Land, was one of the 7 great sacred lands in the central state, with equal power and no difference between them. This Elder Kurenai in front of him was one of the strongest forces of the Great Luo Holy Land. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Ascension realm, and he had mastered the unique corpsine technique, which was ferociously famous in the entire central state. But even more famous is the poorness of his character. The Great Luo Holy Land, a righteous sect, had a long history. However, Kurenai, as an elder of the Great Luo sacred ground, was cruel in nature and ruthless, and was in the form of a demon. In addition, it is rumored that this person is extremely horny, almost like a hungry ghost in color. From time to time, he ordered the disciples under his command to capture young and beautiful women and offer them to him. After capturing a beautiful woman, Kurenai would often enjoy her body first and torture her spirit for fun. After torturing the woman into insanity, she was gutted and her soul was scattered. Only the physical shell is left behind, carefully handled and collected to become a furnace for one's own cultivation or poison making. Elder Ronku's reputation could be described as poor to the extreme. Looking at the entire 7 great holy lands, one could not find a second person who was so underhanded and vicious. However, being among the 7 great holy lands, although the other holy lands hated him to the bone, they didn't dare to rashly offend the Great Luo Holy Land for this reason. As for the patriarchs and elders of the Great Luo Holy Land, although they were also not used to seeing what Ronku did, the Holy Land needed him as an important combatant, so they turned a blind eye. Chu Qingyan took a deep breath and faintly said, "Dare I ask Elder Ronku how he plans to help me?" Elder Ronku grinned, a touch of sinisterness flowing from his eyes. "Naturally, to help you kill Yi Qing." "Kill Yi Qing?" Chu Qingyan frowned slightly, muttered for a moment, and faintly said, "So, what are your conditions?" The Daki Empress is indeed quick to speak. "Old me like straightforward women like you." Elder Ronku grinned and narrowed his eyes slightly. Beheading a sword cultivator at the peak of the Ascension realm is also costly and involves a great deal of risk as far as I'm concerned. So it's natural for this price to be set higher by the old man. How about this? Old me can give your majesty the Empress a chance to choose. Either that, or cut out half of the Daki dynasty's national fortune and send it to Lao Fu. Either that, or ask you, your majesty the Empress, to be old man's woman. I promise that I will always love you and favor you, and help you become the strongest in the world. After hearing Ronku's conditions, Chu Qingyan's face became darker than charcoal. This old thing, it's shameless. The national fortune of the Daki dynasty was amassed with the blood and lives of successive emperors and loyal and brave men, let alone half of it. Even if it was just a sliver, she would never give in to it. As for letting yourself be this old thing's woman, when she thought of all the evil deeds of Elder Ronku over the years, even she had heard about them for a long time from far away in the eastern prefecture. Looking at this old guy's ugly face, Chu Qingyan felt sick to her stomach. I cannot agree to either of these conditions. Your Honor, it's better to go back where you came from. Oh, Elder Ronku raised his eyebrows and teased. Your Majesty the Empress, is it true that you won't consider it anymore? Today's situation is already this dire. Without the help of the old man, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to get through this calamity. That, I won't trouble your excellency to worry about. Chu Qingyan laughed coldly. I will deal with our Daki's affairs. Also, I would like to advise your excellency. Yi Qing's strength is unfathomable. With you, you may not be his opponent. Even if you do manage to kill Yi Qing, there are still 2 Ascension realm powerhouses, the Fire Phoenix King and Yao Yu, who will likewise make it impossible for you to come back. After saying that, Chu Qingyan directly flicked her sleeves and stepped away in a dashing manner. Looking at Chu Qingyan's long straight and slender legs, Elder Ronku wiped his saliva and the corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile. Ha! What a little ninny who doesn't know what she's doing. I'd like to see how you can handle it without my help. At the ruins of the White Deer Academy, Shinru had already been cursed by 1,000 accusations and furious curses, scolded to the point of near collapse, and was left with no place to go. Just then, the image in midair suddenly appeared to jump once again. This time, the scene of the image was no longer the Sangha, but the palace. It was Shinru who came to Chu Qingyan's chambers in the middle of the night for an audience. Seeing Chu Qingyan's domineering and pretty face appearing above the light screen, the crowd of onlookers could not help but be secretly shocked. Could it be that Shinru's false accusation against the Yi family is also related to Her Majesty the Empress? My chow, this is a shocking melon. This plot is getting better and better. I'm a bit of a sucker for it. The corners of Shinru's mouth twitched slightly, and an even stronger trepidation flowed out of his already desperate eyes. If the 10,000 curses were to be borne by him alone, then there would still be a possibility of ending today's matter. But if Her Majesty, the Empress, is also involved, then it's all out of hand. Emojintian's face also changed slightly. This matter concerned the face and majesty of the royal family. Yi Qing almost got it. However, he had wanted to make a move to stop it, but looking at the 3 Ascension realm experts on the side, he could only silently give up the idea of stopping it. Just as the crowd was looking at the sky in unison, anticipating where the plot would go next, in the distant sky, a harsh and violent cry suddenly came from the sky. Enough! Chapter 32, the Empress prayed for Yi Qing's forgiveness. Shinru deserved to die. Chapter 32, the Empress prayed for Yi Qing's forgiveness. Qin Ru deserved to die. Chapter 32, the Empress prayed for Yi Qing's forgiveness. Qin Ru deserved to die. This shocking cry was filled with the majesty of a king. Even though it did not have the domineering aura of an Ascension realm powerhouse, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as they took an unanimous sideways glance. A god transformation realm Xian bird, flapping its colorful feathers, soared from the distance. Standing on the back of the Xian bird was none other than the Deqi Empress, Chu Qingyan. Her Majesty the Empress, who never goes out of the palace easily, is even present in person? Over the top. Over the top. The commotion is getting bigger and bigger. Even Her Majesty the Empress herself has come out. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Chu Qingyan came to the center of the crowd and leapt down from behind the Xian bird, landing firmly on the ground. Looking at Yao Yu in front of him, he faintly said, "Elder Yao Yu, I am extremely touched by the fact that you people from the Yaopan Holy Land have come to help us mediate a family matter in Deqi, but it's time for this farce to end today." Yao Yu did not respond and looked at Yi Qing with meaningful eyes. After all, she had come here today and sacrificed the Tongming mirror in order to repay her predecessor's kindness. As for the Daqi Empress, the Yaoqi Holy Land, were not afraid at all. Your Majesty the Empress, I didn't think that a little matter of my daughter's would have alarmed you all to come to the scene in person. Yi Qing smiled faintly and said, "However, there is a question for your Majesty to answer. For the sake of His Majesty, who did not show himself sooner or later, but at this time to prevent it?" The crowd of onlookers came to a realization. Yeah, if you don't want outsiders to meddle in the affairs of Daqi, why don't you show up? The moment you are shown on the biased image, you immediately come out and stop it. Wouldn't that be more proof that there's something fishy going on? Chu Qingyan's face slightly changed a bit as she coldly said, "Yi Qing, I admit that I misjudged your strength earlier, which led to this unpleasantness today. If you are willing to stop here, I can pretend that everything that happened before never happened." Oh, Yi Qing's face showed interest. What does Her Majesty the Empress mean by before? Chu Qingyan had already thought about it and said decisively, "The salary in silver and cultivation resources of your Yi family that have been withheld over the years, I will immediately order the Ministry of the Interior to pay them out as they are, and from now on, the monthly resources will be increased twice as much as before, with a guarantee of not a penny less. In addition, your daughter, Yi Linger, will be the chief disciple of the White Deer Academy in the future, receiving the best training and educational resources, and you, from now on, will be the Grand Marshal of the Daqi dynasty, with a status above the three ancestors, and all Daqi soldiers and cultivators will be at your disposal. With your strength, and with the help of the royal family pouring out everything they have, you will definitely be able to revitalize your Yi family's glory." Saying that, Chu Qingyan stretched out her hand to Yi Qing, revealing a kind smile. "Easy King, stop, pretend that nothing has happened. How about you and I, Master and Minister, start anew?" These conditions offered by Chu Qingyan were definitely considered to be full of sincerity. Aside from the fact that the population was still sparse, it was almost as if the Yi family had been elevated back to its original position at its peak. Everyone thought that Yi Qing would definitely agree to this kind of settlement that had all the benefits and none of the harms without a doubt. However, Yi Qing directly ignored Chu Qingyan's outstretched hand and faintly said, "Not good." Chu Qingyan's smile froze. "What did you say, Easy King? Your Yi family is full of loyalty and is a heroic meritocracy of Deqi. You must not be confused. Your Majesty the Empress, with all due respect, these treatments you speak of should have belonged to my Yi family." Yi Qing stood with his arms wrapped around him and said indifferently, "But today, you brought out these things that were stripped away from our Yi family with the intention of reconciling with me. Dare I ask, when my daughter was falsely accused, why didn't you take into account the loyalty of the Yi family's entire clan and stand up to do justice for my daughter? Just ask if today, if I hadn't displayed the strength of the Ascension realm, would Her Majesty the Empress step down from her lofty throne and speak to me with such an equal attitude?" Yi Qing's words disliked Chu Qingyan, leaving her speechless, and her beautiful eyes showed a powerful bloom of anger. "So, the Easy King is not going to accept my reconciliation?" "Yes." Yi Qing nodded with a faint smile. "The Deqi royal family is not worthy of my Yi family's service." Seeing Yi Qing not giving an inch and going toe-to-toe with Chu Qingyan, the crowd couldn't help but murmur, "Why do I think the Easy King is going a little overboard? Today's matter is, after all, blamed on that old thief Qin Ru, and has nothing to do with Her Majesty the Empress. Her Majesty the Empress has already lowered her voice so low, why is he still unforgiving?" Seeing how Yi Qing treated Chu Qingyan, Yao Yu instantly understood what to do. Immediately, without hesitation, she poured in her spiritual energy once again to drive the Tongming mirror. The scene on the light screen, which had been paused earlier, continued to play. The crowd instantly stopped talking and lamenting. One by one, They closed their mouths and held their breath, listening to the sound of Chu Qingyan and Qin Ru's conversation. At first, the two of them just talked about some very common and unusual national affairs. Suddenly, the crowd clearly saw that Qin Ru made a wink to Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan instantly understood, ordering the heraldess Lu Zhu and the other maids to all retire. Only when only the two of them were left did Qin Ru speak. Your Majesty, recently the southwestern area of Daki has suffered a natural disaster, with a 3-year drought and no harvest. The local officials have been unable to support themselves and have written 4 times requesting the court to allocate grain and rice for disaster relief. The old minister really couldn't press the matter, so he came here to ask for your Majesty's opinion. Chu Qingyan faintly asked back, what do you think? With the frequent incursions of the demon race lately, the court's grain and gold and silver should be used to recruit soldiers and braves, as well as to train the younger generation to be strong. Qin Ru said cryptically, as for those refugees in the southwestern lands, hundreds of thousands have died. Even if another million or so die, I don't think anything will go wrong. Chu Qingyan pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Okay, let's do as you say. Chu Qingyan nodded her head like this, instantly causing the entire room to explode. The disaster in the southwestern lands has been so severe that there are refugees fleeing to the imperial city. How dare they still use this kind of high-sounding reason to press on people's relief grain and rice? You say, was that silver used to recruit soldiers and braves? Or did it go into your Qin Sangu's personal pocket? Even if a million or so more die, nothing will go wrong. Is this horse talk human? It's a shame that you're still a reader of holy books, but you treat human life like grass. Qin Ru, you deserve to die. Qin Ru sat down on the ground with a thud, almost drowned by the crowd's spittle. But this time, he wasn't the only one who became the target of 1,000 accusations. Ha, everyone, you shouldn't just scold Qin Shenghua either. Without His Majesty's nod, where would he have the guts to even dare to corrupt the relief grain? It is our Majesty who treats the lives of our people as if they were nothing. Chapter 33, The Empress cracks. Never forgive. The Protectorate formation opens. Chapter 33, The Empress cracks. Never forgive. The Protectorate formation opens. Chapter 33, The Empress cracks. Never forgive. The Protectorate formation opens. All along, although Chu Qingyan had been a high and cold person and had enforced the law severely, in the people's minds, she had always been a good ruler who was wise and loved the people. At this moment above the image, her approval and acquiescence to Qin Ru almost caused her image of supremacy in the minds of the people to collapse directly. Chu Qingyan, who was on the side, was as pale as death. Her worst fears had come true after all. Chu Qingyan was already desperate inside, but the images on the light screen had no intention of stopping at all. The conversation she had with Qin Ru yesterday night was also revealed to the public. The Yi family has long been in decline. Its former glory no longer exists. And all that's left is a no-good rotten drunkard who hogs an imperial artifact. So what's the point? This godless artifact deserves to be controlled and protected by the royal family. You instruct Qin Hai that tomorrow you must do whatever means necessary to sit on Yi Linger's charges. If you really can't, then you can directly let the Forbidden Army move out and forcefully search the Yi family. The meritocracy has passed, and the current Yi family has long since withered. The only thing left to utilize in the Yi family nowadays is to contribute that sword. Last night's secret words between Chu Qingyan and Qin Ru were revealed word for word in front of everyone. Yi Qing looked at Chu Qingyan and faintly said, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Before Chu Qingyan even spoke an inch, she was directly drowned out by the mountains of exclamations from the crowd. So this false accusation, the mastermind behind it, is actually the Empress? It's ridiculous that the Yi family is full of loyalty and the whole clan is devoted. But in the end, they were treated like this. I didn't realize that Her Majesty the Empress had such a vicious heart despite her apparent benevolence. It's still true that the king is not yet credible. Chu Qingyan's years of painstaking efforts to save the reputation and popularity of the people with great difficulty were directly destroyed in one go. She was bitter inside, her petite body trembled unceasingly, and she only felt a splitting headache in the face of the overwhelming accusations and insults. However, Yao Yu, who was on the side, was expressionless and did not have the slightest sympathy for Chu Qingyan. Still pouring his spiritual energy into the Tomei mirror, he played the last image. The last image was when Qin Ru went back and sent 2 dead soldiers, Yuan Tian and Yuan Di, to infiltrate the Easy King's residence, assassinate Yi Linger, and search for the Xian Yuan sword. However, he was detected by Yi Qing in advance and easily waved his sword to wipe out the scene. When the people looked at it, they all looked exasperated, and each of them was filled with righteous indignation. The Empress and Qin Shenghua, they are too ruthless. In order to seek the Xian Yuan sword, he even did this to a little girl. If it weren't for the Easy King being a deeply hidden Ascension realm expert, their treacherous plan would have succeeded. The result at that time will be that the only heir to the Yi family will be killed and the only remaining supreme treasure, the Xianyuan sword, will be taken away. Is there such a ing bully? At this point, all the truth of the matter completely surfaced. With a wave of her hand, Yao Yu retrieved the Tongming mirror, and the curtain of light in midair disappeared. Chu Qingyan was silent for a long time and came to Yi Qing, faintly saying, I admit that it is my fault for treating your Yi family like this, but as the Lord of Daki, there is nothing I can do. When the Yi family was strong, it did once hold the Xianyuan sword in its hand and shook all corners of the world, making all parties dare not come to offend. But nowadays, the Yi family has fallen, and may not even be able to protect the Xianyuan sword. I'm doing this for the sake of Daki as well. Yi Qing couldn't help but snort a laugh. For the sake of Dachi? My Yi family has spent their lives fighting and dying for Daki. May I ask which battlefield in Daki does not have the bones and souls of the Yi family's ancestors? You want to kill my daughter and take away my Yi family's ancestral treasure just for the sake of Dachi? Your Majesty, the Empress, is really benevolent. Chu Qingyan was irrefutable, and in a fit of anger, she directly flared up and said angrily, Then you say, what can I do? You do your best to accuse me of faults there. Aren't you at fault at all? If you hadn't been pretending to be a lousy drunkard who couldn't hold up a wall, how would I have been completely disappointed in the Yi family? If you had shown your strength earlier, how would things have developed to this point today? Hearing Chu Qingyan's remarks, the surrounding crowd was stunned. This kind of irrational, blame-shifting rhetoric was coming from the mouth of their supreme Daki Empress? Yi Qing stood in front of Chu Qingyan. His heart was speechless for a while, half speechless. Against all odds, little fairy, making such against all odds statements. It's so ing down. Yi Qing, I know that you must still have Dachi in your heart. Chu Qingyan took a deep breath to calm down, and softly said, After all, here, but your father, your grandfather, your Yi family's grandparents' predecessors are buried and resting. You yourself have grown up in Daki since you were a child, and it is unlikely that you would be willing to leave this homeland. I implore you once again, this is the end of the day and the page is turned. I promise you that no matter what happens in the future, as long as the Yi family's clan is still in existence, it will always be honored by the royal family and respected by all the people in the world, and there will never be anything like what happened today. In the face of Chu Qingyan's sincere request, Yi Qing was unchanged and did not waver in the slightest. Back then, before my grandfather went to the battlefield, you had also promised him that you would always protect and provide for the descendants of the Yi family, ensuring that the Yi family's lineage would be passed on to the next generation. But what did you do after my grandfather died in battle? After 20 short years, your own words can be dismissed as scraps of paper that don't count. With all due respect, your assurances carry no weight with me. Chu Qingyan narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of coldness flowing from her eyes. So, that means there's no deal? There's no talk, Yi Qing said without thinking. Then, it's just, Chu Qingyan slowly raised her index and middle fingers, and a prancing golden light filled her body. The powerful aura contained within the golden light caused Yao Yu, Fire Phoenix King, and other Ascension Realm powerhouses to be startled. It made it hard to believe that this kind of strong aura was emanating from a person in the Mahayana realm. Your Majesty, could it be that you are trying to? Mo Shintian, who was on the side, realized what was going on and looked terrified. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth to stop him, Chu Qingyan had long since pointed with her trusty hand, directly maneuvering the cauldron of all matters Mother Qi beside him. It floated into midair, fixing itself above the dome of the sky and forming a formation eye. With the eye of the formation as the center, a beam of dazzling golden light extended out in all directions, forming a giant golden net that blocked the sky. And from the golden light, came bursts of dragon's roar of strange sound, so that 90% of the people present for the chills. Chu Qingyan pointed to the sky with one finger, her expression arrogant, and said in a cold voice, Since you insist on not obeying, then I will. I will have to use the Daki dynasty's protectorate formation to negotiate with you. Chapter 34 9 Dragons Immortal Beheading Formation. Immortals can be killed. Yi Qing asked the sword. Chapter 34 9 Dragons Immortal Beheading Formation. Immortals can be killed. Yi Qing asked the sword. Chapter 34 9 Dragons Immortal Beheading Formation. Immortals can be killed. Yi Qing asked the sword. Looking at the golden light of the dragon's might in midair, everyone in the entire imperial city was stunned. Chu Qingyan, are you crazy? The Fire Phoenix King was horrified. To think that he would not hesitate to overdraw his lifespan at the cost of activating the 9-Dragon Immortal Beheading Formation. Just to deal with Yi Qing? The 9-Dragon Immortal Beheading Formation was the Great Qi Dynasty's protector formation. Legend has it that at the beginning of the founding of the Great Qi, 9 Ascension Realm powers poured their own true essence into the immortal artifact Divine Dragon Cauldron and worked together to create it. The power of this formation was extremely strong, capable of instantly annihilating 100,000 demons, and even immortals could be obliterated. But as a side effect, the cost of trying to open this formation was also heavy. If one wanted to open the 9-dragon immortal beheading formation, one had to use the Deqi dynasty's imperial artifact of suppressing the state, the cauldron of all materia medica, as the eye of the formation. In addition, it requires an overdraft of the dynasty's national fortune, as well as the longevity of the king himself. Therefore, usually, a dynasty of state protection array, only life and death survival of the critical time, will be forced to open. When the demons came repeatedly, even though they had already raced to the imperial city, Chu Qingyan had never opened the grand formation. I did not expect that today. Even with this formation, to deal with Yi Qing, Chu Qingyan's expression was incomparably resolute, not wavering in the slightest. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, he directly leapt to the sky above. Ancestors above, bless Daki forever. The 9 dragons are now in the world. Yagyu, Chu Qingyan's figure, illuminated by the golden light, appeared majestic and domineering, accompanied by the sound of a powerful dragon roar. A giant dragon with golden light slowly emerged from the clouds. 1, 2, 3, under Chu Qingyan's drive, the entire 9 giant dragons appeared one after another, taking the orientation of the 9 quarters yellow river formation. The stars arched over the moon, clustering around Chu Qingyan's body. Is this the great Qi dynasty's protectorate formation? It's simply more terrifying than the legendary power of. I really didn't expect that I would be able to see the divine might of the 9-dragon immortal beheading formation with my own eyes in my lifetime. I don't know if the Easy King, can he carry it? Yao Yu, who was an elder of the Holy Land, couldn't help but look at the 9 golden dragons above the firmament. The 9-dragon immortal beheading formation of the Daki dynasty really lives up to its name. The strong spiritual power of this formation is enough to sustain the national lineage of the Daki dynasty for 1,000 years. It is rumored that previously, the only time the 9 dragons immortal beheading formation was activated, it killed an immortal. As long as this formation remains, the Daki dynasty will never be defeated even if its power declines again. Hearing her master's tone of voice was so grim, Su Lingfu showed a worried expression. Master, this formation is so powerful, will Senior be able to withstand it? Why don't you ask Master to step in and help Senior? Yao Yu was slightly reticent, her gaze quietly cast to Yi Qing in front of her. Only Yi Qing stood with his arms wrapped around him, looking at Chu Qingyan in midair with a calm and unhurried expression. There was only a hint of surprise in his eyes, but not the slightest bit of fear. It's not necessary. Yao Yu smiled and said softly, although the 9 dragons immortal beheading formation is strong, Senior's skills are also unfathomable. You can see that Senior is still calm and relaxed in front of the battlefield, so it's clear that he must have a good plan. We just need to protect his daughter for Senior. Yi Qing looked at Chu Qingyan in midair, embraced between the 9 golden dragons, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Your Majesty, the Empress, you are a strange one. When the demon race broke through the desolate ancient Great Wall, 100,000 demon soldiers came running to attack the imperial city. Hundreds of officials and 10,000 people sobbed for blood and begged you to open the protectorate formation to bless the imperial city with peace, but you refused mercilessly. For this reason, my grandfather led 500 sons and daughters of the Yi family and went to fight to the death against the demon race, forging a defense line with his life and blood, not letting the demonic beasts take half a step into the imperial city before insisting on waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. The lives of 500 sons and daughters of my Yi family back then weren't even worth letting you open the protectorate formation. Today, in order to take the life of one of my people, you've spent your lifespan and the fate of your country to activate the 9-dragon immortal beheading formation. I really don't know if you value my Yi family, or if you despise it. Yi Qing's soulful questioning caused the surrounding crowd to become righteously indignant. Chu Qingyan, however, looked proud and condescendingly looked askance at Yi Qing, saying faintly, Yi Qing, today I opened the protectorate formation just to prove it to you. Daki will still be the same Daki without the Yi family, and will still be able to stand at the top of the Eastern Prefecture. And don't worry, I was in the wrong today, so I will never kill you. However, if you lose, today's matter will be written off, and from now on, you must submit to Daki with your heart and soul and never rebel. Yes. Yi Qing tightened his grip on the Xianyuan sword in his palm and prepared to strike to break the barrier. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a trace of excited battle intent finally flowed out of his eyes that were always ancient and unperturbed. Then I will, today, prove one thing to you as well. The one who has protected the mountains and rivers of Daki from harm all these years is the Yi family. If you stand against the Yi family, even with this formation, you won't be able to protect your Deqi. In the meantime, the Great Wall defense line, on the border of the Great Chu dynasty, Large batches of demonic beasts, like a black tide, used their robust and sturdy bodies to ruthlessly impact the city walls. Above the defense line, tens of thousands of Chu army elites were holding fire-removing talismans, summoning a blazing fire, and struggling to block the demonic beast's attack. At the head of the group leading the bloody battle was none other than the first female marshal of Dechu, Lang Rushan. The battle armor on Lang Rushan's body was already stained crimson by the beast's blood. Strenuously swinging the huge sword in her palm, she blasted out a powerful sword on and killed so many demonic beasts that even she could not remember. Generals, behind us is the border. We have no way back. These demonic beasts must be completely annihilated here. Daredevils, at my command, go out of the city to kill the enemy. The city gates slowly opened, and the death squad consisting of 1,000 harmonized God Realm warriors, who had long been prepared to die as if they were at home, rushed towards the battlefield on their warhorses. With the valiant charge of the death squad, coupled with the cover of flames from the generals on the city, the demonic beasts were finally cowed by the kill. Their formation collapsed, and they fled in all directions. Victory! Victory! The daredevil warriors were overjoyed, raising their blades and arms in the air. Seeing this, Lang Rushan on the city wall also let out a long breath of relief. Finally, fending off the fourth wave of beasts, but I'm afraid it won't be long before the fifth wave of beasts hits. As Lang Rushan was pondering, her afterglow glanced inadvertently and suddenly noticed a piece of rolling black clouds, sweeping in from the distance. This is, feeling the terrifying demonic aura contained within the black clouds, Lang Rushan's pupils suddenly shrunk and said in a shocked voice, "Front team, quickly withdraw to the city." However, even though she had been the first to voice her warning, she was still a step too late. Chapter 35, Great Demon Kueino. The state of Chu is in danger of extinction. Chapter 35, Great Demon Kueino. The state of Chu is in danger of extinction. Chapter 35, Great Demon Kueino. The state of Chu is in danger of extinction. Amidst the dark clouds, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged, as well as a bloody mouth that evoked a teasingly hideous smile. In the next second, thousands of ghostly purple thunderbolts came crashing down from between the clouds, directly enveloping the more than 1,000 daredevils outside the city in a baptism of heavenly thunder. Ah! This power! Frost Marshal save me! Accompanied by mournful screams, the 1,000 warriors of the spirit transformation realm were all struck by demonic lightning, causing their skin to scorch and their flesh to fester. Although Lang Rushan was anxious, she was the commander of the three armies and could never leave the Great Wall defense line by an inch. He could only watch as his most precious warriors were crushed to ashes by the thunder. Seeing this, the demonic beasts that had just fled instantly made a comeback, once again launching a fierce attack on the city walls. The soldiers who had just gotten some respite were immediately thrown into battle again. Lang Rushan, however, did not participate in the battle, her gaze always gazing at the dark clouds in the sky, her face incomparably grave. The clouds finally blew away with a harsh gust of wind. Lang Rushan fixed her eyes on it, and silk-thin cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. Hidden in the clouds was a strange-looking monster. The monster was 100 feet tall and resembled a bison, but had no horns on its head and only one leg and foot. This thing was as black as ink, covered with a black hard shell, and its eyes were as crimson as blood, and with just a single look, it was enough to intimidate people into losing their nerve. Sure enough, Lang Rushan muttered, "The demon king that the demon clan sent out this time is not only a head." In every dynasty, there were secret codes that existed, which recorded accounts of the demon race. They, the Dechu dynasty, were certainly no exception. Legend has it that there are 12 demon kings of the demon race, all of whom have been practicing for thousands of years and have reached the late ascension realm of the horror of the existence of a beast that can overthrow a country. Below the 12 demon kings, although there was no lack of many ascension realm great demons, there was simply no way to shake the demon king's position. This was because every demon king had their own territories, clans and tribes. In other words, it was equivalent to being the king of a beast dynasty. The head of the 12 demon kings was naturally the heavenly dragon king without a doubt, and this bull-headed beast in front of him. Lang Rushan had also seen it in the illustrated book of the Secret Codex. The East Sea Demon King, Kuei-nyo, in and out of the waters, must lead the wind and rain, light like the sun and moon, sound like thunder. His name is Kuei. In Lang Rushan's heart, a hint of despair was born. Their great Chu dynasty's national strength could at most withstand the onslaught of the beast tide. If the other party had a great demon of the Ascension realm, the situation would be very dangerous. What's more, the one invading Dechu at this time is one of the 12 demon kings. The Kuei-nyo didn't have to do anything. Just showing up in the world caused the demonic beasts to be like chicken blood, defying death and charging bravely. Under the fierce attack of the demonic beasts, the magic weapons and fire-removing talismans of the Dechu defenders were all depleted. One could only watch as a demonic beast climbed up the city wall and engaged in close combat. But how many chances could one have in a physical fight with a demonic beast? At such a time of life and death, any battle power is crucial and may become an important factor in determining the victory or defeat of the battle. For 1,000 of their great Chu dynasty's harmonized God realm warriors to be annihilated by the flick of a Kuei-Yu's finger was nothing short of devastating. Watching the loyal and brave generals under his command, they were engaged in a life and death struggle with the demonic beasts. Amidst the mournful shouts and screams, one after another was disemboweled by the demonic beasts and had their hearts ripped out. Unprecedented bewilderment and powerlessness appeared in Lang Rusheng's eyes, and she was stunned in place for a long time without knowing what to do. The depth of the De Chu dynasty was, after all, too poor. With only her, an ascension realm, it was impossible to fight against the beasts that possessed a demon king sitting in their midst. With the massive invasion of the demonic beasts, the entire eastern half of the state, almost all of it, had fallen. Their De Chu's position was more forward, so they became the target of the demonic beast invasion first. If the defense collapses and the Great Chu falls, next, I'm afraid, is the Daki dynasty. While Lang Rusheng was thinking wildly, a demonic tiger rushed to her and leaped up high, intending to tear her apart with its sharp claws. Sinful animal, looking for death. Coldness erupted in Lang Rusheng's eyes, and red light erupted in her palm. Summoning a long, cold lance, with a single shot, he pierced through the demon tiger's chest and burned it to ashes. This long spear was called the life-burning ancient Buddha lance. The Great Chu dynasty did not have a godless artifact, and this life-burning ancient Buddha lance, as Lang Rusheng's extreme imperial artifact, was the closest existence to a godless artifact. Its power, while comparable to a godless artifact, had an irreversible side effect. That is, when using it, one needs to rely on burning one's own lifespan as a price. Lang Rusheng took a deep breath, and a look of determination to die as if she were at home appeared in her eyes. In one breath, he poured 30 years of longevity into the lance, instantly stirring up a blazing fire that shot up into the sky. Unwilling sinful beasts, your atrocities end here. If you want to step into the Great Chu dynasty, step over my corpse first. Great Chu dynasty. Inside the palace, Chu Yao sat on the throne, her expression gloomy and watery, her heart restless. By this time, fighting should have broken out on the front lines. If the beast tide is successfully repelled, Russian should be the first to send back a short report. But why is there still no news from the front until now? Is the battle not over yet? Or are the defenses of the front line already breached? Although Chu Yao has long since made up his mind, today to be nailed to the throne, and the people of the imperial city to live and die together. But the confusing military situation on the front line still made her heart ramble and worry. Thinking about it, Chu Yao's thoughts gradually drifted, and she remembered her husband and daughter again. This time the demon race is coming in with extreme ferocity, with their troops split into multiple directions and split up, intending to massacre the entire eastern state to the hilt. The De Chu dynasty has already been attacked head-on by the demon congregation, and I'm afraid that the De Qi dynasty, as a neighboring state, is not in much better shape. Even if they didn't suffer from demonic beast attacks, I'm afraid that the demonic beasts that attack the defense line are already on their way. Today's world is so barren of soldiers and demons. Yelong, Linger, can you protect yourselves until I find you? Speaking of this, Chu Yao couldn't help but shake her head with a self-deprecating dry smile. I'm still, as always, headstrong. The other Daki dynasty, there are 4 Ascension realm powerhouses in attendance, 2 great godless artifacts, and the Protectorate formation. My De Chu dynasty, on the other hand, has nothing and is likely to face extinction. Even if I find them, will I be able to protect them? Chu Yao's heart struggled for a long time, and her confused Yan Shen regained her firmness. No matter what, this time, our family must be reunited and never be separated again. Even if we die, we'll die together. Chapter 36, Drinking Flying Immortal Wine. Yi Ching chopped the dragon with a sword. Chapter 36, Drinking Flying Immortal Wine. Yi Ching chopped the dragon with a sword. Chapter 36, Drinking Flying Immortal Wine. Yi Ching chopped the dragon with a sword. The other side. In mid-air, as Chu Qingyan continued to pour in her spiritual energy, the 9 golden dragons by her side became more and more materialized, as if they were coming to life. In comparison, Yi Ching held the godless artifact Xianyuan sword in his hand, although he also had an extraordinary aura. However, it was as if it was slightly inferior compared to the terrifying dragon might and domineering aura emanating from the golden dragon. Yi Ching narrowed his eyes slightly and swung out a tentative sword strike. His sword awnings, Fong, could be described as indestructible and invincible. Even Thunder Ancestor Emozhentian had to rely on the godless artifact shelter to barely withstand it. But at this moment, the pure sword intent of Swordmaster was completely suppressed by the dragon's might in mid-air. Just as they blasted into mid-air, The two golden dragons spat out golden dragon breath, so that his sword on like a mud cow into the sea, instantly nowhere to be found, failed to set off half a ripple, so strong. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but smack their lips in shock. I didn't expect this 9-dragon immortal beheading formation to be as strong as this. That's natural. After all, it's the Daki dynasty's protectorate formation. If it doesn't have some divine power, doesn't it mean that the Daki ancestors were all incompetent? That said, this woman, she's really scary. In the beginning, she preferred to watch the bloodshed on the frontier, but she didn't want to open the protectorate formation. Today, just because he lost face in front of everyone, he directly activated the big formation and fought with Yi Qing. This woman's mind is so hard to figure out. The Fire Phoenix King and Yao Yu, who were both thinking the same thing at this time, coincidentally protected Yi Linger's body with one on the left and one on the right. They had no intention of stepping forward to help. They only wanted to help Yi Qing protect his daughter. Looking up at the 9 golden dragons hissing and roaring in mid-air, the Fire Phoenix King's face showed a grave expression. It's bad luck to provoke such a crazy. This time, Brother Yi, I'm afraid I'm going to be in trouble. Oh, Yao Yu said with interest. Your Excellency, the Fire Phoenix King, could it be that you think that the benefactor is unable to break through this formation? The Fire Phoenix King was silent for a moment and said faintly, it's hard. The 9-dragon immortal beheading formation, as the Great Qi dynasty's protector formation, I also know a little about it. The 9 golden dragons in mid-air represent the imperial dragon lineage of the Daki dynasty. The stronger Daki's national lineage in Qi, the more powerful the 9-dragon immortal beheading formation will be. Nowadays, Daki is the hegemon of the Eastern Prefecture, and with the old ancestor emperor's weapon sitting at the helm, the country's fortunes are so strong, adding to the fact that the cauldron of all matters Mother Qi already contains supreme Qi. As the eye of the 9 dragons immortal beheading formation, it is even more like a tiger adding wings to its wings. Even if Brother Yi were stronger, I'm afraid it would be harder than hell to crack this formation. Yao Yu was silent for a moment, not agreeing or refuting. These words of the Fire Phoenix King were not without reason. As an Ascension realm powerhouse, out of experience and reason, in her opinion, the terrifying power of this 9 dragons immortal beheading formation was by no means something that could be broken by only one Ascension realm. At least 5 Ascension realms were needed to hold back the 9 golden dragons and then wait for an opportunity to attack their formation eyes before they could succeed. If it were an ordinary Ascension realm cultivator, facing this situation, I'm afraid it would already be a dead end. But if it's a senior, uncle, that's not right, Yi Linger firmly said. Father once told me that in the sky and in the world, he is the only one. I believe in my father. I can definitely break the formation. Elder Ronku stood on an old acacia tree in the distance, looking at the 9 golden dragons flickering with golden light in mid-air, and a frenzied essence could not help but show in his eyes. No wonder that little ninny, Fong directly rejected old man's request. So it's this undercard that gives her confidence. Elder Ronku admitted that Yi Qing was very strong, and that his hard power might have to override him. However, wanting to crack the 9-dragon immortal beheading formation with one's own strength was simply harder than heaven. I'm afraid that if I want to take advantage of someone's danger today, I won't be able to do so. However, the strong national fortune displayed by the 9 dragons immortal beheading formation caused the greed and covetousness in Elder Ronku's heart to intensify. The national fortune of the Daki dynasty is the best in the eastern state. Looking at the hundreds of dynasties in the 4 states of the world, it was also one of the most important existences. As for Chu Qingyan at this moment, the fact that she was able to activate this formation with ease, even more so, meant that her physique was different from normal people. Himself later, he must find a better opportunity. If he could obtain half of the Diqi dynasty's national fortune, or if he could take Chu Qingyan as a cauldron, one's cultivation must have risen greatly, and one could even make an impact on the immortal realm. Chu Qingyan stood with her arms wrapped around her and said indifferently, Yi Qing, you are not an enemy of the 9-dragon immortal beheading formation. Surrender. Yi Qing's face was expressionless as he slung his sword over his shoulder as if it fell on deaf ears. Ha! Obsessive. Chu Qingyan narrowed her eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, since you're insistent on resisting, I'll let you suffer some pain. 3 dragons extinguish. Chu Qingyan's mind moved, and the formation instantly turned from defense to offense. The 3-headed golden dragon lifted its wings and came out, letting out a stern roaring sound as it circled around in midair. Every time it circled, its power would be strengthened by as much as double. This is the attack of the 9-dragon immortal beheading formation. Feeling the aura on the 3-headed golden dragon grow stronger, the crowd couldn't help but sweat for Yi Qing. However, when they turned their heads to look, they were filled with speechlessness. In the face of Chu Qingyan's murderous attack, Yi Qing didn't even make a move to return the favor. Instead, He gave up resisting in general and stuck Regulus directly in front of him. Taking out the wine gourd from his waist, he gulped it down. What's the time of day? And you're still in the mood for a drink? Knowing that you can't resist the attack of the 9 dragons' immortal beheading formation, you've given up on healing? Alas! Just now the Easy King was so bullish, I thought he had a deep Tao. It can't be helped. Fighting against the 9 dragon immortal beheading formation is simply a fool's errand. Chu Qingyan wore a confident smile as she maneuvered the 3 golden dragons to blast out. The 3 golden dragons stored up their full strength, like meteors falling from the sky, intending to directly blast Yi Qing into pieces. Host drinks flying fairy wine. Sword intelligence sense plus 500. Great diffraction divine skill sense upgrade. Up to 20 times the concentration power. Good wine. It hurts. Yi Qing wiped the corners of his mouth and took a long breath of wine. At the same time, he catalyzed the great diffusion divine skill, all of his spiritual energy focusing into one in a flash. Seeing that the golden dragon had already blasted in front of him, Yi Qing drew out the Regulus sword from in front of him with a speed that almost appeared as a stump, and blasted out a sword head-on. Because he moved so quickly, it caused everyone to not see what was happening clearly. The next second he came back to his senses. He saw the 3 golden dragons shatter with a bang, failing to injure a single hair on Yi Qing's head. What? To the extent that actually gave the Deqi dynasty's protector god dragon to. Chu Qingyan in midair was shaken, and a splash of scarlet blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. How is this? How is this possible? Not waiting for her heart to be surprised, Yi Qing was already holding the hilt of his sword horizontally, and without any expression on his face, he once again blasted out a sword. This sword, named Wei Kuei. Chapter 37, A sword chi spread across 10 million miles. A sword light cold 19 states. Chapter 37, A sword chi spread across 10 million miles. A sword light cold 19 states. Chapter 37, A sword chi spread across 10 million miles. A sword light cold 19 states. This sword aura made heaven and earth silent, and everything was silent. The sword energy blasted upwards from below, but the light fell from the sky. 10,000 feet of heavenly light plummeted from the clouds, illuminating the face of every mortal in the world. Sword chi spreads across 10 million miles. A sword light chills the 19 states. The heavens and earth were filled with a dense sword intent that directly suppressed the dragon's might that came with the enhancement of national fortune. Among the crowd of onlookers, there were quite a few sword cultivators with swords. However, all sword cultivators were shocked to realize that they had clearly done nothing, and under the shroud of sword intent alone, they had a feeling of admiration for this, as if they were faced with the unparalleled dignity of 10,000 swords. This was another sword mastery that Yi Qing had suddenly comprehended after drinking the flying immortal wine just now. The power of a sword shocks a country. Therefore, it is called the Kingdom of Wei. The sword blasted into mid-air, pointing straight at Chu Qingyan, who was in the eye of the formation. This can't be right. Chu Qingyan's face showed fear as she hurriedly maneuvered the remaining 6 to defend, accompanied by a loud sound that shook the sky and earth. Terrifying might splashed in all directions, stirring up rolling smoke. As the smoke cleared, the crowd was shocked to realize that Chu Qingyan was kneeling on one knee in midair, with blood continuously spraying out of her mouth. And the 9 golden dragons that had shaken the entire scene just now had all turned into golden fragments that floated around her. With just one sword, all 9 dragons were destroyed. This terrifying and domineering strength stunned everyone present. Even though the swords might have dispersed, the whole place was still dead silent. How is this? How is this possible? Chu Qingyan's face was pale, and her beautiful eyes were filled with incredible shock and trepidation. How is it possible to fight against the 9 dragons' immortal beheading formation with just one person's strength? Even if an immortal descended to earth, it's impossible to have this kind of suppressive power. The 9 dragon immortal beheading formation would not be easily destroyed, because this formation, which was opened by the combined efforts of the 9 Ascension realm great powers at the beginning of the founding of the Daqi dynasty, was closely linked to the national fortune of the Daqi dynasty. Adding the fact that there was the cauldron of all matters Mother Qi as the eye of the formation, the life force of the formation was even more powerful than its killing power. No matter how far it was destroyed, it could be rebuilt at the expense of the nation's fortunes. However, Chu Qingyan did not understand why Yi Qing possessed such a terrifying power. She was even more puzzled by the fact that, while he clearly possessed this kind of strength, he neither worked for Deqi nor made enemies of Deqi, hiding a horrible force that is powerful enough to destroy the Daqi dynasty. But every day they nestle in their homes and get drunk. Your Majesty the Empress. Stop. Emojentian came below Chu Qingyan and advised bitterly. If 2 tigers fight, there will be a death. If we continue to fight like this, the end will only be a lose-lose situation. Nowadays, the demons in the outer regions are already rampant. If you compromise your country's fortunes to fight with your own people, even if you defeat Yi Qing, what is the significance of it? Shut up. Chu Qingyan slowly stood up and wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were still as firm as iron, without the slightest intention of wavering. Let me admit defeat. Delusional. She is the Empress of Daki. For hundreds of years, the only strong person who had ascended to the imperial throne with a woman's body. In order to have the last laugh in the brutal battle for the throne. How much trials and tribulations did Chu Qingyan go through? How many corpses of foreign enemies and fellow clansmen did he step on before he sat on the throne at the top of Daki? And after coming to power, how many open shots she has encountered? How many threats she has been called on to make? How many conspiracies and rebellions she has experienced? Chu Qingyan has come all the way to today, relying on the word ruthless. Even if it cost her more, she would never admit defeat. 9 turns to 1. The Dragon Emperor appears. Chu Qingyan droned out, pouring out all her strength and regrouping once again. As she continued to pour her own longevity and the national fortune of Da Qi into the All-Mother Qi cauldron, the golden fragments of the 9 golden dragons that had been shattered earlier had slowly drifted together and gathered into one. Originally, the crowd thought that Chu Qingyan was going to resurrect the 9 golden dragons and fight Yi Qing again. However, the next second, the sight in midair stunned everyone. What's this? The golden powder fragments of the 9 golden dragons of the party were actually fused into one. It transformed into a giant dragon that was 100 feet long and stood proudly above the sky. The dragon was covered with golden scales, with 4 wings on its back and 9 claws on its ribs. Its posture was majestic, showing the dominance of the dragon race. The sheer size of this huge dragon, just by spreading the 4 wings behind it, was enough to cover the clouds and the sun. And between its spitting breaths, the might emanating from it clearly reached the peak of the Ascension realm, and could even be comparable to that of an immortal. She's crazy. The Fire Phoenix King was stunned. In order to deal with Brother Yi, would you even go so far as to set back the national fortune of the Da Qi dynasty? The moment the golden dragon appeared in the world, there was an instant and obvious change in heaven and earth. The sky above changed from being clear and warm just now, and a cold wind blew. The ground cracked in a hideous fissure, as if a great drought had descended. Many of the onlookers, especially some of the older ones, were fit and strong and old at the last second. The next second it was straight up coughing violently, as if it had been sick for a long time. Observing the scene around her, Su Lingfu was puzzled. Master, what's going on? Yao Yu stood with her arms wrapped around her as she faintly explained. This is the strongest variant of the 9-dragon immortal beheading formation, called the Dragon Emperor formation. The Daki dynasty, as the overlord of the eastern state, is known to be blessed by the dragon and phoenix, and blessed by heaven's destiny, wherein the phoenix, naturally, refers to the protectorate divine phoenix, the Fire Phoenix King, and the dragon is this 9-clawed golden dragon that was birthed by the national fortune of the Daki dynasty. This 9-clawed golden dragon possesses the power to subdue the country, and can even fight against immortals, but as a price, just summoning the 9-clawed golden dragon out will require a 10-year lifespan of the contemporary king, as well as 10 years of the Daki dynasty's national fortune. 10 years of longevity, 10 years of national fortune. Su Lingfu was dumbfounded by what she heard and said in dismay. This Daki Empress, in order to deal with her benefactor, she even went so far as to spell out the depths of Dakian? Yi Linger, who was behind her, also couldn't help but show a worried expression when she heard Yao Yu's words. Senior, can my father block this attack? Spirit, don't worry. Yao Yu rubbed Yi Linger's hair and smiled faintly. Back then, your father, the Ascension Realm heavenly dragon that he obliterated with a single sword, was no less powerful than this golden dragon. Moreover, now that many years have passed, your father's strength must have also become many times stronger. No matter what means the Daki Empress uses, she can't help your father. Chu Qingyan stood on the back of the 9-clawed golden dragon, her eyes gazing at Yi Qing below, and she drank blandly. Yi Qing, it's not too late for you to regret now. You should be clear that no one can disobey the power of the Dragon Emperor formation. Not even you. The Yi family, it can revive its glory, or it can be destroyed just like that. Whether it's destruction or splendor, it's all up to you. Chapter 38, Slaying the Dragon with a Sword. Great Demon Kuan Yo. Chapter 38, Slaying the Dragon with a Sword. Great Demon Kuan Yo. Chapter 38, Slaying the Dragon with a Sword. Great Demon Kuan Yo. The crowd looked at Yi Qing in unison, waiting for his choice. Yi Qing smiled faintly and took a step forward with his sword unhurriedly, saying with interest, seeing that you have the courage to make this kind of move, I had thought that you were ready to gamble on your life, and only after a long time did I develop a trace of admiration for you, but I didn't expect that you would still say such words. It's a bit too much of a drop. Chu Qingyan's face changed, and she said in a cold voice, Yi Qing, do you really intend to fight me to the death? Earlier, in my attitude towards your Yi family, I did make some decisive mistakes, but aren't you, at all At fault? Yi Cheng. Against the day. This Chu Qingyan. Why does she always say such explosive remarks that can make people's three views shatter to the ground? The huge Daki dynasty is ruled by such a rebellious little fairy. The future of this dynasty is really in danger. Ha! Jade and fish? Yi Cheng smiled faintly and said with amusement, how many skills do you have that you are worthy of burning with me? It seems like you have a lot of confidence in this golden dragon of yours. Ha! That's natural. Chu Qingyan laughed confidently. The golden dragon emperor was birthed from the nation's fortune. And the stronger the nation's power and fortune, the more powerful it would be. My Dachi is a prosperous country, and it has the godless artifact All Materia Cauldron sitting in its place. If you dare to fight against the Golden Dragon Emperor, you are taking your own life. Okay, let's try it then. Yi Cheng held the Xianyuan sword horizontally, running his index and middle fingers across the blade. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. The Golden Dragon Emperor is also a dragon. Looking at Yi Cheng holding the hilt of his sword horizontally, with the blade of the sword flush with his eyebrows, Yao Yu and Su Lingfu, who were on the side, could not help but be stunned. Master, this action of senior is. That's right. Yao Yu clenched her fists and said excitedly, it's exactly the same as the sword that killed the soaring demon dragon back then. Only Yi Cheng's body was haunted by wisps of white light, causing his robe and hair to be windless. This tiny white light, compared to the golden light on the Golden Dragon Emperor, was like a firefly compared to the white moon. However, the moment he saw the white light present, the Golden Dragon Emperor's face unexpectedly showed a look of trepidation as he let out a trembling hiss. What's going on? The Golden Dragon Emperor is afraid? Chu Qingyan showed a shocked look on her face, not understanding how this could have happened. Only when all the white light had converged on the blade of the sword did Yi Cheng slowly open his eyes, the corners of his mouth hooking into a smile. Demon Execution 9 Swords. Second style. This sword is called Dragon Slayer, prepared exclusively for the dragons like you. After the words fell, Yi Cheng stood still and swung the snow-white sword on out without slowing down. This sword on looked light and fluffy, and was not at all comparable to the heaven-destroying and overbearing attack from the party. When the crowd saw this, they all looked puzzled. The other person, Chu Qingyan, had already used the killing move at the bottom of the box, and yet you only flung out such a light-hearted sword. Isn't that a bit too belittling? However, in the next second, the surrounding voices of skepticism towards Yi Cheng instantly disappeared. Instead of blasting at the Golden Dragon Emperor in mid-air, the sword on slowly flew into the clouds and became one with them. After absorbing this mass of sword manes, the white sea of clouds in mid-air even slowly turned into a blood-red color. The blood-colored smoke drifted out, causing the Golden Dragon Emperor to feel a strong sense of fear, and was even vaguely out of control. The passers-by looked up at the blood-colored sky, all of them dumbfounded. In the next second, countless blood-colored sword chi descended from the sky like a torrential downpour, enveloping the Golden Dragon Emperor. Roar! The Golden Dragon Emperor let out a mournful wail, his huge body fluttering up and down as he desperately struggled. But no matter how much he struggled, he simply couldn't get rid of the sword chi. Golden Dragon Emperor, return fire, return fire. Chu Qingyan's face was filled with anxiety as she desperately drove her mind, trying to maneuver the Golden Dragon Emperor to return fire. However, under the ravages of the rain of blood-colored swords, the heavily injured Golden Dragon Emperor simply refused to follow her orders. The corners of Yi Cheng's mouth hooked up into a smile as he unhurriedly put away his sword and sheathed it. It seems to be convinced that the winners and losers are already divided. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, the sword rain left hundreds of thousands of blood-colored sword marks on the Golden Dragon Emperor's body. The Golden Dragon Emperor's body, finally overwhelmed, directly fragmented and exploded with a bang. Chu Qingyan had similarly suffered from the waves of sword jade, and at this point, she was unable to continue pouring in her national fortune to resurrect the Golden Dragon Emperor. Under a thick cloud of remorse and resignation, he paralyzed helplessly on his knees in mid-air. The border of Chu, the Great Wall defense. Within a radius of 100 miles, there were already corpses everywhere and rivers of blood. Even the Lang Rishung had sacrificed her life-burning ancient Buddha lance and killed thousands of demonic beasts at the cost of burning her lifespan. It was ultimately difficult to undo the defeat. The 20,000 Chu warriors she brought with her had already lost 70% of their number, leaving only a few thousand people still fighting to the death. One's own lifespan, after all, is limited. Continuing to put it off like this will only lead to chronic death. Lang Rishung weakly gasped for air, and suddenly her gaze inadvertently looked upward at the Kuei Niao. The Kuei Niao was still in the middle of the clouds, looking down at her out of the corner of his eye. That teasing look seemed to be saying, let's see how long you, a stray fish, can hold out. Lang Rishung let out a mouthful of turbid air, gripped the handle of the gun in his hand, and clenched his teeth to make up his mind. These demonic beasts, because of the Kuei Nyo's sitting and supervising troops, were as tough as chicken blood. Right now, the only possibility for them to bounce back is to capture the thief. Once the Kuei Nyo was dead, the demonic beasts were bound to be cowed and then routed. As long as he could kill the Kuei Nyo, even if he had to pay the price of his life, it would be worth it. Lang Rusheng made up her mind and was ready to die as if she were dead. Faced with an influx of beasts, she no longer tangled with them. Instead, he leapt forward, stepping on a tiger demon as a petal and leaping directly above the firmament. Kuei Yu, lead the way to death. Lang Rusheng let out a hysterical bellow, pouring 10 years of his lifespan into this strike. A crease appeared on her originally tender skin, and a few clusters of white hair appeared on her temples. However, the life-burning ancient Buddha lance in her palm skyrocketed 100-fold, transforming into a 100-foot-long pillar of heaven-burning fire, and stabbing as hard as she could at the Kuei Nyo's heart. Martial Frost is valiant. Go! When the Chu generals who were fighting in blood saw this dominating strike by Lang Rusheng, a sheen of hope suddenly appeared in their eyes. However, in the next second, the glimmer of hope that had just surfaced in their eyes instantly turned into despair. The moment he saw that the pillar of fire was about to pierce, the Kuei Nyo directly opened its bloody mouth and spat out a swirling black hole. The majestic pillar of burning fire, the moment it touched the black hole, was like a mud cow entering the sea, and was instantly nowhere to be found. Lang Rusheng's life-fighting strike with all her might was directly dissolved by the Kuei Yu in a light manner.